Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the Aaron O Show. This is the Aaron O Show. This is the Aaron O Show. Just so you guys know where you're at. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's going on? What's going on? I see my guy Spence in the building. Spence, what up, bro? What up? What up? Yeah, we about to cause quite the conversation today. Let me just adjust this real quick. Mhm. There we go. Add that. Slight adjustment there. All right, we good. We good. How's everybody today? How's everybody? Lotus, what's going on? Motivating Visions, what's going on? What's going on? Is that my brother Sharon? Yup, Sharon, what's going on, brother? I know you're a busy man, so don't get in trouble with me today, okay? Do not get in trouble with me today, okay? I'm gonna keep you safe and far away. However, you may be interested in what I'm about to say today. However, you may be interested in what I'm about to say today. There would be no trouble. Sherelle, I'm always on time. You heard that song? Always on. Yeah, I'm always on time. But you got work to do. You a busy woman, so don't be wasting your time talking to me today. What's going on, everybody? And shout out to my guy Robert H. I don't know how you know all this stuff about what's going on in the city, but I don't think you live out here. So I'm really confused. Do you read that much? Seriously, do you read that much, brother? Because that's scary that you know that that mall is closing, uh, basically getting handed back over ownership. It's pretty crazy. I can't say anything about the political leadership because I have to stay out of trouble. I've been in enough trouble, so I'm not going to say anything about political leadership. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. But do I ever want to? Do I ever want to? Asia, what's going on? Thank you for the kind thoughts. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. But we're gonna have to. I'm gonna stay away from political destruction today. Okay, so I'm not gonna talk about no politicians. But Robert H. be knowing what's going on in the city. I don't understand that. I thought Robert H. lived somewhere far out in the country. Far out in the country. What's going on, D? I got my girl TC. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Bear is in the building. What up? What up? What up? Even, even the is that Flora? I know that's not Flora. If y'all see Flora in the chat, just time her out just to let her know where she's at. Because sometimes she forget where she at. Sometimes she forgets where she at, and we just want to remind her. So if you guys see Flora in the chat, just go ahead and give her a nice little timeout just for the sake of it. Because I don't want her to forget where she is. Sometimes she does that. So we want to make sure she's fully aware of where she is. Whew. Now I started on time today. I don't want to hear nothing. 100% on time. I ain't even had a lot of time to get settled in. So it's gonna be a pretty packed Wednesday because everybody is jamming out right now. So we gonna do what we do over here, and they gonna do what they do over there. DB, what's going on? Is that Dragonfly? Dragonfly, what up? My brother Thanos is in the building. Yes, 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 yes. Thanos, do not be mad at me. I am not committing political deletion today. So I will not discuss the politicians in my city, nor in Washington. I don't care for them. I do not care for them. But so a lot of stuff been going on, and I'm gonna touch on it just a little bit, and then I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about. So I don't know how long we're gonna be going streaming today, but I want to talk about this access thing. But before we get there, I must say I saw something. We're gonna dive right into it. I ain't gonna hold you up, ain't gonna be low. We're gonna dive right into it. I saw something. I saw this. I saw this on one of my timelines today, right? And what it says there for people who cannot read it, I'll read it to you. Don't worry. I'll read it to you. Don't worry at all. It says here, dating a woman that can't control her mouth when she's angry is the same as dating a man that can't control his hands while angry. It's just a different form of abuse. Can't say I disagree with that. I saw it and I saw a comment on there. I saw a comment on there actually. Let me see if I can see that comment. Maybe they remove the comment. Is that it? Oh, yes. Yes, I'll pull up the comment too. Why not? Let's pull up the comment. Can you guys see it? No, I'll make it bigger so you guys can read it. Here it says, so unless they carry the threat, words are not violence. This is why we have freedom of speech and not freedom of fists. A man hitting a woman is significantly worse than a woman saying mean things to a man. That said, neither should be tolerated. Men need to understand that they are perfectly within their rights to ghost women immediately if they prohibit this type of behavior. That's what it says. Now, that's what it says. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. He kind of took away the original statement of the post and kind of shifted it to physical, but that's fine, right? Hey, Vanny Roo, that's perfectly fine. I don't have a problem with that, but can we just be honest? We're just gonna be honest. I've done, listen, you could do a little bit of research. Hey, Venus, just a little bit of research, just a tad bit, right? Just a tad bit. And what you'll find is that if you, and mind you, we all can conduct way more research, right? And I'm sure you guys know a good amount of this research where it says these things, right? But let's just be honest. I want y'all to tell me what this says. Now, you guys can look even deeper into it. There's the scientists, there's actual facts behind all of this. And I know most of you guys know this to be true, but I am going to use just a website that's for women primarily, right? So you can understand and I'll read it to you so that way you guys know what it says. See, it says here, oh, yes, that's perfect. Verbal and emotional abuse can hurt just as much as physical abuse, and it's often an unrecognized form of domestic violence. I'm going to read it again. Verbal and emotional abuse can hurt just as much as physical abuse, and it's often unrecognized form of domestic violence. Now, if you guys want, you know me, I will put that resource out for you guys in the chat. If you guys want it, I will put that website down there for you guys in the chat. Why not? Actually, you guys can probably see the website. That's a lot of words too. I don't even think the stream will let me do that. But let me try it anyway. Let me see here. No, it's not gonna let me do it. It should though. I don't know why it won't let me do it. Let me try this. Oh. Okay, it's saying it's too many words, right? Let me see if I drop that and then hit the link. Let me see if it will work. Oh yeah, okay. So I can just erase some of it. So I'll put that link there if you guys want to review it. You guys can add even more stuff there if you want to. But the point of that is that Janae. What's going on, Janae? What's going on? Now, the point of that is this. Me personally, you guys can tell me if you know anything different. But me personally, I have never, ever met a man that can beat a woman in an arguing contest. Her words are way more hurtful than his ever are. When you just do a comparison about whose words, the tongue that will own a woman compared to a man's, not even comparable. They say some of the most coldest stuff that they can to destroy a man. And a man would be fighting back. He'd be like, 304, it stank. It's some whack stuff. And she say the grimiest stuff. You know what I mean? That's why your mama put you out, because you couldn't help. She would just go in. And your mama had to take care of your son because you wasn't man enough. Like all this, you'd be like, that's what we doing now. So it's just a whole nother level. It's just a whole nother level that a woman can go to when it comes to the verbal abuse. We all know the truth. We all know most men ain't that good at it. Women are better. So that's why it's not scrutinized as much. And that's why we focus on the physical aspect as opposed to the verbal, even though the science says it is very similar in a lot of ways and can cause just as much pain. But it is what it is. I just noticed that and I just want to point that out. Be careful who you allow in your ears. Brittany B says sticks and stones. I believe because women say they fall in love with the things that you say, and they say men fall in love with the things that they see. The words, man, I tell you, the words destroy. Like it's the total opposite end. But I'm not going to get into that today, right? That's for another day. But I just wanted to touch on that briefly. You know what else has been going on that I saw? Oh yeah, I'm going to touch on it. I have to. I have to do it. I have to do it. Hi, yeah. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Yeah, we're gonna do it. So I know you guys have seen, I don't know if it's a viral video, but I've seen the video between well, real quick, before I even jump that far. Shout out to Timeout for the support. It says support for the water fund. I'm not gonna lie. We ain't gonna have a long stream today because I don't have a lot of water with me. But that's not here nor there. Stop triggering people. I'm not triggering nobody. I ain't even said nothing that nobody disagreed with so far. And it's chess, not checkers. I was better at checkers. I don't know about y'all. When I double jumped y'all, it was over with. And the triple jump, y'all can't beat me in no checkers. I will lose in chess. But man can't be verbally abused since they're physically stronger. Yeah, we know they're going to focus on whoever's strong point. So if it's a woman, they're going to be highlighted in the verb. Actually, honestly, they probably lie and say men are verbally. When you go through the divorce papers, he was verbally. Y'all, come on now. It never fails. It never fails. So it's nothing you can do. Where it's a disadvantage every time. So let's just be honest. Disadvantage verbally, disadvantage physically. You're not winning either time. But as long as we just start to put the information out there and start to hold people to it, then there's a good chance. There's a good chance. Shout out to my brother Chris J. He says, good evening, people just checking in. Well, Chris J., you want to stay away today because I'm going to touch on that access thing in just a minute. Yeah, I'm not good. What did Asia say? I'm not good at games. My homie beat me in checkers. You lost in checkers. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you lose in checkers, you got to go back to the drawing board because that's where it starts at. Chess is on a whole nother level. Whole nother level. I'm not good at chess. I just love to play a little bit and watch. I love to watch the old Bobby Fishers and the greatest players are like in Poland and Russia and all those players. It is what it is. At least in when you stack it up. And maybe India too. But I wanted to go over this video because I think it's worth going over. I think it's worth going over because now you guys seen what happened with, I don't know how to say her name, Sukihana. I don't know how to say her name. Don't get mad at me. She's not anything beyond great or special, right? She's not. But I did see that particular video, and I'm gonna play it in just a second because I think it's really interesting. and unfortunately I haven't actually seen everybody's opinions because well, I've been busy. Uh, but I'm definitely going to go over it. I have to go over it. I just have to do it. And in this video, let's pull it. Let's see if I can forward it to the spot that we really want to get to. I don't really need the audio. Oh, there we go. There we go. I don't know if there's any audio to Now, I'm sure you guys are able to see that. Well, I'm not sure if you guys are able to see that, right? Let me just make sure everybody. I'm gonna just go to the beginning of it so everybody can see. Now, there might be somewhat of a longer version of that. I'm not sure. Maybe it was looping, but I saw that. And I must say that man should be in jail. I'm not gonna lie, when I saw it, I thought that was mad crazy. I thought it was mad crazy. I said, he really just did that. And he thought it was funny. Yeah, I think he needs to go to jail. I'm not gonna lie about it. I'm trying to find a way where I'm trying to understand how you do not go to jail for that. Now, if it's her words versus his or whatever, okay, fine, But it's literally televised, it's caught on camera. And if that wasn't staged, which to me it doesn't really look staged, but I'm unsure because this is social media, this is celebrity world and all that stuff. I don't see why he's not in jail. That is insane. Uh to be that comfortable to just, and I'm going to say it, forcibly apply your bot, like yourself on someone that way. I wouldn't, and see some of y'all saying predator. I wouldn't even look at it as a predator. Because that's not even praying. That's actionable, right? There are people that are necessarily predators. They see something they want to pray and they might never get to do it. They might just want to do it. He actually did it. That's a whole nother thing. And for me, I don't know what y'all saw, but I think he need to go to jail. There's just no way to justify that. Because I can understand how she'd be uncomfortable to respond there. Asia, I'll play the video again for you because Asia says she's a little bit behind. So I will play the video again for you, Asia. But I warn you, Asia, you're not gonna like it. And I'm not sure if there's a longer version of that where he tries to do it again. I wasn't sure if it's looped, but my gosh, I'm uncomfortable watching that to a certain degree. Uh, because in my mind, right, I go to putting myself in other people's shoes. That's just how my brain works, right? Which is really bad sometimes because I'll get scrutinized for thinking differently. But I'm like, what has to go through your mind to want to do that? And then why would you do that? Why? What do you gain out of that? Uh, I'm where's her security? Honestly, that she probably didn't need security at that moment because when you think about it, she's on the stage, a bunch of other people around, a bunch of people that are in her space or whatever the case is. I don't think she necessarily needed security or they would have been that close to her, right? I wouldn't assume that, right? If I'm on stage with a bunch of other people, celebrities, whatever the case is, I wouldn't presume that your security would be extra alert for the celebrities or other people that run the show around you. They'd be more worried about the crowd. So I could see how they wouldn't react fast enough. And they probably, either way, it doesn't matter. You shouldn't need security for somebody not to do something like that. Now, here's where it's going to get to the people that are saying, she's a 304 and da 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 and all these things, right? You guys might not remember, right? But I only use this 304 terminology in conversation with y'all. I don't really believe women can be that. Because in my mind, what I think a 304 is supposed to be is somebody that sleeps with everybody. You tap her on the shoulder, hey, let's go to the bathroom. Hey, let's do it back in the car. And she go, okay. That's how my mind works. If that's the case, but what I found, because I've told the story a long time ago, that as sad as it is, and as hurtful as it is for a lot of men, you're not gonna like this. So I'm gonna drink to it. These so-called 304s are selective as well. Yeah, most of the time, they don't choose you or me. They don't want us. 304s are selective as well. They don't have to pick you, and they often don't. They are picky and choosy as well. There are guys that they will not touch. I ain't touching, no. And you be like, dang, but you let Mike hit John, little Ray, and she look at you and go, but not you, which should tell you that they are selective as well. They do what they want to do with whom they want to do it with. So to me, if you're doing what you want to do with whom you want to do it with, that's just who you want. I don't see you as the real foe. You have to be someone that just literally, if somebody grab you and you're like, oh, I don't care who it is, you're going to pretty much do. To me, that's the only pure definition for me. So I don't really get into calling women those names because listen, I ain't going to say I got curved, but I've been curved. And I'm like, dang, this is I want to say sophomore year in high school. I don't remember what year, and curved. And I wasn't even actually wanting to. It got shut down before I even could think about it. So it really opened my mind like, damn, selective. Damn, that's cold. So I've never thought like that. So I've always been, you never see me calling women those names because I don't really think like that. But some men think because they see you doing things with other people, being promiscuous, doing things on camera for whatever the case is, they think that they could do that too. And you should be okay with it because you do these things. And the short answer is no. I'm sorry, life don't work that way. Even if they wanted to sleep with everybody on that set, they have a right to tell you no. You ain't getting none. No. No to you and no to you. They're selective. So I thought that was mad crazy. And I know some people gonna be in the comment section like, but she a 304, da, da, da. Like, come on, like it's not that serious. She like that kind of stuff. Listen, if that is what women got to go through just because they want to do other stuff with the people that they want to go to, lock them up. So for me, he need to go to jail. No ifs, ands, or but about it. He needs to be locked up. He needs to go to jail. I don't know how much time he should do. I don't know how much time he should do. But I'm gonna be dead honest. That man needs to rot in jail for a minute. And I know it's kind of messed up because I understand he's probably pretty young. I don't know his age, and where the culture that he's in probably is conducive of that type of thing. But he wouldn't do that. Let's be honest. I don't think he would do that to a like. I'm trying to think of a woman like an Ashanti, right? I don't think he would even do such a thing. But if you do that with Ashanti, uh, there are just certain women he would never try that with. But for some reason, he felt comfortable to try that with her, which I think is wild, crazy. One, because what happens is when you get curved by somebody that let a bunch of other people hit, you get ego. Your ego gets struck like, oh, how dare you curve me? She can still curve you, play. Like you can still get curved. Even if you think you're the man and she let a guy that's beneath you or less than you in your eyes hit, you still think you entitled. That's mad crazy. And I think somebody asked me, who said that? But what about for men? It's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same at all. So for men, right? And I'm gonna just be honest. Most men don't necessarily mind, and this is a double standards in life. Most men don't necessarily mind if women walk up to them and try to kiss them or get with them. Most. Now, I'm not suggesting that you do it because most men don't mind. But if you look at the risk reward factor, right? Let's just go by risk reward, not right or wrong, just risk or reward, right? If we had a vote that said, are you okay with women walking up to you and kissing you? Most men would say yes. If you had a vote for the opposite, most women would say no. Most women will say no, they're not okay with that. So, based upon what we understand men to be and women to be, double standards, whatever you want, it's not the same. If a woman walked up to a guy and she tried to kiss him, now, if he gets mad, should you still get in trouble? Yes, because wrong is wrong. But if a woman thought that that was more normal or more okay, I could understand. I'm not saying it's right, but I could understand just based upon how normally things go. But the opposite, he out of his mind. One, because he trying to put his lips on a woman that he wouldn't marry. Let's be clear. He wouldn't marry her. Let's be clear. He wouldn't marry her. And the type of woman he would bash to a chick that he is trying to marry. Let's just be honest. If the chick he try, I don't even mess with chicks like that. You know, like I mean, I ran through a few back in the day, but I wouldn't touch those chicks like that. He would down Suki to get him like a, I don't know, what's a chick that's more respectable or should be desired to be married? I don't know, but pick her. He would down her for her, but will go and do that on camera. Is insane to me. So he should be locked up. I think jail time is probably necessary for him. I don't know how you guys view that, but I absolutely see jail time in his future. I think personally, though, this is my gut feeling. She's going to get some money for that. I think she not going to necessarily push the deal, but I definitely think she going to want some money. I definitely, Peter the investor, what up, bro? I definitely think she gonna want some money, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Get that money. I'm gonna be dead honest with you. If I was her, I'm a man, so don't judge me. I'm gonna go after the money. I need some of this money for that. That was wild, crazy. You know what I mean? Even if I liked it, I'm gonna be foul, and I'm gonna still go after the money because you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. Even if I liked it, even if I was her and I liked it, I'm still running in your pockets. because that's violating. Even if I liked it, you don't know. So you're going to have to come about, I don't know, 100, 200, 300, 500, maybe a million. I don't know how much she could probably finesse him. It ain't even finesse him, but how much she could get out of him, he need to pay her though. And if I was him, I'm not legal counsel because I would never do that. Y'all ain't gonna never see nothing about me on camera. I'm not even like that. But if I was in his situation, I would be like, how much would it take for you to say that that was staged? Dead honest, how much you need? 500,000, a mil, what you need? Because I need to get this behind me. Because honestly, I won't say this is career threatening because he could finesse it and be like, we used to date or we used to mess with each other. Da, da, da. He could lie, or it could be true and probably finesse it and say stuff like that. But I'm gonna be honest, I will pay. That's just me. You got that money, I will pay it. But I'm not legal counsel, so you got to figure out what you're gonna do there, homie. But he out of his mind, straight foul. Some of the craziest stuff I've ever seen, honestly. It really, really is. Gentlemen, stay away from him. If he's a role model for y'all, y'all in trouble. If he's a role model for y'all, y'all in trouble. I'm just gonna say that. Oh yeah, yeah. If he is a role model for y'all, y'all are in trouble. Whew, I don't know how we move past that, but that's wild crazy. Is that Eda Man? Eda Man, what up? Yeah, I'm about to get into a topic of marriage that you know well in just a moment. Timeout. Uh Timeout says RIP Auntie J. Definitely. From what I've heard, that Auntie J passed away a little time back. And I'm gonna I'm gonna be brief because I don't know the specifics or things like that. But uh I will tell you this. Auntie J, every time she'd like come on the stream, she would put a message in the back and she was like, "You are the best, you're the best moderator ever." She would always say that about me. And it meant a lot because if she really liked you, she said. If she didn't like you, she would tell you trash. So and Auntie J would be killing me with her stories. I'd be like, Auntie J, these stories can't be real. Come on now, really? But uh, you never know who you're gonna meet. You never know who you're gonna meet in these spaces. So to just know that in my this is my humble opinion. I'm just being dead honest with y'all. When it comes to Auntie J, uh, even Trinidad T has talked about it. They actually say we really, really appreciate the work that you do with curating these spaces and making sure that there's a place for all of us to come here and just chop it up. Uh, so I think about that kind of stuff. But you just feel for our family, and one of my homies, he reached out to me and we kind of briefly talked about it. It just gives you some just emotions that you want to control, and stuff doesn't hit you right away, right? Stuff doesn't hit you right away until you really get alone, and you can really just drop you can just drop, I don't know, your defenses or things like that, and just really just dissect things, or really just allow things to actually penetrate your mind and believe it. And it's still unreal. I'm gonna just be honest with you. It don't make no sense. But everybody kept asking for the last few weeks, I want to say, where's Auntie J? Where's Auntie J? So you just never wanted to believe that. But just make sure you guys keep her family in your prayers. And just remember all the good times we had with Auntie J, because it was a lot of them, and she was wild crazy. And it's not. there's never like the right things you can say in these moments. So, uh, but yeah, Auntie J, we gonna miss you, and I hope you enjoyed the time that we did have together because I definitely enjoyed it. I create relationships with everybody in these spaces, whether it's small, big, whether it's like bickering, arguing, or just complimenting each other, whether it's about business, whether it's about relationship. There's just some form of connection with everybody, right? And so yeah, so RIP on TJ. All right, guys. I'm gonna get back focused. I'm gonna get back focused. But just finishing up on that, I thought that video footage was mad insane, mad crazy, and I'm hopeful that I'm gonna be honest with you, she should press charges. I'm gonna just be honest, she should press charges because if he get away with that, it's gonna lead to more bad behavior. I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. It's gonna lead to more bad behavior. It really, really is. So, man, I don't have that dang video right now of that one girl. Actually, I do have it somewhere. Where are you at? I know I got that video. I know I got that video. Where are you? Don't. I can find you. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, that video is mad funny. But I'm not gonna play that because it'll make me laugh. Yes, there it is. This video here, I'm gonna play it for you guys. I'm gonna play it for you guys. This girl right here, and this is just transition to the next thing we're gonna get into in just a moment. But I think this video is interesting, right? Some of you have seen it. I just want to play it.
Going 50-50, and I'm gonna tell you why I'm okay with going 50-50. Because when you're self-sufficient, anything other than 100% is a delight. Thank yous are in order. You mean to tell me you want to help me take some of this off my plate? Thank you. Because it's niggas out here who don't do nothing and think that they just can do nothing. So 50-50, sign me up. Now, that does not mean I wouldn't love to be with somebody and he just be like, I got you, mama. Cool. That's wonderful. But that's not the case. And like some of y'all really got to snap out of it. How y'all want full ride scholarships and don't even know how to ride? That's what irritates me. Your mentality is if I got to go 50-50 with a man, I'm going to cheat on him. And you think you deserve a full ride scholarship? And that's your stupid ass mentality? That's just goofy. You got to be able to hold it down. And then you get the benefits. Everybody just want the benefits off rip. Don't nobody want to put in the work. Everybody want a scholarship, but nobody want to learn. Don't nobody want to. Bro, stop being silly. That man likes you. You like him. He's willing to go half with you. That's not enough for you. You don't deserve nobody. Because if you knew yourself, you would know you got to earn shit like that. You don't just get that. And the bitches that do just get it, don't keep it. I'm okay with.
Now I want to say, she got me sold. I'm gonna be honest with you. She got me sold. I'm not gonna lie. She is fine. Fine. Woo, that woman. Woo. That woman is fine. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. Be Love, you want me to replay it again? Okay, just for Be Love. I gotta do it for Be Love. I'm gonna replay it again for Be Love. I got to. I can't get in no trouble with Be Love. I don't want no trouble.
We're going 50-50, and I'm gonna tell you why I'm okay with going 50-50. Because when you're self-sufficient, anything other than 100% is a delight. Thank yous are in order. You mean to tell me you want to help me take some of this off my plate? Thank you. Because it's niggas out here who don't do nothing and think that they just can do nothing. So 50-50, sign me up. Now, that does not mean I wouldn't love to be with somebody and he just be like, I got you, mama. Cool. That's wonderful. But that's not the case. And like some of y'all really got to snap out of it. How y'all want full ride scholarships and don't even know how to ride? That's what irritates me. Your mentality is if I got to go 50-50 with a man, I'm going to cheat on you. And you think you deserve a full ride scholarship? And that's your stupid ass mentality? That's just goofy. You got to be able to hold it down. And then you get the benefits. Everybody just want the benefits off rip. Don't nobody want to put in the work. Everybody want a scholarship, but don't know nobody want to learn. Don't nobody want to. Bro, stop being silly. That man likes you. You like him. He's willing to go half with you. That's not enough for you. You don't deserve nobody. Because if you knew yourself, you would know you gotta earn shit like that. You don't just get that. And the bitches that do just get it, don't keep it.
Now, B-Love, I hope you focus now. I'm focused. Don't worry, I'm focused. Don't worry, I'm focused. But she fine. But get focused. Get focused. Now I heard all that, and I'm not gonna lie, got a little excited. I'm thinking, man, chicks that fine, thinking like that. You know me and Cheeky, we talk about it. I'm more like 70-30 her way. You know what I'm saying? You got it. Y'all out here getting it, PhDs, all that. Run that. Y'all got the bag. Let me just do 30. You a bet. Look, women out here, they run the world. We run the world. You got it. 70% you, 30% me. I got it. And I still accept having to die, right? I still, if I got to die, that's cool. 70-30, that's my deal. She said 50-50. So she at least in the ballpark. I think I can get her to 70. I ain't going to push it. If she do 65, I'm taking that too. But that's what she said. That's what she said. So I was sold. I'm not going to lie. I was sold. I was. I'm like, dang, man. If we can get more people to think like this, we could get a win. So I don't know who she is. I don't know if she's a celebrity or anything like that, but she might be. She might be. But here's the thing, y'all. I saw another video of her. No, I did not start following her because I'm not following her. But I saw another video of her. And I'm going to play it with y'all, right? Look at Lou. Lou, I'm not ready. How I'm going to lose, Lou, and she got the 70. I can't lose. She the 70. I'm the 30. I'm winning. I'm winning, Lou. Don't even worry. If I get that 70, I mean, if she paid the 70 and I take 30%, I'm winning, Lou. But then I found this video, y'all. And let's listen to this video.
Y'all tripping. Ever since I posted the 50-50 video, the type of men in my DMs is crazy. Okay? And I just want to be very clear when I say if I was to move out of my space, my nice place, my closet, like everything, and to merge lives with somebody, it wouldn't to be going 50-50 on rent. If we're just dating, then you pay your rent, I'm gonna pay my rent. But if we're planning on being together and moving in together, I'm not halvesy in the rent. Now, if you slip on a month and you need whatever, no problem. I'm not a broke woman, so I don't need to act like you have to cover everything. I'm not helpless. Like, I'm very self-sufficient, and that's my whole thing. So if I was to move out of my space, it wouldn't to be having a roommate. Like, you have to pay the rent if I live with you. That's crazy. But I just meant 50-50 in life. Like, I'm okay with paying for things. I'm okay with taking you on dates. I'm okay with, taking you to get your nails done. I'm okay with buying you things. 50-50. Like, women just sit around, expect, take. I'm not like that. That's not okay to me. Not every man is a baller, NFL player, NBA player, got 20 chains around his neck. That shit is not even cool. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you have it, great, good for you. Like, God bless. But there are great men out here that will treat you great and love you properly, who are just regular men that are great men and they still have their shit together. So what is it for me to pick up a light bill or a cable bill? Like, some of y'all are really not self-sufficient.
Lou, I was crushed. Lou, I was crushed. I thought I had her. I thought I found the light. She said, I do that. I ain't worried about these other chicks crazy. 50-50 ain't no problem. I'm like, yo, we got a winner. They understand. Dun 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 dun. Y'all got me effed up. I'm getting all kind of DMs thinking guys like, cause look, her pool had increased dramatically. Cause most guys was like, yo, like, yeah, she probably wild, full of herself, and she ain't really on that. Nah, Lou said, I don't trust a pretty face. Never again, Lou. Never again, Lou. I cannot do it, bro. I was all for it, bro. I'm like, man. And she looked good. She still looked good. That's why it hurt so bad. You know how like a woman got a disgusting attitude, but she looked good from afar, and she walk up and she start talking, and she be like, and then she smacking when she talking. You be like, ugh. So then you kind of see her as uglier. She still look good, but she said that my feelings is crushed. So, gentlemen, back to the drawing boards. Back to the drawing boards. Man, I really thought we had an opportunity there. I really, really thought we had an opportunity there. I did. E, don't come up here. Don't come here talking about you that I shouldn't even be thinking to get this 70%. Don't do that. Don't come up here doing that. Don't do
No,
it.
actually, I believe 50-50 is not a bad thing. As much as I talk about money, I think in relationship you got stages. Hear me out. I'm not saying
Okay.
I think it's stages. And if your finances say that y'all guys have to go 50-50 on the bills for this period of time, I don't think it's something wrong with it. But I just think it's an unrealistic expectation for a man to say that you're gonna do 50%, pay 50% of these bills, and you're gonna do and 100% of the house chores. I think if you share it financially, you got to share it with washing dishes. You got to share it with food. I think you just got to do a little bit more. So
I think see the only thing I disagree with that is the mentality that because the man's role is it's supposed to be static, but it's obviously evolved because I've already proven that we not in the same times we was back then when women needed men to hunt and feed them. We're not in those same times. So that's why men are not doing it now because it's not a need now. So it's for society to exist. It ain't a need for an individual man to walk next to a woman. We put systems in place. So the problem that I have when you say that is I want you to die too then. So, like, my full verge of a man step in front of the bullet of the woman, like that part ain't 50-50.
I think so.
It's still 100 me though, right?
No, I think a woman should be willing to die for her husband if it came down to it. Like this idea, this idea that nigga ought to be supposed to be the only person that died. Nah, we supposed to be willing to put our life on the line for each other. So I don't agree with that. I know dudes say it, but if she sees somebody in the intent of taking my life and I am not in the ability to do it, why wouldn't she help defend my life, especially if I'm contributing to the house the way that I am? I think we both supposed to be willing to put our life on the line, not just me.
You know what? I can't even be mad then, because all I hear is like, I want a man that'll die for me, and now that I know that there's women out here willing to die for me, I feel a little bit better. You know what? You selling me on this.
So I just think that this idea that the relationship should be one sided is crazy to me. Period. I think I'm just thinking about it. If I was in a situation and I was unable to defend myself for whatever reason, and my wife had the ability to defend myself, why wouldn't she not defend me? That don't make sense to me. Oh no, let that nigga die. Just let him die. Like in my mind, that just doesn't make sense to me. That she wouldn't put her life on the line for me, just like I will put my life on the line for her. Is this only good when it's good? So many people in relationships, they only want it when it's good. And women got to realize that I got to be willing to protect my man at all costs. just
You know
like he's
what?
willing to protect me at all
I ain't
costs.
mad at that. You done got me sold there. You done got me sold there. Let me get your take on this video I have here. Actually, I have two. Actually, that other video is good. I'm gonna play this video for you. Not this one here. This one right here. Now, you tell me what you think about this one, brother. You tell me what you think about this one.
Why is it that when it comes to money, because I'm an accountant, right? When it comes to money, why are Black men specifically so up in arms about it? Money matters. I manage it all day long. Why can't you own a fleet of buses? Why can't you? Why are you limiting yourself? What if I say, okay, you driving a bus, I want you to own the bus. And you say, no, I don't want to do that. I enjoy. Okay, well then you're not the man for me because I'm an entrepreneur. So you're going to limit me. You want me to be at home with you, laying on the couch. No, I'm a grinder. I'm out here, when I don't like the word hustling either, but I'm out here trying to make things happen for myself, and I've been doing it. So why would I be with somebody who is not going to do it? Not to down you, but we are unequally yoked. So that's the only thing that I got to say. We don't want to down Black men. We don't want to say that you're not doing anything with your life, but it becomes a problem when we are unequally yoked. And yes, I'm single and I'm going to stay single if I can't find me nobody that's going to be on my level, because what my ass is not going to do is going to be looking at you like, yeah, I should have made a better decision.
Well, she told she was gonna stay single, but so she said a lot of things in a very short time. I think it's really important for, first of all, a man to make his vision very clear to a woman, and a woman to find a way how she can be able to edify the vision, or how she can be able to make the business better. Marriage was actually designed to multiply, right? So it's this old saying, the old women said, anything that my man put in my hand is going to multiply and be greater. So if he give me problems, I'm going to multiply that. If he give me money, I'm going to multiply that. I think that she's in a situation that she's competing. You don't supposed to be competing with a man and a woman should not be competing. I think she's trying to force him to be her. And we know that whoever she's with is going to be their own individual. So I think she's crazy. She's delusional. She already accepted. See, you got to be real mindful, Aaron. A woman that already just accepted that she's going to be alone for the rest of her life, you are a fool to come and try to change her mind that she ain't going to be alone. If she have already accepted that type of mindset, me personally, bro, I would let that go. I wouldn't even go close to it. Because she knows she want to be alone, so why would a man come in her life and try to convince her otherwise?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. That stuff is wild, crazy. House, what up?
What's up? Hey, I'm a mic channel.
Your mic cool, bro. It's cool.
Okay.
What's up, House?
What's up, dog? I say, dudes, man, y'all better be on the same shit these women on. Don't. The same way they're not going to accept you at your lowest, don't accept them at their lowest, man. And get your money up before you start trying to date these women, bro. Because shit, a woman told me the other day, if her man went to $0 within their relationship, shit, she gonna leave him. And that was music to my motherfucking ears. I ain't never heard no woman say no shit like that. So you gotta go ahead and secure yourself as a man and don't be tripping and worry about, oh, she not gonna accept you cause you down and you low. Hey, my nigga, that's just how that shit go, man. It's reality, bro. You know what I'm saying? You gotta secure yourself.
Well, I think it's dangerous, House. So when I met my wife, I was on the way up, but I wasn't up. So is the foundation of our relationship was we was going somewhere, but we was broke. 6 years ago, I was broke. I'm not gonna lie to you. So what the point that I'm saying is that it's harder when you make a whole bunch of money. When you get to a point that you're a millionaire before the relationship, it's hard to say a woman accepts you when she never seen that before. I know guys paint this picture like if you met him a millionaire and then you got to go to when he's zero, that's just hard for a woman to process. So, but she's a fool if she met him broken. If y'all was broke once, y'all could do it again together, especially if y'all a team. So I don't know.
I totally agree with you, bro. Cause me and my cousin was having this talk. I ain't no millionaire, but you know, I let you 30, I got a little 30 piece. You know what I'm saying? So that I don't got to touch. But me and my cousin was talking about this shit. I was like, bro, you know, it's gonna get harder the more we get successful to even kind of like pin down the type of women that we want. That's going to be loyal. It's just gonna be a rider because when you have it, every woman want that shit. It's gonna be hard for you to decipher if this woman is here for you because you got everything every woman wants. You got the finances or the look or the size. You know what I'm saying? Or the height. You got that. So I agree with you that it's gonna be hard for men to tell that successful if this woman is really with you for you. But nine times out of ten it's for what you can provide. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta play your cards right.
That's why I never agree. That's the reason I never agree with it. I never agree with the idea. I'm going to not be with nobody. I'm gonna make it to the top, and then I'm going to choose. I feel like you should get a woman who should be able to grind it out with you. Guess what? It was a lot of nights. At one point, like I said, I was working 12. I'm not doing this no more, but I was working 12 to 15 hours. My wife had to experience not having me around. She had the experience, but she was the only one changing diapers. She was the only one doing a whole bunch of stuff. So now when we start getting to the other side, with the prosperity side, she was involved in both sides. I don't think a woman should just be able to come in after you done did all the struggle, you done did all the pain, and just say, hey, I'm here now. I just never been an advocate for that whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think that what the women suffer from is they don't understand is that they because they gauge what they like on other people's relationships so much, they don't realize that most relationships is up and down. Yo, I was doing a lot of this, but now she be with her dad more in year 6. And for the last 5 years, it's daddy's girl now, but I had all this upfront work. And they only see the work that because they don't look further out, you know how they need to. That's why they need Eat a Man, because they don't have that vision for the further side of it. They have the short-term thinking, which is needed, right? Because there are certain things in a quick second that they can spot that sometimes we overlook, and that's somewhere where their value is. But they so worried about the first 5 years of the hard part. They like, man, I don't even care about what the next 5 gonna look like because they never get through the first 5. That's why marriages dissolve within the first 4 to 5 years. Because child 0 to 5, men are we can, but that's really not our thing. We come a little bit after that.
You see how crazy how marriage dissolve in the first 5 years, just like a business.
Well, I got this video that I want you to watch, Eden Man, before you even respond, right? Because I played the first one. She's an accountant, right? She understands money, which really accountants really account for past history. That's really, they don't predict nothing in the future. They just past history. They basically historical science.
But she understands other people's money. Most accountants are broke. See,
no. Trust me. I get it. The whole point of being the accountant is supposed to understand the history of things, right? They don't project well and things like that. But that's not the point.
Well, hold on. But before we go there, Aaron, because I know I gotta let's just think about this. If I gave you $10 million, you'll be able to balance that book. Remember, I went to college for accounting. It's easy to manage someone else's money when you don't lose. See, the biggest problem with a lot of people is when you lost. When you see that loss on the books of that money that you lost, now it's an emotional attachment. So just because a person is an accountant doesn't mean that they're good at finance, especially when their money is tied. But we ain't gonna talk about that.
That's a bad. I'm with you 100%. Let me play, but I played the first one because she was so staunch, but she highlighted black men. I don't know why the need to do that, but I have an assumption why. But this other video may highlight what she decided, because she said, I'm trying not to highlight this or point out black men, but she still did it. So I'm gonna play this next video that comes the benefit of a TikTok, because that's the only reason I'm on here is for these women on TikTok. But listen to this video.
It's one of the biggest parts of the problem. I hate how black men have weaponized their mediocrity. Like in 2023, where you need to make damn near 100K to have a suitable standard of living, You think Black women who have been working hard, probably educated, making a life for herself when she met you, you think she should marry to financial instability for what? Like, what's the actual reasoning for that? Every other culture and ethnicity of women are normalized and brought up to pick men based on how they can provide and take care of them and be equally yoked. When it comes to Black women, we are the only ones who are constantly being told to accept less. And you guys aren't being told to do more. So now when Black women are saying, oh my gosh, there's nothing to choose from, there are no eligible men ready to get married, ready to have families, ready to be able to provide and help take care of a family, y'all respond with, oh, well, there are a lot of men who are making under 50K. And then when Black women marry these men who make under 50K, and these men end up being terrible fathers, terrible husbands, abusive, insecure because they make more than half less of their wife, y'all get on podcasts and say, well, you should have chose better. So it all boils down to you all not liking Black women. I understand a lot of Black men grew up in households where they saw their Black mothers sacrifice everything, have nothing for themselves, be super unhappy, and struggle. And we're not doing that, period. Black men are allowed to have preferences when it comes to the body type of women, how their hair looks, their skin tone, things that they can't actually really control a lot of the times. But Black women are not allowed to have standards when it comes to income and financial stability. The answer is do better. I think it's safe to say Black women have nothing more to do to be better partners. And y'all are getting left behind, by the way. And this is one.
Well, since you asked me, then I'll let the other brothers get into it. You know what it really comes down to, it, right? The Black men that you want are not choosing her. And instead of people looking into the mirror and say, why? Because we know that Black men are doing better than they ever did before. That's the truth, hands down. And the question that she got to ask is, why do I only get these group of Black men? And why do I talk about these do Black men? Because most of the Black men that are doing well, not looking her way. You know what I'm talking about? When you start looking at how much she weigh, you know, how beautiful she is, what she actually brings to the table. I just think the men that she feel that is qualified, that she qualified to, is not looking her way. That's why she complaining about the men that don't qualify. So instead of saying, I'm going to change me to get the man that I desire, I'm going to just complain about the men that are lower than what I desire. And that's just what it is. She just don't, the men, I'm almost willing to bet my money that the 6-figure Black man is not looking her way. Because she wouldn't be having this conversation if she had those options. Period.
Man, nigga making 60K ain't looking her way. Shit. She looked undesirable, bro. As soon as she said the preference of Black men, they can have this type of preference. I was like, oh, that's the issue. That men are not looking at her to have that bad. And I be wondering why they still be trying to shit, quote unquote, on Black men. Like you said, we've been in a better position, financially or just period in the United States, better than any previous years. They still forget, nigga, we started at the bottom. Literally. The whole race started at the bottom and we still trying to motherfucking climb.
What you think, Mr. Payne?
Hey, gentlemen, how you guys doing? Hey, thanks for letting me up, Aaron. You can hear me? You know, I mean, it's the same old narrative. One of the things is, first, all her statistics are wrong anyway. I mean, even without the education, Black men still average higher salaries than Black women. And the men that she's talking about is the rank and file, engine of the United States. Every man is a average man in that middle class, So just like you said, E, the men she wants ain't checking for her, and the nose ring eliminates all the rest of them. I'm not going to be trying to roll up on a woman with a nose ring and try to marry, especially the bone one. I can't stand that. I mean, to smash maybe, but to say, hey, listen, hey, mom, this is my future wife. No, I'm not going to do that. So, she's just, she's been on YouTube or TikTok just like everybody else, and she's just parroting what she thinks. The real thing for a lot of sisters who are high achieving, they price themselves out of the market, right? Because let's just say she is making 6 figures. And like the first lady, let's say the accountant was making 6 figures. Well, the guys who are making 6 figures certainly ain't checking for them, right? And the problem is they want to be like men, right? And a man who's making six figures has no issue marrying a woman who's a bus driver if she meets all his needs. So the women just they have this psyche that this limited pool out there, they just are not being checked. Even if they want to leave the race, the so-called zaddy, he ain't looking for them, and so they just going to be stuck. And like you said, one woman says, if I have to be single for the rest of my life, I'll do that. And I hope she has a whole bunch of cat food, because that's what's going to happen.
So, Aaron, one thing that I have learned, Aaron, is that people don't complain about stuff that they have. I have never seen somebody who have something and actively complain about. That's like me saying, man, I wish I had water and I got a case of water here. It doesn't even make sense. So when I start hearing people complain about something, this is something they don't have. And it's a sad reality that a lot of people don't want to come to. So anybody who's on YouTube complaining about somebody, typically you don't have it. Now, it's the difference between complaining and forming a group or entertaining a population of YouTube audience. I'm not talking about that, but that's just what it is.
Well, the thing is, she said black women basically they about to surpass men or whatever the case is, and that black women have nothing else to fix for a part of a relationship. She said that they ain't got nothing else to fix. The thing that my mind goes to is, if that's your argument, if it ain't no eligible black men available, right? That's pretty much her argument in general, based upon the numbers. Fine. Why limit it there? Won't you go to Asian men and white men, Indian men, all them? Because you got to go to them the next, right? Because you done with us. So are you going to speak to them that way?
But you got to understand, black men is their only option. It's a reason that they say, if black men don't get their stuff together, I'm going to die alone. See, a black man say, if black women don't get her stuff together, I'm going to go get me an Asian woman. I'm going to get me a white woman. I'm going to get me another woman. And I know people frown upon that, but we have a different option. I don't really believe that women in general, it's not just about black women, really have the option to go to other races like they quote unquote say they do.
The average black woman doesn't, but a lot of other women do. That's what I'm saying. They're feeling, a lot of, it's not, they can't just go to those other races. Those guys got to be checking for them. Is she going to get a middle class white man who's a bus driver and feel better about it? She wants to hire the guy's got, typically the white guy who wants a black woman, he picks out the finest chick he can find. If he has his shit together, right? So when we see them mixing, they try to get some fine ass women, right? If you ain't fine, they ain't checking for you. You think the Asian guy is really checking for the average black woman? Or the white guy, they ain't checking for the average black woman. There's not. The Hispanic dude, I don't think so. They have those couplings, but they're not checking for them on a regular basis, especially if they have means, right? Most people stay within their race.
I think one thing we have to be honest, money typically add values to a man.
Yeah, it does.
And money typically don't add value to women, right? Because let me tell you how, if women want money to start adding value to men, start giving a paycheck to the man. Then he will start considering, you know what? I'm gonna take this chick and all the other things that comes with her. Because that was one thing that caught me off guard, is when me and my wife got together, she was like, hey, I'm just gonna give you my check, because that's what men run things according to what I was told. And I was so cut off guard. I was like, okay, you telling me you gonna trust me to pay these bills? You gonna trust me this, that, and third? She said, these are the things that I like. Can you please make sure that I have this type of money to do those things? Like, she gave me full trust. And I think that's the only way money is going to start mattering to men, if they have control of it.
I think when women get money, it gives them an inflated sense of power that they think men is going to be attracted to. We don't give, like you said, we don't give a damn about your pockets. Men really don't. That's why I'm thinking, like, are these type of women competing with the men that don't want them and trying to be better than the men that don't want them? You feel me?
Yeah, but House, let me ask you a question before Aaron go. House, let me ask you this real question. If you got with a woman And she was like, hey, and I'm not talking about dating boyfriend and girlfriend. Say y'all was getting married. I know you might not want to get married. And she was like, hey, I'm going to turn this paycheck over to you to make sure that you make things happen. Would money matter to you more about how much money she was bringing in?
Nah, it wouldn't matter. It would be
I,
a different. It would be a different a set of like responsibility if it's more money. Now I got to be more responsible with my wife handing over something she worked hard for, even any kind of amount. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, we getting married. That means I already knew she already had money. But like in the beginning stages, oh she like, oh y'all own 30 properties. I'm gonna be thinking, bitch, how you really thinking? You know what I'm saying? How much control do you want within this relationship? Because that's all it is. When women get money, they want to do the things that men do, especially if you don't got the same amount.
I think you'll change the total way you think. And I don't know you. Remember, I just know you on the panel. But I'm just telling you, if a woman was to be able to be giving you money financially, what she say matters. I get that you might say, oh no, I'm still gonna be this guy. But no, what I'm telling you, it changes everything.
Well, let me. Can I answer this too? Let me. Whether she gave me money or not, what she says is going to matter in a marriage, right? You got to consider what your wife says in a marriage. But let me. Here's the way I look at it, because my wife worked when we first got married, and I pretty much had control of the money. But I never let my mind think that her money mattered from the standpoint of, is it going to save us in a pinch? We lived at the level of my salary. Everything she had, I considered gravy. So if it went away, we could still move the way we wanted to move. And that was a mindset. I appreciated the fact that she had money and a little bit of money, but I never lived up to that extra little bit of money. I said, here's where we are.
I'm not saying to pay. I'm not saying to pay bills. I think it's secret.
I'm not saying paying bills. I'm just saying, whether it's investments, whether it's how we move.
Your money matters for investments.
I didn't say our money didn't matter. I didn't say it didn't matter.
Let's not do that.
No, but Aaron, just give me it. So say we took our paying method, right? We say, hey, all my money is going to the event, and my wife is bringing in, let's say 40,000, because that's the average woman. She's bringing in 40,000, and I'm investing $40,000 into the marketplace, especially 10 years ago. Her investment is going to have compounding interest. That 40,000 is going to be that 40,000 is going to be worth 200,000 in 10 years. So that's the point that I'm saying is money does matter to our overall.
I agree. I just want to say, listen to this stuff. The way women say these things, it's crazy, right? Because I know that I'm just going by how women are confused. Women are always confused by these two things. So I'm gonna try my best to clarify. Women think if you sleep with a high value man or a man with a lot of money, that now your SMV has changed. Oh, I get these type of men. These are the type of men I attract, right? So men, we don't assume the exact opposite. What we assume is this: you say you want a man that make money, right? But we see you sleeping with guys that make 30 and 40,000. We assume that's what you want. You see what I mean? Like, it's fair for us to assume that's what you want if you're doing that, because otherwise, why would you do it? If you're telling me I 100,000, I need 150, I see you with 40,000, I'm gonna be like, oh, she probably want 40,000 then.
But that's a bad argument, Aaron. It's a really bad argument. I might tell you why. That's almost like a woman on the flip side saying, I see you sleeping with these hoes. So I'm assuming, listen. Like, just because somebody's doing something, we can't assume.
No. Here's the problem, right? And this is where society went downhill, right? Because I already knew you was gonna say that, right? Can't tell if that's you, bro. But men and women are not the same. Let's be clear. The things that we want are not the same as the things that they want. Back in the day, men were getting married to these women. Why? Because women stay true to their own principles and morals. They didn't say, well, Bobby and Jack down the street, they sleep with the whole neighborhood. It's my turn to do it. They said, wrong is wrong. I'm not doing it, even if those men do it. That's not the same environment we're in. If you do it, I'm doing it. Yo lick, men do it too. They no longer have their own core principles of what a woman is. It's whatever the men are doing, because they're the leaders, we get to copy them. So it's not the same. We're not in the same environments. They don't have a moral ground to argue that. So that's the problem. If they were on a moral ground that says, look, I stand on this regardless of what other people are doing, I'm not doing what men are doing, I would accept that answer. They're not doing that. So they don't have that same moral argument, but they're also the ones saying, why are men doing this? If you're going to ask why are men doing this, you cannot then do it too. It does not make sense. Like, you can't ask why are men doing this and at the same breath do it too.
Well, so let me get this idea. So you said whatever a woman sleep with, right? Let's go back to your original point. That is what men should assume. That's what she want.
No, okay. So if women are telling you, I deal with these type of men, I deal with men with money, this is what I get, and you only see them with men that don't have money, we're logical. So okay, you want this, because I'm going to presume your actions are indicative of what you want. Otherwise, why would it matter?
On the flip side of that, if a man is on YouTube saying, I am looking for a wife, and only thing the woman only see him with hoes, is it safe for her to assume that
No.
That's what I don't
I
understand about the mindset.
Like, no, I understand your question, because if I ask something, I know where you're going to go with the counter. That's not the point. If that's the case, where are those men? Where are these men at? That women want to marry, and he messing with 304s, and they're like, I want to marry him. That's not true. Those are not the men that they're looking to marry. They don't want to marry none of those guys that they actively sleeping with all the 304s and go, I want to marry him. It's not true. It's not happening.
So this is the thing is, I think women have to be very mindful who they're seeing with, right? So if you're right, I agree that if a woman is out, if she's out in public, if she's showboating a dude that's making 30,000, but on her Instagram she says she's looking for somebody that's making 150,000, you know, most men is not gonna be with her because he's gonna think that man is beneath him. I know everybody think people equal, but he gonna be like, if he can get her, I don't want her. That's how a lot of men with money think, right? They typically want something other people can't get, or somebody or taking something that their superior have, you know. Because so I get what you're saying, but I don't think that men or women are thinking that detail when it comes down to relationship. I think people see something that they're sexually attracted to, and that's what they pursue. I don't think they go into details like, let me look up her ex-boyfriend. Let me see. Let me go to his job site.
That's why I said that's not true. Men are not on the with thoughts and 304s and then saying, I'm actively looking to get for wives. Where the wives at? Women are not seeing those guys that they see running around with those chicks and go, I want him. They're not doing that.
But I'm just saying, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not in the game. Let me ask House. House, are you looking at her ex-boyfriend and just knowing how much money he made? Oh, he looked like he make about 40,000. Like I don't think men are looking at women exes and say,
yeah, but I don't think I ever seen any of the women past relationships or shit like that. I don't even be dealing with that shit, bro.
So
These women be lying anyway. I want a nigga with money. No, I'm broke as hell, fucking this bitch on the ass mattress. They be lying, bro.
So
Eric,
what's the point you're making? Because I'm trying to understand. I understand that you're saying we don't go and check how much their ex used to make, but you're presumably that we would assume that they was making 150 and now she coming down to 60. Like,
typically what the point that I'm saying is, typically men are not dating women that they know their ex. Like, most men don't know the girl's ex. So this idea that she's with a man that's making 30,000, we wouldn't even know, because we typically men don't move in the same pool like that. Like, if I know a whole bunch of your exes, I don't want you.
No, I get that. Okay, real quick, let me just run through these super chats. Grizz Tree says gratitude is all that matters, and she can get 100 from me. He basically saying if a woman is grateful, which I've always talked about the grateful aspect, which rarely ever happens, she can get that whole 100 out of him. Not from me. 70-30. Sir James Brown says, Aaron, we in California. Women are a dime a dozen, all races, laughing out loud. Men can choose what they want. Not everybody's in California. And to be honest with you, a lot of these guys in the South with an F, they're in a whole bunch of different locations. They don't have the same experience because people are not as as mixed together as they are when it comes to places like this. So it's a little bit different. Florida D Explorer, appreciate you. D Explorer. And Dig Beak NRG says some black women do have other options. The thing is, they have to put in the work, i.e., attitude and weight. Black women stay with black men because there's no standard to uphold, meaning we can't hold them to a standard. They can be as heavy as they want. It's not working though. It's not working. And that white guy that came on the scene the other day said because they too heavy. That's what he said. Don't kill me. He said they too heavy.
I think the black women are feeling cornered as well, though, because black men are starting to have more standards as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, especially as they achieve, as black men start to achieve, which we are.
That's a good point. That's a good point. They are. But let me play this video.
Well, that plays into the entire discussion of what you just said, Aaron. So men are already judging you. So the women judge their ability to get men off the men that they can sleep with, so they think they can get dudes. But these same dudes that are knocking them down raw won't marry them. It's like, whoa, lady, I got an image to uphold. I ain't about to marry your fat ass. Like, dudes, literally judge by the ring. That's why every ethnic group, every group on earth will look at the women and their value by saying, okay, you slept with him, but can you get him to put a ring on your finger? And if you can't, then you ain't shit. Like, that's really how we
gonna get into that marriage thing in just a moment, because I have a whole different perspective now that my brain's been thinking a lot. But I'm gonna play this video real quick just so you can get this guy's thought on it.
Here's the thing, right? The man capping, the man lying. I'm gonna sit there and say on this show today, the men are lying about the 50-50. Because you show me a man right now today that's working. I ain't talking about the guy that got that paper. Okay. But I'm talking about the guy that's out there working and got a wife and kids at home. If you handling it all by yourself, bruh, why your wife working? So I don't want to look at none of them comments of Auntie Gabby or Uncle Wade and see either one of y'all that got a 9-to-5 job and your wife out there working, talking about you don't believe in that 50-50 stuff because you're lying.
So his argument is that people out here capping, these men is believing that 50-50 stuff. It's all capped because if they had the money for the household, they women wouldn't even be working. What do you think about that?
So, damn, it's such a multi-sided conversation. On one end, so you have to have the conversation in different dimensions, because culturally, these Mexicans can do anything on one income, or the men only working, right? But then let's take it to the realm of black people. What the hell these women going to school for if they're not working? Remember, the issue is that men didn't send these women to work. And really, I'm telling you right now, I've asked, no man sends his woman to work. They want to work. It was all a part of the equality narrative that they fought for. Mm-hmm. So no man is out here saying you gonna work and you gonna contribute to the household, because the real question is, what woman is willing to live under what the average man can provide? All modern women are gonna say, I'm not. So we can live in one apartment, have let me take it back to when I was like 27, making $55,000. I ain't got no problem telling y'all the first salary I was offered in Houston and moved me here was $55,000, University of Texas Health Science Center. I was a researcher. Okay, if you want to live in the apartment with me that I had, you could do that. If you want to drive my car and we have one car and one car insurance and I put food in the fridge, we can do that on my salary. But is the average woman willing to do that shit? No.
So hold on, Aaron. What he said can be true, but I've been talking to a lot of married people lately, and I have been revealed a whole new reality. And you know what the new reality is? A lot of married women don't want to stay home because they don't want to be a mother and they don't want to take care of their kids.
I've been hearing that for a long time.
So I've been sitting back listening, and I was like, the bills are paid, this, that, and third. Why are you so antsy to get out the house? Or why are you so antsy to go this? It's because she really is miserable being home with her own kids that came out of her body. And so, men are saying, hey, if you gonna be happy, well, if you're gonna be happy, go back to work. I'm not about to deal with your attitude just because you don't want to be with the kids.
But that's the problem. Why it doesn't have to be 8 or 80? Get a fucking part time that she works 3 hours or 4 a day, so she can distract herself a little bit, and she can have both of both worlds. She doesn't get tired of being at home. She doesn't get tired of going to work. That's actually why this place for me is like a very interesting space where either women are totally submissive and they're like, oh my God, you are the leader, or they are total 50-50 and they resent that role. We see like what happened with Caribbean Union just this week. We didn't want talking about that shit. They want guys that have power just so they can wrestle the power out of them immediately. They are not okay with nothing. They are not going to be okay with nothing. Go ahead.
But Fatty, you got to look at the problem with women working part time. They can't compete part time. If I'm full
They don't
time,
have to. They don't have to.
it's
for
not
them,
just about
for you.
working.
No, it's for them. It's not because of the money. It's for you to sustain a equilibrium where she actually has a little bit of enjoyment about what she's doing. Like she can take care of her kids, still be in their lives, but she still feels like she's contributing with something. When you usually put women on one end or on the other opposite end, they will either resent you because you don't let them work, or they're going to resent you because you're letting them work too much. Right?
Well,
so we have to find an equilibrium and actually they can handle them.
Women are on some monkey see, monkey do type stuff. Is it so to say a woman wants to work because E-Man hit it on the nail on the head. Women do not want to stay home and do that motherly role. They are all lying. None of them can actually stand their own kids. The pandemic exposed them. It exposed them. They couldn't do it well. They didn't want to. They were complaining about schools not being open and who they could pawn their kids off to. So the part-time gig doesn't work because, like I said, monkey see, monkey do. They all want to be that woman with the degree that's bossing up. They literally get a degree just to take pictures on graduation day, and then they don't want to do shit after that.
But this is the reason why I said I never let my mind wrap around my wife working, because women are fickle, man. They change. So when we didn't have any children, she had a degree, she worked, and she was making that $40,000 a year. And so, but once the kids started and the pressure started to mount, I said, you need to leave the job, right? Because she couldn't handle both and the kids. So that's what happened. Now she got a little part-time job later on once the kids went to, first grade or kindergarten. And because she worked for the church, it's a labor of love. So we have flexible hours. So the kids always have somebody around. So she had enough time where she's not with the kids because they're a little older. And that's how it worked out. But I never let my mind say, gosh, I need her.
Pain. The women today, listen, we got to understand that there are choices and trade-offs in everything. Modern women are terrible mothers. You had a woman that basically enjoyed and wanted to lean into motherhood. These women only have children. Like everything is a bucket list check off. I got a son. Yeah. I get to take pictures on Sunday. I got a daughter. Yeah. I check that off. I got a baby daddy paying me money. Everybody. Yeah. It's everything. The modern women are the worst mothers in history. And this is actually statistically true. They abuse children the most. They do all that type. So,
but that's out there. But Mike, that's out there looking at men too. It's bucket list.
Yep.
It's time to get my status. It's time to get my wedding. They look at kids. Again, good woman. This is not about you, right? But these women, they are looking at shit like status. They go to college. Why? Because they want the diploma and they want the graduation. They do the baby shower because they want everybody around them looking at them. They do the gender reveal because they do the photo shoots. Look at my belly, me naked with an awesome body. And they do it because it's all a checklist, all of it from the beginning to the end. And that's why most of them are miserable. Because we as men, we kind of understand, I'm going to get that shit. And as soon as I get the shit, I need to understand that this is not going to make me or break me, because I'm going to look for the next new thing that is actually not saying long term, but at least on medium term, like it's going to be something that I want to acknowledge. When it comes to women, like they are addicted to dopamine hits. I want it now, tomorrow I'm sad. I want next thing on the next day, I'm going to be sad. That's why these women on the do you seen the amount of women that came to my house during the quarantine just because they were bored out of their goddamn mind
Yep.
for nothing. And I'm not qualified. But that's the thing. I'm qualified to bend you and for you to call me daddy.
But
I'm
Fatty,
qualified for you. I'm qualified for you to try to get kids out of me when I don't want to have kids with you. But I'm not qualified to get married. It's all about control. They control the kids. They control the men that they have sex to. They don't control the husband. So they rather have both of them first because there's something they can control. Because if you put the husband there, now she has to wrestle for power, and that's what modern women are addicted to.
So, but Fatty, this is why it's so important. So I tell especially young men this: you need to have small weddings and big anniversaries. You should reward that woman to get to 5 years. You should reward that woman to get to 10 years.
Very interesting.
Yeah, so it's so many men they put it all up in the wedding, and the wedding is not that's not the end. That's the beginning of the journey. So you should invest as less as possible and reward that woman. She should start with a cheap ring. At 5 years, she should get a bigger ring because you should reward your wife because most people don't make it to 5. At 10, it should be better. At 20, and then she contribute to what the benefit she's getting out of that. So I just think our mindset is wrong, and a lot of men let women manipulate them and they get all of it before they invest anything in the relationship.
Well, it's not even manipulation. It's like societal norms, bro. Like men think they're supposed to be doing all this stuff.
Absolutely. The Disney movie ends when?
Yep. They watch the same movie.
When they get married and it's over. Nobody knows what happens afterwards. Nobody. It literally finishes when they get married, get happy.
You know what's crazy is that I was really waiting for either man to say something that I could disagree with.
Either man is on point.
Tonight, man, you really been kicking some facts. I gotta give it to you.
He's getting better.
I usually look at you as the person least qualified to talk about relationships with women, but tonight you said a bunch of things, man, that I think is really dope. I'm definitely gonna timestamp this and send it to my daughter. And honestly, I think the way that this whole 50-50 thing really, the way that you gotta look at it is that we act like people getting together when they 12, bro. Like we are adults getting together. So I meet you, you meet me. By the time we meet each other, we in our 20s, we already got plans. We already got stuff going already. I got a job or career, whatever I chose already. You got a job, career, whatever you chose already. And until the kids start coming, you know, nobody don't really want to just sit around. You want to be doing something anyway. So, you know, the whole 50-50 talk really, I think that's for people when they trying to make it seem like you're dating and you're dating with the intentions to be a housewife, right? Or you're dating and you're dating with the intentions to have a housewife. And so then it's like, okay, do I want to do 50-50 if that's what I'm looking for? Because outside of that, historically, black men and black women have always worked. The percentage of black women that work has always been greater than the percentage that doesn't. Right now, we're at 40%. So out of 100% of adult black women, 40% don't work.
But
so
don't
probably chalk maybe, I wouldn't say no more than 20%, but it may actually be less than 20%. But you can chalk about 20% of that up to housewives, right? Because only 25% of them are married. So that's what I'm saying.
Don't you think that one premise that you're saying is wrong?
What?
Average age of marriage is 29. This is my country. I can talk about American people. When you say, "Oh, but both people have lives and they build something," that's the biggest bullshit I ever saw in my life, bro. This 30-year-old woman, on my country at least, they are bums. No money, debt, no car paid, no house bought. They don't have careers. They have jobs. They are bums. They're like, and they stubborn about being bums. Hey, don't worry, bro. I'm doing good. I'm actually going to help you. Oh, and I'm not going to be your slave. I'm trying to help you. Like it's not even about our coach is like, right? You are a good shooter. Stay on the corner. I'll pass you the ball 7 times a week, and you're going to score your points. But no, they want to pick up the ball at midcourt, put it behind their legs, and like come up. Like it's not going to happen.
But see,
Right?
okay, so I'll concede to your point to this perspective, right? That they
Yes.
mostly have jobs. But again, if you want to use the numbers say the average black woman gets married at around 29, 30. The numbers also say that the average black woman has her first kid at 22. So by that standard alone, they're at least working a job, is all I'm saying. So they already working.
Isn't that negative? Having a job, having the average age of the black woman getting a kid being 7 years before she gets married, is that actually baggage for the man that she actually wants to get?
Yeah, I mean it is. I mean it is, but I'm just saying, like the only point that I was trying to make is that usually, we could just talk about marriage, I guess. Usually, right, that black woman is going to be coming with a kid. She's going to be working. She's going to have a place for her and her kid. She's probably going to have a car. No, she ain't got no business having, but she's probably going to have a car. She's going to have some things going. More than likely, it's not going to be a situation where she's going to meet a guy who's going to say, okay, I met you yesterday. I love you to death, and you don't have to work no more for the rest of your life. The 50-50 thing just kind of happens.
Absolutely. But I'm not against the 50-50 if you are competent. Let me repeat. Not against the 50-50 if you are competent. If you actually are competent enough to make me think, damn, I shouldn't be driving all the way. Hey, if you are competent, it's fine. The thing is, they confuse accomplishments with competence. Your accomplishments are on the corporate world and are on the academic world when you go to the classroom and says, yes, teacher, no teacher, yes, sir, no, sir. They literally follow rules from their teachers and their bosses, and they're actually good at that. So we kind of know they can follow rules. But then when it comes to personal relationships, they are that. Like they become the brilliant, the people that had better grades on my classes was always women, and they were the dumbest at relationships. The dumbest. I was like, how are you so smart? How are you on this work? I see you organize shit, then manage people on the other, and then the guy is beating you, and you, oh my God, I don't know, Fanny, what I'm going to do. What the? Like, why?
But Joe Bean says something though that makes here's the difference. Black women have always worked for the most part in marriage when we were getting married. The only difference now is that their expectations for that work has become fairy tale, right? Their expectations of marriage and the value that they should bring to they bring to the marriage has gotten skewed into this feminist bullcrap, right? For example, they're looking for men to pay for everything. But, in the black community, men always had to kind of rely, depending on, because most men were like middle class before we started breaking out. So you had to have your wife did odd jobs. She made ends meet. And so now they all want a guy to be able to take care of them, whether they're a 3 or a 10. They want somebody to take care of them, and it's not realistic, right? So when they work, it seems to them that they're being paid a disservice because they have to work.
Well,
and that's a mistake. And that's not for a lot of women, not all of them, but that's a mistake.
So I think a big error that men do, and this is just my opinion, is they let a woman spend her money. They say, since I'm taking care of you, you have full rights to spend your money however you want.
That was stupid.
I don't do
it's
that.
not wise. It is not.
It's not wise.
So you know what that is though? That is the ego. So this is the disheartening thing about this 50-50 conversation. It's a black conversation.
Right.
Dude, when the last time you heard a white couple talking about 50-50, an Asian couple talking about 50? We're the only idiots that keep doing this shit over and over. Yeah. Literally, because we keep saying black men and women have always worked. What about the lady in the Chinese restaurant that literally does the same job at the cash register for 25 years? The lady at my neighborhood carryout is still the same lady there. Her children were raised on that little table doing their homework at night. We don't really realize that nobody else is talking about 50-50 because money comes in to be spent and to enrich the lives of the family unit. But yet we're talking about who should pay for stuff.
But Mike, that's the problem with the 50-50 conversation. There's two 50-50 conversations. 50-50 about responsibilities and 50-50 about power. Asian women are not wrestling the 50. Even if they work 50 percent of the hours, they are not telling, I want 50% of the power now.
That
The
is
black
actually
woman
what it is.
conversation is about power. It's about control.
No. So that is where black women get actually caught.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
all of this 50-50 is about their ability to negotiate gender roles. That's all they
Absolutely.
want to do. They want to be
Absolutely.
able to say, can you wash dishes? Can you do that's all this shit is about. And like, I don't give a damn. They want to be able to negotiate their gender role down to the point where they do very little of what is expected of a woman.
Hey, look, real quick. You know what I did earlier today? So I was sitting around and I was like, man, I want to watch something old. And I started going through the free TV apps. And the Jetsons popped up, right? So I turned on the Jetsons. The very first episode, I actually started paying attention to this. I never paid attention to it as a kid. So when it comes on, you see the kids is getting up, they going to school. The daughter go to school, the son go to school. George tries to hand Jane like $1 or something out the wallet. She snatched the whole wallet and leave him with the $1, right? And then in the very next shot, you see her flying down to the shopping center. So, and then he goes to work and sits at his desk. So the kids at school, he at work, and you out shopping. That's your life, right? So then the very first episode, it comes on, she comes in, and there's a guy on there say, okay, let's do our index finger exercises. I cannot make this shit up. If you think I'm playing, go watch it. So this was her exercise for the day. Like 2 minutes of doing this shit, right? Because her whole job was just to press buttons. So she could press the button and make breakfast for her son, press button to make breakfast for her daughter, press the button to eject her husband out of bed so he can go to work. And then after that, her whole day is to herself, right? So I'm saying this has been in the works for a long time is the way I'm looking at this, right? This mentality that to make life as easy and as simply as it can possibly be for women as some sort of payment for them having the children, I guess. That's the only thing I can see.
So
some sort of payment for them having the children is
But
that
I would challenge.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Look, the machine breaks down in the very first episode. And then that's when they got the robot made. Y'all know they got the robot made, right? So still she don't have to do anything. So this is what I'm saying. Like, kids gone, husband gone, maid doing everything, and you just got your whole day to do whatever you want to do. I think literally this is what black women really want. There was one girl I seen on Fresh and Fit who said specifically that that's what she wanted. That's how her life is set up right now. And they asked her, they said, if your husband said to you, look, I don't want to have to keep paying nobody to come in here and clean up and cook and all this other stuff, just get rid of that and you can do it. She said, I will suck his dick and change his mind.
But they
cannot make this up. That's exactly what she said.
But that's the problem. They would be miserable in 1 month. In like, for example, in Europe we have something that is mandated. You have to stay 30 days at home resting. So you can have like a refresher, you can go to work, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody is dying for those 30 days. Oh my God, it's August, I'm going to the beach, I'm going to Milan, I'm going to this, I'm going to that. They spend their first 10 days on vacationing, and then they're looking at the ceiling, eating themselves, could you want to go back to work because that life is unfulfilling. You live like as long like that's the thing, right? I think people work too much to the point where they don't have time to experience actually think about their life. If I give you tomorrow $2 million and I'll tell you you can work for the rest of your life, I will assume that in 1 year, when you actually are used to the money, the cars, you are going to be so fucking miserable. You are going to wish to take me out of my money so I can at least do something with my time. Because if the man is saying no, if I take your job out of you, you are going to be miserable, bro. Like most
you ain't got nothing to do. Hell
you have nothing to do. You are going to have nothing to do.
You literally just explained me going back.
Guys. I want to get into the point of this conversation. I know you got because
you gotta let me respond to Fatty.
No, you are miserable now.
Because look,
listen, most people go back to work
first of all because they're broke. or they don't have funds. Listen, I get if you think you're gonna have $5 million in the bank and your whole desire is gonna be going back to work, you're lying to yourself. I'm telling you, especially if you're around wealthy people. Yeah, I know wealthy people, they golfing, they jet skiing, they got their own product.
And they still work until 75.
No,
that's my point. No, wealthy people are the artists. They work 16 hours a day. Look, when my father retired, he was like foaming at the mouth. I need to do something. I need to fix something. He would fix chairs that didn't need fixing. He would fix windows that are okay. Like he was trying to get something just to be productive.
I don't think they work. They find purpose. Like
no, but
I'm not saying that I wouldn't want to be a basketball coach for a youth league or football. I would still have something to do. I'm not gonna just sit around. But you telling me a job? Nah, I'll find something other than a job to do. The money will take care of.
So that's work, and that's the thing. And back in, because everyone wants to move with the show. Men actually understand this. I want to slow down. I'm not going to stop. I want to keep going and going. Women don't understand that.
We don't talk about is a lot of those women typically they volunteer a lot all throughout the year. They always volunteer. You do, hey, go do this. What you doing? I'm running the after school programs. I'm picking the kids up, taking them to the games. Like they're always doing something because those women understand how to manage the void and time that they have. So they know I'm going to be doing something because they need to do something. So we all understand the smart women do that. And we know it's not a lot of those that know how to do that. They just say, F these kids, I'm going back to work because women like the structure of it, right? And I know you guys can all break that down, but let's get into the real point of this stream today, right? So how many of y'all believe that men control access to marriage?
I do.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
I do.
How many do men control access to marriage?
Absolutely.
I want a 1 if it's yes and no 1 if it's no.
Let me put my church finger up. Put your church finger up if you agree. I got my church finger.
Okay.
They don't.
Interesting. So, right, that's the common phrase that's used. Women controls access to sex, men control access to marriage, right? Now, I'm not going to lie. I kind of think it's true. But here's the different kicker, right? They have access, but women have full control.
Absolutely.
Of both. And I'm going to show you
I agree.
Why. I'm going to highlight it. I got multiple. You know me. I always come prepared. It's me. I want to say Mario. It's me, Mario, because it's interesting. But I just want to show you this one particular clip that I'm going to show you that's going to highlight that point. But it's such an interesting thing, right? And this is for Cheeky. Me and Cheeky always talk about this. This is for him, just for him. But I got 2 videos, but I'm only going to play one just for y'all.
Can everybody on the panel say fuck Cheeky?
No, they cannot talk about Cheeky like that. You know that. You know they cannot talk about Cheeky like that over here. But this is an interesting video. I want you guys to listen clearly.
If we start dating, and I don't believe in marriage anymore, what the fuck you telling me? All right, so it's right now.
If you like me, and we dating for 2-3 years, I don't get married, you're not gonna marry me.
And I said I don't want to be married. Everybody's different.
Josh,
I'm already married.
I want to get married and have a family with you. We're getting married. Why do you think that's your saying?
Because it's me.
No, it's not.
Then we're not getting married. It's not going to be me anymore.
Oh, God. We're going to W. I'm going to promote you guys to W for everybody. Sorry, guys.
All right, and eventually that will happen. Because I said I don't want to get married.
No, that's not crazy. That's not crazy to you.
How's it not crazy?
If I'm doing everything I have to do, I'm not married. I want to get married.
You said you're doing everything. I gotta see. You say this one just like the nigga before his phone. And the same nigga gave me a false dream too. So what? Yes. Just like you say, oh, I'm married. I'm gonna do everything for you. No.
No more. No mas. Right? In that particular clip, you heard him say, if I want to marry you, you gonna marry me? She said, no. No. Okay. I don't care if you, why you think it's your choice? No. She said, no. Now, look how crazy this is, right? Because I can see the access part, right? I can see the access part, but men have no control. And that's the issue that men have, right?
You're wrong, Aaron.
You're wrong. Hold on. Because listen, you better be careful with this particular one because I might sound wrong, but I am far from Wrong.
Uh,
Far from it.
So, Aaron, I want to say
No,
this.
let him finish. You finished?
He was finished.
No, I'm not finished, but I'm gonna let you hang yourself in the process.
So wait a minute. No, wait a minute, E. I had it first. If okay, go ahead, man.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You got to go ahead.
Listen. I put a whole piece out on that women control access to sex, which is true, and men control access to marriage. And it doesn't matter whether the woman says yes or no. Unless we ask, they're not getting married. So that's the access. So no. When I ask a woman to marry me, you have to consider that she might say no. Right? So that doesn't mean you concede. That doesn't mean you concede control.
Oh, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
I'm gonna show you where the control is.
No.
I'm not gonna hang myself how you hanging yourself.
Hold on,
now.
wait.
No.
I want to take a different approach.
Man walking. Go ahead.
I want to take
no. You ain't gonna beat me on that one.
Hold on. I don't want to take his approach. I want to take a different approach. Okay, so let me tell you the approach that I want to take. I believe a woman cannot force a man to get married, and a man cannot force a woman to get married. I think both sides of the party actually have some kind of control, right? Because we hear women all the time say, "Hey, I want to get married. I want to get married." And you know what? They stay in the boyfriend and girlfriend. They never get moved forward, and vice versa. We see a situation like this. So what I am going to say is that it all depends. The least desperate person actually control the access to the marriage.
Oh no. No. Anybody else want to say something before I get to cooking? Anybody want to say anything before I get to cooking?
Man, this these old traditional ass wannabe ass. I don't get this. It's like, God dang, bro. These old people just don't learn. Let their wife divorce them today. They're gonna be hurting like ass.
What does that have to do with asking? What does that have to do with?
Chiqui's right. If a man go through divorce, he's going to be hurt. I'm not knocking that. Yes, you should, especially if it's somebody you spend 15, 20 years of your life with. You should be hurt.
Let me ask you this: who got the power, the hostage or the person that holds the hostage?
You guys are tripping, man.
It depends on how you look at it. Depends on how you look at it. If the hostage don't give a fuck about losing their life, then the hostage will have the power.
Then the question.
No, wait, hold on. I'm gonna just deliver shot after shot. Let me give you an example, right? See, this is why men are really realizing this. And the smart ones kind of know, and the other smart ones don't know, right? Women control the marriage. See, the access part, we could argue, yeah, men get the access, but I could argue it. A woman could ask, hey, will you marry me too? The same propose, like men propose the option. So men give an option out there. The same option in which a woman could also, but she doesn't traditionally do that, but she has the ability to. Now, here's where the power dynamics shift. Men don't have the power dynamics of the marriage, meaning typically a woman is going to marry a man that makes more money than her. That's just factually, right? So we know the odds of her paying alimony is 0 to none because she strategically married a man that makes more money than her, right? And she can say no. So she can say no. And if she does get married, you're in the financial hardship position because most men don't walk away from relationships traditionally. Most men don't. So they're going to most likely, the woman is going to be the one to determine if it's going to end. So not only do they have to, you can say, hey, would you please marry, which is the option y'all call access, fine. But when it comes to control, she's going to marry a man that makes more money than her. And if the marriage is to dissolve, it's going to be 90% of the time her decision because they're walking away 80 to 90% of the time.
Let me tell you why you're wrong, Aaron.
Okay,
if this was the case, black women would be married at 80%. The problem is they can't get married, and
they don't want to. They don't want to.
Let me land. Let me land. I got you guys. So what I'm saying is, for you to have control, we use this word control, that means that I can do it when I want to. Like when I can. So the idea that they can't, They
Yes,
can't just go out.
They can.
You literally hear women say all the time, if I want to get married, I can go find a guy to marry me tomorrow.
Let me add this. Let me add this.
You let me land, Aaron. Go
So
ahead.
let me
Trent.
add this because that video is actually very deceiving. Two things were happening in reverse. First off, what that dude did, his approach was very unusual. I've never heard in my life. So if I wanted to get married and we don't usually see it. We see it in reverse. We see the man being super, whatever about it, and the woman pushing for it. So that video was very unusual. And
we're in different times now.
But you're doing one thing wrong though. You're taking women at their word. Let that dude act like he don't give a fuck about marriage for 3 years, and all of that woman's friends are getting married. And she's been a bridesmaid for 3 times. This is what women want. That's why we control it.
No.
We don't hold hands.
No, they don't.
I want to be a husband when I grow older. We do it when
because the woman
at a point. There's got to be a point where y'all start paying attention to the words and the actions. Women do not want to be married. Like that's very clear.
That's not the question.
It's very clear. It's very clear and it's very evident. They don't see benefit in marriage. They tell you they don't see benefit in marriage. They don't want to be married. They want to get money. They want other things. Like so, you sitting here trying to you can't hang something over somebody's head if they don't want it. If you sit here and say, I won't do whatever, something I dislike, and I go, great, I don't want it no way. What does it matter? You can't sit here and be like, well, that's why women not getting married. And women response is, you know what? I don't care to be married.
Yeah,
you know what they see? You know what they see marriage? Do you know? They see marriage as? They see marriage as a slavery contract.
It's a burden.
To where this person.
But Chicken, we can also argue that young men don't want to get married today.
But actually, that's a lie. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. Men are starving for fucking the thing. They are starving for a woman.
We hungry out here, nigga. We starving.
Stop.
Hey, look. This
is the problem with. I got you, Sean. I'm sorry. This is the problem with talking about reality, bro. Flora, if she wanted to get married in 6 months, she would. She would pick a target. She will tell exactly what she wants to hear because she knows what's up.
No, she wouldn't.
She would get married if she actually did it. You guys that are married, you forget the point that your wife was pressuring you for 7 months. Try to say, hey, like you guys are not being the one saying actively, I'm not going to propose to you. You guys. Push it with the belly, push it with the belly, and when you see no way out, now you give the proof of love to the woman. Now I'm going to marry this woman. The problem with this woman is very easy. Let me finish my point. The problem with this woman is very simple to understand. They are all or nothing, and if they can't get the all, they choose the nothing. But if they want some, they will definitely get married because you know what they do? They fuck up their 20s. They get 2 kids, and then they choose a sucker at their 30s to marry, so they actually can marry if they want to. Woman that getting run through are getting married. Woman with kids are getting married. So you're telling me that Flora can't get married in 6 months if she wanted to? That's fucking cap. There will be 10 men
exactly
every vagina just to get the fucking ring.
Hello, Patty. So you said as a man you want to be married.
I'm saying, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Either man, I did the vasectomy. I am 0.000 something of the population that is actually willing to take absolute control about my situation, right? But if I talk to my brother that is 9 years younger and to all his friends, they actually don't want to get married. But as soon as they get the girlfriend, as soon as they get the girlfriend that they think is good enough, I think I'm doing.
I want to marry her.
They fall for this shit. So go ahead.
I said,
Aaron, you got to change the question because you guys have moved the goalposts 10,000 miles.
I don't see how it relates to the video. How does what we're talking about right now relate to the video?
Listen. The guy on the video, he doesn't represent the average man. He seemed like a desperate dude. Listen, let me just finish, and y'all could go off on this silly ass tangent you're on. if the question itself is the power, the man has the power to open the door to marriage, but the question itself. So what if the woman has the ability to say no? That doesn't give her control. She can't get married in a traditional sense to any man of means unless he asks her ass to get married. And so if he doesn't ask, listen, how many women get on their knees and ask a man to marry them? And when you see it, it's a cringe situation.
That's not the point.
Hold on. A woman's invitation to marriage like that.
You're confusing two things. You literally just talk about him, the access to the gate, like please come in this gate, and then who run this house. See,
that's a different conversation.
No.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay, let me read the question. Okay.
Yeah, read the question.
This is my question. I posted the stream. Does men's control of access in marriage really matter?
Yes.
That's not the question you just asked, Aaron. Aaron, that is not the question you asked.
Oh my God.
Okay. Wait a minute. I didn't read that question.
Man, y'all wow.
Aaron, okay, Aaron, wait.
That's not what you asked. You asked a different question, Aaron.
What did I ask?
Wait. Hold on. Aaron, let me ask you this question.
No. Hold on. What was the question that I asked?
You said, do men control access to marriage? You
didn't
say
I did not.
Okay, he did. Let's go with the question that's on the screen.
Let's go with that. Even that.
Okay, let's go with the question that's on the screen. And let me do my impersonation.
Mike, why don't you talk shit on the panel? Why in the chat?
Real quick, right? This is my impersonation.
I don't want to hurt your feelings.
Right?
No, you can say it. I clearly don't. I don't
want to hurt your feelings.
I'm trying to hear a podcast. Hold on.
So based off what you're saying right now, if the woman controls the household, but I could kill that bitch.
but do you see how?
Hold on, but do you see how that works? So what does her power? What does her control of the household really means? When at any moment I could just kill the bitch.
Let me answer. Let me answer because most men are not willing to actually exercise that power and women know about it. Let me just say one thing to Mr. Payne, right?
Yes,
again, when we are young guys here on the block, like we actually think about this shit. This is why I admire people on this panel. Most of us are thinkers and come with our own shit, right? Like we say this all the time. There's two ways of having power. There's power in strength. You can manipulate the object, beat up someone, have money, push something, and there's power in weakness. I'm going to cry, I'm going to complain, and someone stronger than me is going to do the job for me. A woman literally has power on weekends because she's going to cry and complain. You're going to say, oh, I want to make my woman happy, so let me propose. She put you there. It's not you that you decided one day to woke up, I am powerful. She put you there by thousand pushes and a little bit here and a little bit there. She's going to push to the point where you think you're actually doing the decision for you, but actually she pushed you on that direction 6 months before you actually proposed. Why are we fighting this? We know this is reality. Hey, Mr. Payne, last time you decided to do a renovation on the kitchen, how many months ago she prepared that shit and she was like,
Hold on, wait. Take a moment.
Stop working.
I'm behind on the super chat, so I just need to catch up real quick. Grizz says Latinas up 30 right now in shooting curry range. I guess he's saying because they in better shape. I don't know if they're in better shape.
Ain't in better
Latinas,
shape.
Asians,
calm down.
Latinas, Asians, and Eastern European women out here taking all the dudes.
There you go, starting trouble. B.O.B. says, Lee, what's up with them deer antlers? You know, Lee be switching it up. He be switching up.
Why B.O.B. is not Bob?
Yeah, that's Bob. That's my guy, Bob. Okay. Yeah, I say B.O.B. B Love says, if women didn't exist, would y'all men care about money and nice cars, body, etc.? We are all fake.
Most of us not.
We don't know. We don't know how to actually answer
most
that.
Of us don't.
Cars, yeah.
No, we really cars. Don't genuinely know because
I was like, maybe not as much pressure, but we like
showers. I don't believe so.
So B-Love says, do any of y'all want to get married besides the married man on the panel? As long as we can marry like Rihanna, the richest women on the planet, yeah, we definitely want to get married. We want the same.
Big facts.
They want the richest men. We want the richest women. JB says, sure, they can probably get married, but not to the men they want. It's not the question or the point. I mean, women are literally complaining about the men not being on their level. Of course not. Of course not. But look, you ain't got to marry somebody that's on your level.
It's the all or nothing approach I was talking
and
about.
listen to them saying
Mhm.
they probably not marrying these guys on their level because they going down according to them. Sway says women denying marriage supersedes the men's pseudo access to marriage. It doesn't matter about a man's access if women don't want to get married. Shaking my head.
Facts. Let me take these out of the
Bro,
party. Let me take how many women come on these panels and say they were engaged 3 times? How many men do that shit?
Thank you.
0. The woman is that. Oh, he proposed to me. I didn't want to. Women are the queens of engagements. How many men actually were engaged and pull it back? Most of them don't. So who actually has access to
But you got to measure it the same. How many men have been with women that they didn't propose to? That's almost the same.
No,
like,
that's
Nah, that's not a good comparison.
If women control the access to marry, Jay Prince would be married.
That's not the argument.
That's not the argument. The argument isn't access.
And again, even Jay Prince, either though he wasn't married, he was willing.
Every single one of those women Fatty talked about got asked to get married. Every one of those engaged women got asked to get, and they turned it down.
Mr. Plain, even the dirty Prince had a situation of cohabitation where he actually was being stepdaddy and living with a woman. Like, he's okay with that. He just doesn't want the wedding. But the situation where he actually cohabitating and being.
Let me tell you why.
Are we going to ignore the elephant in this conversation?
You are the equal.
Let me tell you why it hurts so bad, y'all. Let me tell you why it hurts
Bro,
so bad.
she always.
Yeah, she gonna be quiet. This is why it hurts so bad, Eda, man. Because when we say men control access to marriage and women control access to sex, here's the problem. Women control the power in the marriage, and they control the and they control the power in sex. So, for example, women say, "Yeah, you want to have sex," and you say, "Yeah, sure." And then after sex happened, they're in power. So, whether they're in power of whether they are happy with what happened, I'm not happy with what happened. I feel like he took advantage of me. They're leading in power of that, and after sex, the children, they're in power of that. See, what the marriage thing is, we only in power of here go the gate. Once the gate is entered, no more power dynamics.
That's it. It's over.
Yeah, but that's a different question.
So it's not true. Mr. Payne is not. He's the same thing.
It's not.
Mr. Payne is the same thing as Mr. Payne.
It's a different question.
Look at this.
You said if you would have asked within a marriage who is in control, then we could have a debate. But when you say who controls access,
Mr. Payne,
I'm not talking about access.
Mr.
Okay, so we moved the goalpost. We changed the question.
No. Let's talk
about it. The answer to the question on the screen is yes.
But let's talk about it, Mr. Payne. It's like the NBA saying we control access if LeBron James plays on the NBA or not. Like he's loving like the woman. Like, just because somebody grants you access doesn't mean that first the NBA wants more LeBron James. Then actually LeBron James could come to Europe and make the same amount of money because they're willing to give him the contract. The second thing is,
have you ever been denied entry to a room or building?
Absolutely.
Wait, have you ever been denied access to somewhere?
Absolutely.
At that point, who has control?
The bouncer. But the reality,
are you hanging on to a tree?
No. Listen. But for every nightclub that denies me entrance, there are 70,000 nightclubs that are actually willing to go. No, he's not moving the goalpost. He comes to the fact that women are doing the all or nothing. Either I go to Club Live and I got the enter that bitch, or I'm going home.
Okay.
I don't want to.
So I got. I'm gonna end it on this.
God damn, you niggas don't take a breath. Fuck you niggas. You motherfuckers don't take a breath. God damn, y'all talk so fucking much.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
God damn, niggas. Shit. I'm trying to be fucking patient with my new fucking glasses, but you niggas talk too much.
You just let Baldy talk.
Damn. Shit. So fuck. Damn. So look, I think we're partially having this conversation in a limited fashion. We're talking about it in terms of Black women, it seems like, number one. Well, Black America. And we're also talking about it in terms of America. So I think if we broaden the conversation, then it has to be a more thoughtful conversation, because marriage is looked at differently and handled differently in the Middle East, in Asia, and places that are totally outside of the Black community. So what we're saying, to me, only applies to, truthfully, to the Black community. I think that's what you all are talking about.
We're talking about America specifically, right?
Oh, okay. Okay. So everything else that we're saying, let's just say
everything outside of America.
Oh,
no, we're not
okay.
speaking to
Okay. Because a lot of the shit we saying would be bullshit
I
if
agree.
we
we're
made
speaking
it
to other places that's governed by
okay. Hold on. I'm not finished though.
Go ahead,
Not
Sean.
finished.
Go, Sean.
Okay, so the other thing is, the answer to Aaron's question is yes, it does matter. Men's control of access, but my thing is, I think we want things to be, we like polarity. We want things to be all the way left or all the way right. Either man, I never agree with this nigga, but what he said, it matters, right? If one person asks, the other person has to say yes. You know what I'm saying? But the other thing too, we have to understand the culture. Me being Muslim, like it may be handled differently within my culture, even though I'm a Black American versus y'all. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of things come into play, but yeah, somebody can ask. So yeah, the man asking matters. But if the woman don't say yeah, then it don't matter how many fucking women he asks. So we can't say that one matters and the other one doesn't. And how do we gauge which one matters more? It doesn't matter. One cannot happen without the other. So I don't even understand why we would have to say one or the other.
It's not about one or the other though. That's what I'm trying to. It's not about one or the other. It's about
Go get your milk bottle and put your pajamas on.
who is this? Who's talking?
That's Flora.
Can we please kick her? Somebody send a 20.
No, don't kick me. I'm sorry. I'll be nice.
No, somebody, please somebody send 20. She never has anything to add to the conversation. But
I do, but I get cut off.
But Sean, I don't think we're trying to make a polarity thing more than it is acknowledging the person with actual power.
Yep.
Right? Like, for example, I get what you're saying. There needs to be an acknowledgement of both parties, right? But the nature of men in most cases, whenever they meet a woman that they truly like / love or whatever you want to call it, is they want to give her everything. It's a sacrificial love, right? Which is already putting the man in a disadvantage when it comes to power dynamics. In a very simple set, like, I'll do anything for you, right? I've made this statement before. I've heard plenty of men make promises to their women. I've not heard too many women make promises to their men. And I've heard plenty of women remind the man, you said you was going to do this. You promised me that. I've never heard a man go, you promised me you would do this. Like, again, the dynamic is shifted because men have some type of sacrificial love toward the spouse that they have, which automatically puts them in a higher position.
Cheeky, let me ask you a question. Does women control of access to sex really matter?
Absolutely.
You said this women. Wait, say that again.
Women's control of access to sex really matter?
Does men?
No, he's asking. Control.
Oh, wait.
No,
So
Aaron, he's okay. He's grown. He ain't even in the military. Does women's control of access to sex really matter?
It depends. Legally, illegally, hell no.
It actually matters.
So
okay, I'm gonna wait for you to finish. Oh, hold on, Edie, man. Hold on.
Let me get after you, podcast. Go ahead.
I got you. But Aaron knows what I just did. I don't know if Jiggy does. I just took the question that's on the screen and just flipped it though, basically, right? To prove the point. I get what the point that you all are making, but it's like, let me give it to you on the fat boy side of the game, right? If July 4th, everybody barbecuing, right? It's gonna be a whole bunch of barbecues I can pull up on. But if nobody opens the door and let me in, I'm gonna be a starving ass nigga. Now that's gonna matter if I'm the type of person that wants to eat barbecue. You see what I'm saying? So if you're the type of woman who doesn't want to get married, then no, it's not gonna matter to you. It's not gonna really matter at all that men have access to marriage. But if you're the type of woman who wants to get married, and also when you add in the caveat that you're the type of woman who has a specific type of man in mind that you want to marry, then that access most certainly does matter. Now what you do once you get into the relationship, that's a whole nother story. But at the end of the day, I don't think you can take away like even the example that Fatty used with the bouncers of the club. Like he said, you might not let me in, but it's 70,000 more clubs that will let me in. But they have to let you in. That's the point, which is exactly why
let me get that. Just 1 second, Aaron.
Y'all go
Remember
on
that they
so
will.
long.
Hold on, just 1 second, guys.
By the
Listen.
time you finish,
See what
And
people
kill yourself. Go ahead, Eat Man.
What people don't understand is men have control, access, in control of a marriage until he give up that to a woman. See, a man have to relinquish that power. Listen, a man have to relinquish that power to a woman for her to have it. A woman just can't take the power from her.
Put the kid on her and marry her, and your power is relinquished. The law is on your side. You literally make a decision.
I want to.
How does she make more money than you?
I want to go back to podcast comparison first. So let me tell you this. The facts are, to women, most men are financially unattractive. That plays heavily into why marriage rates are dropping.
Can you specify what financially unattractive really is, Aaron? What that means?
Look here, woman. Don't ruin
She
the
was
show
supposed to be the smart
because you
one.
want to show off. Just sit in the back and try to.
No, I actually have a point to make. You guys complain that I never have any points to make.
Oh,
what
you got
is
a point?
financially
I
unattractive?
will
we would
concede
be
the floor
right.
for you
We
to make
would
your
be
point.
right.
Go ahead.
I'm asking you, can you just can you define financially unattractive a little bit more specifically so we can understand what you're trying to say by that
The
specific
nigga ain't getting the right amount of money for her.
He ain't
That
making
appeals to
So
her.
he's broke. So he
Don't
wants
feed
the
into
woman
that
to
shit,
submit
man.
to him
So
while
you
he's
hold
in
up
poverty.
You hold up the conversation for that.
He doesn't have to be broke. That
All right,
it's
so
a it's
guys,
not-
Wait. Yeah, like she's adding extra.
We're not getting distracted on it. Here go the point, right? Podcast, when he took it back, does their control access to sex really matter? Here's the reason why it's different. The small amount of people that actually get married is minute and small, argumentatively. Everybody, for the most part, is having sex. Larger numbers, way more quantity, right? So it really does matter more in that aspect of women control and marriage, because the amount of people getting married is not even comparable to the amount of people having sex.
But Aaron, why don't you have that same? No, Aaron, why don't you have that same energy? And it's a hope. Hey, Sheldon, I'm talking. Hey, why don't you have that same energy?
Why are you saying it like that?
Why don't you have that same energy? It's a whole bunch of women out there. If I can go out there and find some booty, this is the argument that y'all made for men. If it's a whole bunch of men out there for her to go find marriage, there's a whole bunch of women out there for her to go find.
I disagree that women are sleeping with you guys.
That's not the argument.
I think women aren't even sleeping with you guys that much.
So the point being is this, right? The power dynamics. Women's control and access to sex, they also control the outcome of sex. So they maintain power all throughout. Men do not.
All around. Like
all throughout.
How can a woman control where
they maintain it? They maintain it through access. They maintain it through post when it comes to if the child exists. They maintain it during, because if she wants it to stop, you have to stop. Like everything is literally in the power of the woman. If that woman wants to ruin your life, if that woman wants to ruin your life, she absolutely can, and it's within her right to do so. Not only is she empowered in a very practical sense, but legally she's empowered.
Absolutely.
Like so it's almost like we're trying to ignore. It's almost like we're trying to ignore for the sake of ego or some type of false sense of reality.
For the sake of ego, because you can't fucking.
Aaron, let me ask you a quick question, Aaron.
I can't.
He can't refute anybody. He can only go on a tangent. That's why.
Stop doing ad libs. That shit is trash. You're derailing the conversation. Don't do that.
I'm not derailing him. He just wants to talk. All of you just want to talk.
But like we are not going to hear nobody. Everybody doing ad libs. Don't do that.
Aaron, if it was ever your intention to get me on the capitalism side, it's never gonna happen.
This is not an argument about capitalism.
It's not. But
how is that a capitalism argument?
Because that's why you're here.
No, I'm here to talk
That's
about
exactly why
marriage,
you're
right? You
here.
said men control access. They're not incentivizing marriage. That's why nobody wants to marry them.
What?
So do
Yeah,
you
Nobody
do you
wants
they
to
feel
don't have
marry
women
to.
them.
control
Wait,
access?
wait, hold on, hold on.
We don't.
That's a real
Wait,
fact.
wait, y'all. We have
Explain it. No, explain.
we
Okay,
have to make
oh,
them.
okay,
This
explain
nigga.
it.
We have to
Explain
make
it
it
to us.
make sense, y'all. So nobody wants to marry them. They're not good enough to marry, but they're good enough to have children with.
So I can make all those arguments, but that's not the point, right? The point of it is power dynamics for access to marriage and access to sex. Women are way more powerful, and it's almost to the point where men have almost no power. Now I know we can make small arguments of things that people will not do, but I'm talking about power beginning, maintain, and outcome. For
Yeah,
men,
but you can't
open
compare
the
Okay,
door.
but this, hold on, Payne.
you
Hold on,
can't
Payne. This is
compare
the
marriage
problem.
to sex, Aaron.
Hold on, Mr. Payne, because this is the
Let
problem
me
with what
just
he's
say this
saying.
real quick. I mean, it's a false equivalency.
It
I mean,
is, and
access to marriage has no access to sex has no real connection to a man's control of access to marriage.
Well,
I mean,
that's
sex
not
is
the
women.
point.
Sex
That's not the point.
has
Hold on, that's not the
always
point.
been sex is the greatest driving force on the face of the earth. I mean, so when you
Listen,
could compare that to somebody getting married, it's not a fair comparison.
you're not.
It's really kind of
Listen.
disingenuous.
That's not the best. That's not the best. Listen, that's not the best argument. Listen, okay, Aaron and Cheeky do this thing, right? Where they come up with these synopses and then they share them, and there's nothing you're gonna say to get them off of it, at least for the remainder of the show, right? Next show they might admit it. But here's the whole thing in a nutshell. No, even if you say once a woman gets into the marriage, she has all of this power, how does she get into the marriage? She does not even get that power without first gaining access to it.
Yeah,
so
but
that's why and the question says really matter. The question doesn't say matter more. It says really matter. So that's
Man,
all that matters.
English. Hey, let's see. Hey, let's
No,
see.
that 20 is for Flora.
Yeah.
They had enough of you.
Like I
Actually, I'm
said,
good.
capitalism.
Let me ask the question to Let's see. Hey, let's see. Is Sherelle fake?
This is the best case for hating capitalism ever.
How you doing, security boss? How
Hey,
you doing?
girl.
How you doing?
Look at you.
You see that? You see how he brung Sherelle and them up to divert, right? And so that the point don't land, right? That at the end of the day, all of this
I think
control
you
is the
wanted
woman's
something,
Do you
Beans.
face.
even
Yo,
All
understand
of this
that point?
yo,
control,
I think you
Jesus
wanted something,
Christ,
Beans.
bro. Get off if you're
all of
not
this
adding to the
control that
convo.
you want to try to say that women have once they get into the marriage, they don't
But
have it
hey,
without
Beans,
first getting access.
Beans,
Okay,
Right?
okay. Let me try to
And
help you.
not to mention, hold on, not to mention if we switch it to the sex part, because I get what you're trying to say when it comes to the sex part, but I think it's something that a lot of men may not. I don't know how to quantify this, but like if you've actually ever made a woman orgasm, you're gonna see this differently. You're not gonna see this as some sort of control that the woman has after sex, right?
that's
You're gonna
irrelevant.
see this as a certain amount of control that you have after sex.
That's
Y'all keep talking
irrelevant.
about
Y'all
look.
delusional.
That's
Okay,
irrelevant.
you saying delusional, right? But this is what I'm saying. You can't gaslight. Take the baby. Don't put a baby in the situation yet.
Okay.
Y'all
No,
wanna
But
make-
it's
take
all
everything.
about outcomes.
Hey, no. You can take everything. Take
Okay,
everything.
so what you mean by outcome? So what's the outcome?
Okay, podcast. Let me
Give
just
me
say
the,
one thing.
hold on, Fatty. Hold on, Fatty. Hold on.
Let me say
Come on,
one thing
Fatty.
before you go, because actually it's
Yeah,
going
yeah,
directly.
I want Aaron to respond to me, Fatty. That's what I'm saying. So give me an example of the outcome.
Okay, so when I say women control everything from entry to middle to outcome, meaning you want to have sex, she got to control it. Get off of me, this, that. Oh, I regret it. I think he took advantage of me. We don't have opportunities to go, I think she took advantage of me. All those things. And then the most important thing is the child as an outcome, we have no control over. So from entry to middle to outcome, all singular control. When it comes to the men, entry level, here go to Gabe, but a woman can actually ask a man to marry them too. It's rarely.
Okay.
Let me ask you just one question,
Aaron.
Aaron. Hold on, Beans. Let me ask you one question.
Oh,
If
no.
a woman comes to a man to have sex and he says no, who have control?
Okay, You're just talking about entry, though. That's not the complete
Let
part.
them
I
have
understand.
that. Yeah, let them have that. So, Aaron, here. What? So I'm saying, this is what you're doing, right? So let's look at this outcome. The woman comes to me, we have sex, right?
Yes.
After we have sex, now I'm getting all of her money. Now I got keys to her. Now I got the keys to her crib. Now I'm driving her car every day. I got access to all of her money. Now I'm telling her what to do. Now she's funding everything I want to do. What about that part of the game? Because y'all always make it seem like
I got it, Fatty. I'll answer it. That happens for a very few amount of people.
Absolutely.
We like to speak to
Really?
the masses in general. That's not happening for most people. So what can happen and what usually does happen, none of us men would be on this panel if that was how the world was rocking.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of homosexuals.
So wait a minute.
No,
Wait a
it's
minute.
not.
So Fatty, you're saying absolutely, right? But just
Yes.
be honest.
Y'all
Real
just
quick.
be
Before you go on your tirade, just be honest.
No,
Real
it's not
quick.
tired. I'm going to be quick.
No,
Go ahead.
I'm just being facetious though. But listen,
Me
bro,
too, me
be
too,
honest.
it's fine.
How many times on these panels have we heard women say, oh, we get with men and then we have sex with them and we get in my feelings and we get in my money and they say they're going to do this and they say they're going to do that and then they don't do it. Wait. Hold on. Listen, wait. How many times have we heard women say, oh, we be the ones building the black man up. He don't have nothing. Then he get with us. We turn him into something. Like, come on. Y'all want to keep trying to make it seem like it's all the way this other way. But the women are the ones saying it's something else.
Podcast. I acknowledge that. Let me acknowledge that it actually happens. You know what's funny? For every man that they're doing that, there's 10 men either paying them bills, taking on dates, trying to take care of them. The problem are the numbers. The problem is that for this guy that they actually want to qualify, for this guy that they actually want to pay bills, for this guy that they actually want to take seriously, there's 20 guys that are ready to do exactly the opposite, put money on their pockets, paying them bills, because that's usually the dynamic between man and woman. And let me just finish my point, because that's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
On my country, there's a saying that I repeat all the time. Men rule the world, woman rule man. Men rule the world. They go out there, they conquer, they build, and they do all that. And woman rule men. Let me give you an example. Women don't build skyscrapers, they don't build roads, they don't build supermarkets, they will build a very short part, but they use it for free. Or if they don't use it for free, they use it exactly, paying the same price that you pay to go on those roads, enter the supermarkets. That's power being weak. That's power being weak. We saw Game of Thrones. King Joffrey is not the king, it's his mom. We know that. Just because you are the figurehead and people think that you actually have the power and shit, woman for multiple times, multiple kings went to war because a queen said, hey, baby, you know what you should do? You should go in there and fuck up those guys. Like, it's stop. It's ego. It's ego, especially these married men. Ricky says, liars. You fucking married men, you're the biggest fucking liars I ever saw in my fucking life. You know why? Because even if you want to say the truth, you can't. You can't talk shit about your wife. You can't say you deny sex for 30 days. You can't do it. I wouldn't do it too.
Fatty, you're wrong. It's just the power of a cooperative woman. If you get a woman that is a wife and she's submissive and cooperative with her husband, he will do every and all things for her. And that's just how it looks.
That's the point. He's a servant. He's not a man.
No,
Wait.
Hold on, let me just say this part. He's not a servant. He's the head. And guess what? They serve each other. That's just the power of a good marriage.
Fatty, he's help me. Fatty, he's help me.
Let me go back to little podcast. What you talking about is a woman that wants control over her man and she loses it because the sex be too good. That's all that is. Her intentions are not to have he's not running games. She's trying to control him and it just backfires. But you've heard of Big Mama and Little Leroy often in the hood. So that's actually what that looks like. So y'all going extremes. All y'all are trying, all you want is a cooperative woman, and you can be that leader, that head, that man in authority, and it looks just like it looked.
We are not going to follow for that.
No. So look, here's the whole point that I'm trying to make to everybody, right? When it comes to the access, fine. It's argumentative, but traditionally wise, the man proposes marriage. But what we're seeing is that it don't have to be that way anymore. However, the traditional
yes, it
access to
does.
sex is still the same way. That hasn't evolved at all. It's the same way. It ain't changing. But when
Same
it
for
comes to the
marriage.
marriage part, a girl, look, we seen women on their knees. We see
And
it
it's cringeworthy.
now, look,
It's
mind you,
cringeworthy.
it's fine. That's not the
Aaron,
point.
you're
Mind
wrong.
you,
And it's always a no.
it's fine. Mind
You're
you, it's
wrong.
small. But the point of it is, after you get to the entry, right, the power dynamics can shift because most women marry men that make more money than them.
And
That's just the facts of it. The numbers say that's what
they
it
want
is,
to.
right?
But they
Yeah.
still
Most
broke.
men don't get divorced because why? It's cheaper to keep her. That saying ain't for nothing. So let's
It's
just
not
be
true.
honest.
It's not true.
There's a reason. So that's not a reason why
Yeah,
that
that's
saying.
definitely
Let
true.
me
Though.
tell you
Or
why it's
Aaron,
not true. Most women,
Aaron,
hold
or
on.
how about
Most
the
women, hold on
the other
one second.
adage, happy wife,
No,
happy
no,
life.
No, that's not true.
So, Aaron, can I speak to what you've already said? Hold on for a minute. Just let me speak to what Aaron already said. Aaron, that dynamic, that power dynamic, it changed before they actually got married. It's just that men are often not paying attention to the red flags because some of them will say, I'm gonna say it this way. They're quite turned on with a woman that is aggressive. So a woman comes up and grabs his butt and say, "Can I buy you a drink?" They love that. So they may end up buying that, marrying that woman. And that woman who bought that drink was also going to be that woman who was in control as a wife. But they don't see it the same. They see it as, ooh, she likes me. So they fall for it. They fall for it. So then as they get into that marriage, that stuff, once the woman says, I do, and she has more money. If the man was the one with the plan, he could say, we putting it in one pot. But he loves and adores the fact that she's making double the amount of his. And he really thinks that it's increasing his income. But again, she's just controlling him. See, it's up to you all to open your eyes and say, look, either you follow this plan or there's no to go. We're not doing it.
But so I think the part that is not being talked about, it is most women are convincing men to marry them. Matter of fact, that is, listen, they're saying,
Whoa. You guys said the hour was going now. Come on.
Let me finish. I know I trigger y'all when I say this.
Yeah, because
I know I
No, you
trigger
contradict. It's not triggering.
Listen to what I'm
That's
saying.
what happened with you.
No, listen to what I'm saying. You guys are listening. So the point that I'm saying, this idea that a man is in this vulnerable state and he's waiting for a woman to say yes is not correct. Typically, when it comes down to marriage, when it comes down to what we're talking about marriage, the point that I'm making is a man have to make the decision that he want to marry that woman. Because it's in plenty of situations, women are like, he never married me, he just let me on and he moved on to the next. The point that I'm telling you guys, if you listen to what I'm saying, the man is in control of that. And that is majority situations.
Okay. Well, wait, hold on. Let's wait. When you start saying these things, you're not adding or you're not factoring in things.
You cut out, Chicky.
What happened?
God did.
Women, they're in their 40s. When you start talking to women that's in their 20s,
yeah.
Whenever we start hearing from these women, they're in their 40s. They're older women. When you start listening to these younger women, they're letting you know what they don't want, and they're proving it through their actions. You don't get 30% of the male population being virgins, and you don't get 60% of the male population being single for no reason. Those things don't happen for no reason. So can we please stop using old women and old men who are already married or who've already gotten their divorce as the barometer as to what's going on today? It doesn't make any sense. E-man, you married a woman who already had a child and you knew what was going to happen with that. You made a decision. Young men are being told today, don't do that.
Hey,
Younger women.
Offer something? Hey, Cheeky, let me offer something, okay? Have you ever really thought that, and I don't think you young guys really realize this, that the nature of women hasn't changed, and the nature of men haven't changed either. Just
No. Oh my God, bro.
Let me finish. Let me finish, because here's the understanding. The only thing that's changed, the culture has changed, the environment that we live in has changed. So that's what manipulates how people behave in those new environments. So the only thing that's changed is the tools that both men and women use and abuse But if you understand the nature of women, you guys wouldn't have as much trouble as you do. Let me just
There's
say this.
no way the male ego is this ridiculous, bro. There's no way.
Hold on. Let me respond to Chief because he took it back.
Because y'all were moaning and groaning.
Because you wrong. You wrong, and you making
Hold on, Mr. Payne. Hold on, Mr. Payne.
Let me finish. Let me just finish.
I'm trying to piggyback off what y'all are moaning and groaning when he said the nature of men and women hasn't changed. He's talking about nature. It hasn't changed. The men and women of today are acting outside of their nature. That's why we have the talking points.
No, they're not.
No, they're
yes,
not.
they are.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
He's on the point, guys. Don't let him move us off this nature nurture.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. But I said the nature of men and women has not changed.
Okay,
we got three deals, right? We got our biological, right?
And I got an AOC show.
So let me just say this. I can skip around as much as you want, but since I've been married for a long time, you guys think that somehow my woman stopped being a woman somewhere in our marriage. She's been a woman ever since I married her till she is right now. But let me also say,
changes everything.
Here's the problem. Here's what I feel sorry for you guys, and I don't envy you.
We feel sorry for you, sir.
I don't envy you because my wife caters to me like I've never been catered to before. And so,
you know you 3 seconds away. You 3 seconds away from them calling you a dinosaur.
One second, Trigger. Hey, what I'm saying is the reason that men have control and have access to marriage is because when I was making the decision where I wanted to get married, I had many women wanted to be my wife, but I had the option to choose. I had the option to choose, and the person who have the option to choose is who have control.
So can I
you out your mind.
Cheeky, can I ask you a question,
and
sir?
we don't believe you.
Cheeky, are you there? Cheeky.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
I just want to ask a question. Just to get some clarity. You said that I'm asking about myself. So at 24, when I got engaged, got married at 25, are you saying that I was a different 24-year-old than the ones that are 24 now?
Yeah, the environment when it comes to economy and education was so drastic. I think humans are creatures of evolution. Right? We evolve and we adapt to whatever the circumstance is. Women today have the most amount of power, have the most amount of access, have the most amount of anything you want to talk about than your generation has. And it has changed their mentality to how they view life. Their worldview and perspective on men has changed drastically due to the factors of the economy and technology. If we try to deny that, we're being fools.
All right.
So you don't think that when I was 24 or getting ready to be married at 25, the feminist movement wouldn't at its highest?
It has nothing.
Not at all. Not like today.
The feminist movement was a religion when you were getting that. Right
okay,
now,
all right, take a moment, because I got to catch up on super chats. I'm sorry, guys. Just think this through.
Hey, can you read it in reverse, please?
Read it in reverse? No.
Yeah, the last two ones first.
I can't read in reverse. The second lowest marriage rate
Problem block this.
is 54%. So we could say women don't say no as often as yes. Other cultures don't have the marriage dynamic. I never seen an Asian man consult his wife. This a black problem. I think I don't know about that.
I don't know about that.
Why does our Payne even think he has an intellectual capacity to record this conversation? You out the game. NI998. BOB says a man can't outmaneuver the power
BOB.
of
Just say Bob.
Financially unattractive. Imagine Goobery's. I don't know what that.
Gabori Sidibe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what you said. If she had money. I don't even know who she is. I'm sorry. I'm not wrong.
Precious.
Oh, okay. I don't watch movies. Y'all know that. T.O. says, shout out to Team Fatty in the
Shout out T.O.
Big Gears composition says worker B, queen B. I'm sorry.
He actually came up with that analogy about the worker bee and the queen bee.
That's pretty good. I like that one. Ali says, when either man talk, them draws come up fast as he can. That's not funny.
You don't find that shit funny at all.
I don't know what that means. I can't read it. Either man, I'll say what people are thinking. You don't have options. Sorry. I wasn't thinking that.
Jesus.
I think
it's because you light skinned, bro.
I think y'all just be y'all. I don't know. Y'all just like messing with him. I think you got plenty of options. So look. I know y'all don't believe technology has evolved and changed a lot.
No, it has.
But it's to the highest degree now.
Yeah, let me explain though. Let me explain.
Technology.
Because we can't have these discussions and yeah, you're right. So everything you're saying, you're right. Technology has changed it, but the difference is that the need for men is not erased, it's just delayed.
No.
Hold on, let me explain. I haven't talked. So let's look at the hierarchy of needs, okay? The physiological needs have been taken care of. Women can provide food for themselves. They can go to work. The need for safety and security, that's debatable because without men, they're not safe. But it's a system. It's systematic now. So the one area I would like to tell you that I think women are suffering from right now and they can't do away with is that need for love and belonging that comes from a man. So even if they got money to provide for themselves, even if they got police to protect them, they're realizing that men are an emotional need for them, and ain't nothing you could do about that.
So that's fine. That's a different argument. The whole point that I'm making when we get to these conversations is once you get in the marriage, right? Because you can get in multiple ways. I can ask, the woman can ask, whatever the case is. Once you get into the marriage, they control things simply based upon the outcomes are not beneficial for the men. That's why they don't do the things that they do. So why do women say, oh, we have to do the divorces? Because men are already checked out, but they just don't file for the paperwork. One, because they can't read, or two, the women always do the paperwork. Whatever you decide is fine, but that's what was said. And the point of it, it stands true. These men be sleeping around with other women saying, I'm separated, but they do not file for divorce. So women take the initiative way more often than men do for many reasons. Say it's lazy, or it's because the man know, look, I ain't winning this scenario, because most times men out earn their wives. Their wives pick their men because they want a man to make a little bit more money than them. So at the end of the day, they don't have to pay that alimony. Plus, men are willing to walk away from alimony, even though they deserve it in the small cases that they are in, because it's not worth the hassle to the men. So the men, they're gonna walk away, but the women, they not working that way. They gonna take their benefit.
So, Eric, this is what I don't like what you do. Hold on one second. The one thing I don't like, you talk about alimony. Majority, you said you talking about the masses. The masses is not paying alimony.
Why not? Why not? There's a reason why not.
Both partners are working.
No, the reason they don't pay alimony because it's negotiated out. You both could be working. And still have to pay alimony. The reason people don't get alimony because most people negotiate the split. So they don't even get to the alimony part because they don't negotiate it in. Everybody could be paying alimony, but when you go to the divorce, they say, look, you take this, that's the deal, and walk away. But you still could be subject to paying alimony.
Listen, you just made a whole point about alimony. And so the point that I'm telling you is if we look at the majority of divorces,
you're missing a larger point. Alimony wasn't alimony. It's the nature of taking something from someone after the relationship is over. Women have no problem receiving benefits from a marriage they're no longer in, while men do have a problem with it. Because when you look at masculinity, let me finish. When you look at masculinity as a whole in a traditional sense, you shouldn't be taking anything from a woman. So from the way that we're socialized to the way that we are, whether it be biologically or socially, we are taught as men not to depend on women. Women are taught to each other to depend on a man. And now women are saying, I don't want to depend on a man. In fact, if I have to depend on a man, I'm going to get all the benefits that I can out of the man. So that's a very different conversation. The reason why he brought up alimony wasn't just to bring it up. It's to bring up the nature between the two. We're not socialized the same.
No. Wait. But the thing that you're missing, and I think that kind of links to what Security Boss was saying earlier, is that's not a new phenomenon, Jiki.
That's right.
This idea of I don't want to depend on the man, that shit is 60 years old. Like for real. So what we're trying to get you to realize is that the attitude itself The adjustments themselves have been made over time. The reason why it looks the way it looks now is because of what preceded it, right? It was the ball getting rolled down the hill, so to speak, right? So it's not nothing new. I understand exactly what Brother Payne is saying when he say the nature hasn't changed, and I understand exactly what Trigger Mike is saying when he's saying that women's need for love and acceptance from men or whatever may still be there. But to Cheeky's point, over time people learn to and usually cope with those voids with alcohol, drugs, sex, and money. And that is something that our women, those four things are things that our women are very prolific in 2023 is alcohol, drugs, sex, and money. So, I mean, whether we want to think they need it or not, I think we're really getting to the meat of the quote unquote feminist, womanist, ain't nothing going on but the rent kind of movement. It's something to be said for what both parties are saying. And I'm leaning more towards what Cheeky and Fatty and Aaron are saying. But I think as it pertains to the question on screen, you still can't say that men's control of access in marriage don't matter. That's like, I think I'm a really, big bad mofo. I'm outside your house and I'm yelling and huffing and puffing, but I can't blow your house down, right? Long as you don't unlock the door and let me in, you have all the power. Now, once you unlock the door and let me in, I get my hands on you, that's a different story. But the outcome is not necessarily going to be the worst for the average person because the average person don't even have that much to lose. We know that they ain't making no money or they don't have no access.
Let me say two things.
I got it, Eddie. I got the point. I'm just making my own.
Why are you screaming at security?
Let me say two things.
Yeah,
Let me say two things, and I will leave you guys alone. So listen, I am definitely agreeing with Little Podcast. What he said is absolutely right. But what I want to say to Cheeky is this: Cheeky, y'all done lost my thought. No, Cheeky. The thing is, what you have to consider, and please do this. It goes back to what Aaron says. Technology has brought us into a different time. But when Mr. Payne speaks and myself speak, we have lived in both our time and yours. You haven't had the opportunity to actually live in ours. So when you say that me as a 25-year-old woman is totally different or what we did back then is absolutely not. It's just like being said, it's like a ball rolling downhill. Those ladies actually got it started. These ladies here are perfecting it, and the technology has put it out there for the world to see. Big Mama been slapping Leroy. Women been stealing from men, going their wallets for years. They actually taught them how to do it. That is why we're here now, and the nuclear family is not existing because the ones that came before them is telling them you really ain't got to do that to get their money. You can do this, this, and that. Now, my second point is this: when you take on a woman, you make her your wife, you take care of her for life. That is a Christian, gospel, spiritual whole thing. Marriage is a spiritual thing. Listen, yes, let me tell you, it is a requirement, whether you want it to be or not. That's where alimony and all that comes from. Listen what I'm saying. That's where it all comes from. Sure, the government it's been watered down, but when you marry a woman, you really taking care of her for life. And if I hate it, but you really are. You really are. Think about it.
That's not true anymore.
No, I'm saying the concept of marriage. I'm not talking about exactly what we're doing now, but that's where alimony and all these things are coming into play. That's why you can't just get rid of her. Now, I got a question for y'all. What is a good number or a good number of years to be married before you are in agreement with taking care of this woman for the rest of her life? Now, what I mean by that, the rest of her life is until she marries again.
Never.
Because
we gotta die together.
Go ahead, Cheeky, because she kind of presented it. Go ahead. Yeah.
Because again, like there should not be never. There's never enough amount of time ever in life want to take care of you after the marriage is over. The end of the contract has been breached.
It's never over. The marriage is never over. If you go to what the concept of marriage really is, it is never over. You introduced her, she received you. Y'all are married for life.
Okay. So SB, wait, hold on. Wait, SB, here's a better question. Wait. When are men allowed to stop receiving sexual type of sexual favor from their ex-wives? Like, should
We
that
own their
continue as
body.
well?
Their body is ours, right?
From their ex-wife. Remember, I said it's until she marries again.
No, but she's not going to marry no
Right.
more.
So
Wait, hold on, wait, no, guys, stop, wait. So if you're telling me she doesn't get married again, that means I can still, because that's still marriage isn't over, right?
In reality, you actually can, because if he took on another wife, hold on. If he takes on another wife, he's actually an adulteress. So the reality of it
No
is
way.
that
Oh, Gigi, stop there.
I'm not saying I'm not saying it's really going to happen that way, but the concept of marriage was actually written, and the blueprint of it is played out that way. That's why when you have sex with a woman, it didn't always have to be this piece of paper that we went downtown to get. You had sex with her, she was your wife. You take care of her for life.
But security boss, this is the problem, right? We young men are making arguments based on reality. I know if me and my wife get separated, and no matter the alimony that I'm paying her, no matter the child support that I'm paying her, if I go to her house and say your body is mine because the Bible said this and this and this, I'm going to jail for life. Probably. If I do what you are suggesting to do. No. Let me actually finish my point. Let me put it even worse. If every day I call you, security boss, where's my lunch? And I called you for 1 month and she goes to the cops and says, this guy is arresting me. I have literally a case on me because I don't leave my ex-wife alone. So why we keep using these outdated things that actually are not matter when the law supersedes all of them? We're talking about law. We're talking about reality. I get it. On older times.
Okay, so let me share something with you. Let me share something with you, Fatty. There are a lot of women that are still dealing with their now estranged ex-husbands. They come and mow. Listen, hold on. They come and mow their grass. Hold on. Especially if there are kids involved. They come and mow their grass. They come and tune them up. They come and hang pictures on the wall. The wash and dry fall out. They come and fix it. There are a lot of people out there doing just what you mentioned. But remember what I said. Only if she doesn't get married again. There's a lot of people doing exactly what you just said.
They're 40 plus.
Stop, Chiggy. You missed the point, security boss. Men pay because they have to. They have no choice. These women are choosing to do it. So the woman has the power because she can pick and choose. If I want to still fucking him, if I want to still cut his grass, if I want to still prepare him a meal, the man has no choice. If he says, no, I'm not paying alimony. No, I'm not taking care of those kids. You know what happened? Problems happen. It's not the same.
Fatty, in marriage, it's the same way. If a woman decides for whatever reason she don't want to sleep with her husband, she don't have to. It's the same.
But he ain't got to pay her when they got married.
I don't concentrate on broken marriages. I try my best to make people, or to have people understand that y'all better together. But you have to understand there are a lot of women, single women that have been married, and they still counting on their ex-husband.
Thank you for making our point. If a woman denies sex, nothing happens. If a man stops paying bills because he was the sole provider, there's financial abuse. Literally.
I didn't say nothing about financial abuse. I didn't say that.
One second. This is our point. Every time a man stops doing his duties, he's penalized for. If a woman, for some reason, decides to change her mind, there's nothing nobody can do if she actually decides to go ahead and do it. Then you are being disingenuous because if these women are getting money out of alimony and they know if they get married, they are going to stop receiving it. They're going to get it the man. They're going to fuck him. They're going to feed him.
No, Fatty. No, you putting words in my mouth. That's not what I said. And that's not how it goes. And it's just not like that. And you create your own reality because you can go back and get your first wife if you really want to. None of this, what you're talking about, ever
what is happening right now?
None of this ever has to happen. You have to control your own destiny, and you can make it right. Because guess what happens a lot? Women divorce. Let me say, women divorce their husbands, and then 2 or 3 years later, maybe not even that long, they be like, damn, I shouldn't have left him, or I miss him. Same for a man. And if they have enough sense, they could put it back together. But what you want to concentrate on is the brokenness. I'm not interested in
it's not the brokenness, it's the reality.
It's not the reality. It's not. Because if we say 50-50, it's not the reality. Because if we say 50-50, that means 50% of them are working. If we say 50-50, 50% are working.
So
and I'm
you are
coming from a place where they work. You haven't tried it yet.
So you are telling me that it's not reality that women in larger numbers are denying men sex when they are on the marriage when they
I have
never
no
did
way of knowing that. You don't either. Because on the flip side of it, y'all say men are not even having sex. So I don't know that. I don't know. I think all that is a talking point. So what I am telling you about and what I do know about, if it's 50-50, marriage is good, marriage is over, then we got a 50-50 chance that it could work. Like I said, I'm on the side that made it work. You haven't tried it yet.
That's not
I want you to try it first.
Let's go. No. But let's go on that mat, security boss. Let's go on that mat. No. Kenny, 1 second, please. I swear I will change my name. So 50-50, right? 50-50. 50 are good and 50 get divorced. Of that 50 that stay together, how many of them are really happy? Probably 25.
You don't know that. There you go again. I'm not going to let you do it. You're making up stuff. You have no idea. You don't know that. You don't know that. I'm not going to accept that as the truth.
You need to be
You have no idea. You have no idea. Fatty, you're making up stuff. You're making up stuff. Fatty, are you happy?
If you truly believe in what you're saying, you need to be the man.
Fatty, you're making up stuff. You have no idea what goes on in their homes.
Without respect, if you actually believe in
I'm
what you
very
preach,
much respecting
if
you, but you don't
actually
know
believe
that.
in what you preach, stay in your place and let the man finish
Now,
his
my
point.
husband's right here, Fatty.
And tell your husband then tell your husband
Mr. Boss, get Patty.
You're making up stuff.
This real life, hold on.
Don't
You
do it.
need
Don't
to
do
understand
it.
that I had the money to come get your ass.
No,
I had the
don't.
money to
Come and have a conversation with me. Come
Don't
on,
bother,
camera.
don't bother. Fatty.
Come on,
What you're
camera.
saying,
You
Fatty.
want your relationship. She said, stay away, dog. Stay
Her
away.
husband is next year. Please stop.
Stay away.
You don't tell my wife where the fuck to go,
Hey.
bitch.
So come on, camera. Let's have a conversation.
You need to keep your fat ass off
Hey,
the
stop.
air.
Stop
You need to
fighting,
work
man.
on
Get a job, bitch.
Fatty,
Get a
Fatty,
job.
Fatty,
Drop
Fatty,
it.
Get a
Fatty,
job. Get a
camera.
job, you sorry ass bitch.
Hey,
You
you're
stay on the internet
Fatty,
all
stop,
the time.
man.
proving
Get
what
on
you're saying right now.
right.
Fatty,
You
Your
sorry
body is not
bitch.
proving what you're doing right
No
now.
woman wants
What you
me.
gonna do,
I'm not
Fatty?
gonna
No
let you guys
woman
talk.
wants
I'm
you,
not gonna let you
man.
guys talk. I'm
Appreciating
gonna
what you're
keep
doing
talking
right
at you
now,
guys.
sir.
No
Just talk.
woman wants you.
Wait a
I'm
minute,
not
wait
gonna
a
let
minute,
you
wait a
keep
minute.
Are
talking.
you
No,
threatening me?
I'm not gonna let you guys
Motherfucker,
talk.
I'll serve your ass with a
Everybody
police,
stop.
bitch.
No. I'm gonna
Sound like
control
he's
this, right?
threatening you.
Who is
Let me
threatening
tell
you?
you something. You
I'm
messing with
not
the
gonna
wrong
let
woman.
you
You don't get my
I'm not
wife
gonna
order,
let you
bitch.
guys. I'm not
Sound
gonna
like
let
he's threatening you.
you guys.
Fatty,
Hey,
listen,
Fatty,
You don't
Fatty,
get my wife order. And I'll leave you too in the chat. You don't know us.
She's the one that
You
gives you orders.
don't know
I'm
us.
not gonna
She's
let
the
you
one that
guys.
gives you orders. I was finishing
No,
my
stop.
You're a stupid bitch, bro.
I
I've
don't
been
Fatty,
married
know
27
who
years.
he's talking, but
I'm a
everybody
fucking
needs to be
millionaire,
quiet.
you stupid ass.
I don't know who he's talking, but
You don't know
everybody
shit about me.
I don't know who he's talking, but everybody needs to be quiet.
You
This
know
is the
what?
problem.
Boss man, don't get that dirty
Hey
with it.
Kenny, just be
Boss
quiet.
man,
Nobody's
don't
talking
do
with you.
that.
Just stop
Fatty,
making noises.
Fatty
Stop
too.
making
Boss
noises.
man, don't do that. Okay.
Stop
Boss
making
man, stop.
Let me
noises.
tell you
Stop
something.
making
If you ever disrespect my wife again, try
Okay,
to give her orders,
let's do this. One
Fatty,
second.
try to give her any orders again, you
Hey
fat
Kenny,
bitch.
shut up.
Watch
Shut up.
me work for you.
All
Watch.
right, hey,
That's
let's
all
do
I
this.
gotta say.
No, let's do this. No, one more second. Hey, Kenny,
stop.
just shut up, bro.
Boss
You are
man,
pissing me the fuck off. Shut up.
Hey,
Hey, Kenny, shut the fuck up. This nothing good you do.
Fatty,
Shut up.
Fatty, stop.
Shut up.
No,
I'm
Fatty,
not going to
Fatty,
listen to you.
okay.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
Stop. No,
Okay, I
Fatty,
stop. You
stop.
can be quiet now. She's my
Okay, stop.
already.
Stop.
No,
Just
I'm
stop
not.
talking.
I'm
Stop
not. No,
talking.
I'm
If you
not
don't
going to
stop
stop.
talking, I'm
You
not
are
gonna
not going
stop.
to do the
I
moral
want you
righteous
to stop.
bullshit.
Just
You
take
need
a
to
breath.
stop.
everybody to know these
You need
are
to
the
stop.
rich
You
breath.
need to
niggas.
stop.
Take a breath,
These
bro.
are the
Just
conservative
stop.
douchebags that y'all want us to.
Just
You need
stop.
to. You
Stop.
need to
Stop.
fucking stop.
Stop, Fatty.
I'm not
Fatty,
going. I'm
Fatty,
not going to
Fatty.
stop
This is a
talking.
Kenneth talking
No,
to
you
you.
guys
Fatty,
can't
stop.
talk at the
Yeah.
same time. I can't hear
Hey, Kenny,
anything.
let me finish my content.
Yes.
That's the thing. I was
I
talking.
know, but just
I was
if you stop
talking.
for 2
Listen to what I'm
seconds, I'm
saying.
gonna stop. Just
Just
stop
shut
for
up.
I want you to
I
stop
was
for 2
talking.
seconds.
I'm not going
Hey,
to be
stop.
lectured. Just shut up.
I
Let me
know
finish
I'm
my
not gonna
point.
lecture you, but I want everything
Okay,
to
so we are going
calm
to
down.
continue this for hours. We are not going to do nothing. I was talking. This is the problem. Again, man and woman acting out of place. Mr. Boss, you did your job. I understand what you did. You did your job. So please tell your wife when somebody's talking, especially if he's a man, and she actually believes believes that women need to know their place and they're religious and they're submissive and feminine, let me finish my point. I let her talk multiple times. Let me finish my point, and then you can talk afterwards. Again, this conception that she is selling is a lie, even on that fucking relationship. Does that sound like the man did his job? He protected the woman. But if you actually believe in what you say, and the Bible this and the Bible that, that shit doesn't work anymore. We saw exactly the fact men don't give a fuck about what you have to preach that is not applicable and is not practical. If it's just say so because the God and the Bible and all that, we don't believe in that. We don't. Stop doing that. Stop selling as a dream. You guys are not living through that motto, because if that was the truth, that woman should be on camera 4 hours debating with men. End of the story. If you actually go word by word, word for word, this woman should be preaching to nobody. She should be quiet, and the man actually should be in front of the camera.
That don't make sense if the man. Well, hold on. But if her husband is helping her do the show and is saying is supporting what's going on, she can. No, it do. No. That does matter. That definitely matters. Whoa, that's crazy. That matters.
Stop. Cheeky, I agree. He's the helpmeet. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
That's definitely not what the
He's
Bible
the
says.
Okay, let me talk.
He's
Okay,
the
let me talk. It's
helpmeet.
my time to talk
That
because
man
I've been
is
here
the
for like
helpmeet.
45
So
minutes.
go
I never
ahead.
said anything. Okay, guys, let me go ahead and talk now.
Yeah, but
Man.
don't talk about
This is what I was trying to say earlier. Okay, so what SB was saying that I kind of agree with is the thing has been rolling from that generation. But most of the mess that generation made are being corrected today. But there are other bigger problems facing today's generation as well because of because of internet. You see what I'm saying? Internet wasn't the problem of those generation, but those generation taught a lot of bad things that came to this generation, which men like us are speaking out against. But the problem is we are 15 years behind women in terms of social corruption. Women are ahead of us. You see the problem? They are ahead of us because of internet. Most of us as men, we're catching up to Instagram, YouTube during the pandemic. Women are 5 years ahead of us when it comes to Instagram, right?
Can you talk in
Or I
double
would say,
velocity, please? Can you put the
7 years
on
ahead
double
of
velocity?
us. But the problem is, yes, she was right. Those things were very bad in the 80s because I grew up in the 80s and the 90s. Man, I got to tell you, women those days, they were crazy, man. They were crazy in the 80s and the 90s. We had aunties that were crazy. In fact, in the 90s was very immoral. But we that grew up around those days, or they were teenagers in the 90s, understood that something was not right. And we didn't want to live in that kind of situation that our uncles and our fathers lived, right? So we try to change it today. But the thing is this, internet has created a whole set of new problems for us. But YouTube is making it easy for us to fight back in two fronts because we were fighting in one front, but now there is two fronts. So we're fighting in two fronts now, or even three fronts with AI.
Nobody understands what you're saying.
Can I say something real quick?
Yo, Fatty said, put him in 2 times speed. Hell no.
They was arguing with each other. I couldn't even hear him.
Can I say something real quick?
Hold on, let me say this real quick.
Oh, Jay Prince, go ahead.
Hold on. First Timothy 2, the second chapter, 12th verse. But I suffer not women to teach, not to usurp the authority over man, but to be in silence. This is my issue with people when it comes to
You don't have any historical, religious, or cultural context behind that verse. I hate when people who don't read the Bible on a regular or study theology are giving
How
out.
do you know what I've done?
People on the internet don't know what they're
How do you
talking
know
about.
what I've done?
All right, this
How
not
do you know what I've done? Because you keep trying to say everybody is 40-something years old. So at 46, how do you know what I have
Bro, this
done?
is crazy.
How do you know what my childhood was like? How do you know what my 20s was like?
Beans,
How do you know what I was
you telling me what's the context behind First Timothy? Give me the context behind behind the entire New Testament. And then I
let's
will
deal with the scripture first.
what you got to say about something.
Wait, let's deal with the scripture first, and then we can deal with the fact that you young motherfuckers need to stop always assuming y'all know everything about motherfuckers, bro. Because you don't. You don't know what the fuck I've studied. You don't know what I've looked at, what I've read, what research I've done. You don't know. Other people.
Okay, give me the context behind first. Give me the context behind First Timothy. You're right. I don't know. So tell me the history behind Timothy.
I'm not giving you.
Are you serious?
I'm giving you the scripture. Yes, because what I'm trying to get you. You can say context, but it's a scripture in the Bible, right? This is my point. It's scriptures in the Bible that say a lot of different things. And what I was trying to say before you so rudely cut me off is that one of the issues that a lot of people like myself take with people when they try to bring religion into every conversation is that they don't follow every single principle in the Bible. They do exactly what you're doing right now. They try to bring up some context as to why this particular scripture don't matter. Well, you know, this scripture said you shouldn't even be in the same house with your woman when she's on a period. Well, you know, that don't matter because it's in the Old Testament. It's in the first 11 books, so it don't matter. Well, you know, that's
we don't need to argue.
That don't matter because of this or that. It's like, no, fuck your context. It's in that book. It's in that book, and in that book it says this, right? So at the end of the day, guess what? I know people who follow the book. They doing what the book say, period, point blank. They ain't wearing dual blended clothing because the book said don't wear it. So if you're not that person, it is kind of disingenuous to bring relationship into a conversation, and especially a conversation like this, where we're going to speak in generalities and maybe sometimes go into hyperbole or pose questions that will cause us to have to guess. So yeah, in this particular case, Patty was right.
Yeah. Aaron, can I say something real quick? I think
he wasn't. And then you're not right either. You trying to use anyway. It's all good. Look, y'all need to learn. Y'all need to learn how to look at history. Y'all need to learn how to look at history.
Right? Why wasn't he right?
Go ahead, Jay Prince. I'll let you finish. My bad, dog.
Exactly.
I think us men got the wrong concept of protecting women. And for me, how I looked at that, especially about them being older, explains how their dynamics is. I want, if the best protection of your woman, I say it all the time, ain't no way in the world a married woman should be on platforms with men. And if men start when you put your woman in the arena and you put your woman in an arena full of men, now you want all of those men to give your woman a special treatment because you her husband. Well, ain't no other men gonna bow down to you because you.
How is that special treatment?
The special treatment come in when your woman is in an arena with a whole lot of men. All on once, your woman is in an arena with a whole lot of men having these conversations, and if you real sensitive about how we even talk to each other while we in these conversations, and you know you don't like men to like talk to your wife in some way. Me personally,
don't matter. That's why I'm here. It don't matter. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. I'm here to protect her. That's my job.
Well, the best protection is not to let her be on.
I want her to be on these platforms.
How do you determine that for another man? That's crazy.
Guys, relax.
Spread a whole bunch of lies.
Hey, Mr. Boss,
Let
me say this. No. Hold on. I'm gonna finish my point. No. I got this. He's supposed to come and speak for her. Your woman, my kids. If I want to protect my kids, I'm not gonna allow my kids to go in certain people's houses if I don't like their company like that. How they get down, my kids are gonna be in there.
This is Aaron's house. This is not even your house, man. Let me say this really quick so we can get it straight. Patty, let me say this. Whoever's talking, let me say this really quick so y'all can all understand what's going on. So, Patty, the only problem, Patty, listen.
Hold on, Patty. Let the lady talk, bro.
I actually have something to say. I apologize. He's fine. He did his job. Yeah, that's it.
But no, this is not about that, Fatty. Fatty, the only thing I want to say to you is this.
Please? Can you let me
he did his job incorrectly.
No, one second. I'm trying to give grace. I'm actually trying to say. One second, guys. I'm trying to
Especially
solve
for him
this.
being a critic. It's not the
One second.
job we
Stop.
supposed to be following.
Jay Prince,
Hey,
stop.
Prince,
It's not about
come
you.
on,
I'm
bro.
trying to solve this so
It
Aaron can continue.
explains the dynamic.
Bro, it's not about you. Stop.
Yo,
Relax.
Fatty, the lady just hopped
Relax.
on. Why can't you let her speak, bro? We've been on here talking. We've been watching you
I'm
talk.
trying to solve a problem, so please relax. I'm going to take accountability. I apologize to security boss and I apologize to Mr. Boss. I went too far. This is my responsibility. He did his job. One thing that I didn't like, security boss, is when I'm talking and you literally says, I'm not going to let you finish your point. At that point, there's no respect to be had because I actually trying to give you the floor. If I'm talking and you say, I am not going to let you finish your point, the gloves are off. Go back in the stream and see what you said. You literally said, I said, can you let me finish? I'm not going to let you finish because, like, if you don't let me finish,
I don't remember saying that, Patty, but if that's what I said, I'm gonna apologize to you. The point I was trying to make to you is this. You often, and you're not the only one, y'all always spreading negativity. I didn't have an attitude at all with you. You were making a statement, and what I was saying to you is that is not true. It is not true for you to say such statement, but it wasn't hostile. If you got offended by me talking over you, y'all talk over everybody all night long, and that was just crazy to do. But when you say stuff that shouldn't be said, then my husband's going to respond, and that's exactly what happened. So if you could, but listen, I don't have an issue with you, but I'm not going to let you, and maybe I said it, I'm not going to let you just continue to say things and make up things that are not true. When you say,
that's the point of a conversation. You actually, since you are talking, for example, about things that I don't believe and I think is factual, I'll let you finish.
Exactly.
And then I don't stop you in the middle and say, this guy that did this easy. That's Harry Potter. I'll let you finish your point. And then I explain.
Yeah, but you create, when you were talking a minute ago, you said, and I bet those 50% in their houses are not happy. You have no way of knowing that.
So
that was
all
my
of the
point.
50%
So I'm
are
saying,
happy.
see, okay, so listen, are you talking over me were you talking over me just a second ago or no? I don't know. I don't care. I'm just trying to figure out what
don't play that game. Don't play with me.
No, I'm telling you, I don't care.
Don't try to manipulate the situation. We both were over talking each other.
Exactly. That's what I thought. So what I'm saying to you is when you make comments, when I say 50%, 50% is good, 50% are bad, then you come back with something that's totally unrealistic and say, well, I bet those 50% that are still together are not touching each other or whatever you said. I don't know what you said. You said something of that nature.
That's the point. You're not listening.
No, listen. I just can't say it.
No, debate my point. What I said was 50% failed. Fine. Of those 50 that actually are married, a lot of them probably are miserable because people get into marriages and stay on marriage because they can pay mortgage by themselves. Because they have kids
it was
together.
that part.
So there's the percentage of
It
those
was
50%.
that part. My only point is you have no way of knowing that. We shouldn't do things like that. You have no way of knowing if 50% of these people that are married are miserable. You shouldn't say things like that. That doesn't make sense. How can you? Okay, so guess what? I don't even have an issue with you saying it, but that I don't want to hear because it's not a realistic situation. If you can give me a stat that says 50-50 are married and 50 are not, then that's cool. We can go with that. But then for you to go into their house and tell how they're living is ridiculous. That's not good faith.
Wait, SB, are you refuting that 50% of marriages fail?
No, I'm not.
No, she's not.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying if that is the stat, I will accept that. But for him to say, so are we talking over each other right now?
Yo, come on, Fatty, bro.
Are we or are we not? Because if we are, I need you to let it go. I didn't have a problem with you at all.
I'm going to give you the floor, but you're repeating yourself. Go ahead.
Because we keep going back to the same part. I want to understand. I want to understand what's going on because this is how y'all do here. Because if you don't, nobody get to say anything. But when did it go bad? When did it go bad? When you didn't agree with me? When does it go bad?
It's because you are having a conversation in bad faith. And listen to what I'm saying.
Listen to
what I'm saying. You guys, you, not me, you. Marriage is not happy. It's duty. You have to stay for your kids. You have to stay for your wife. You have to stay for your husband. You have to stay. If marriage is duty, there's actually a good chunk of those marriages that actually are miserable, but they stay because they believe in duty. They believe in taking care of the kids. They believe in taking care of the husband. They believe in taking care of the wife. They believe in sickness or whatever until death do us apart. That's actually you that sell that shit.
Okay.
So if you sell that, no, stop, let me finish.
That's
so
a fact.
if you sell that shit, doesn't mean that of those 50% of marriages that are together, 5%, 15%, 20% are actually not happy and they're just doing it because it's their job. Is that unfair?
That's no, you said miserable. Let's add the word miserable. But let's go back to what okay, because miserable is what I was talking about. That's all I was talking about is the word miserable. But what I'm gonna go on to say, but wait a minute, hold on. What I'm gonna go on to say is this: living as an adult, paying your rent, going to work every day, paying your bills. That could be considered, as a single person, could be considered quite miserable. But would I dare tell you as a young man, oh, fatty, I know you're miserable having to pay your own bills, going to work.
I drive in the car every day.
I wouldn't do that though. That doesn't make sense for me to do because you're not done with life. And miserable and happiness, all that is just comes and goes. So why would we make those statements based on stuff that we don't know? Now, if you know somebody that's really close to you, if you know somebody that's really close to you that is in a miserable relationship, I can understand where you could get that idea. But just to make a general conversation about 50% of people who are married is unrealistic, and I don't want to hear that. And guess what else? You should have been called out on it, and I did. But guess what? It wasn't in a harmful, bad way. It's the way that you all talk. But again, when I wanted to tell you, you certain people you can't speak to any kind of way, and I just happen to be one of those ones. My husband is here all the
better than
time.
anybody on this panel. I talk with you like
guess what? My husband thinks different. My husband thinks different because
first I want to ask you two questions.
Let's actually security.
Hold on, but I want to ask security.
No, we're not going. I'm not going to fight nobody. I'm actually going to flip your point on your fucking head. If we,
like I said, my husband thinks different.
Listen. If we can make judgments about who is happy and who is not, why do you keep talking about all these single women being miserable? Do they call you every day? Do you know that? Do you know they are miserable? You know how many of them are in antidepressants?
Ask that question.
My question is, no. Let me finish my point.
Ask it again.
Let me finish my point. If we can make an assessment of people that are unmarried on their marriages because we don't have the numbers, why do you do show after show after show called unmarried woman miserable? Why?
Because I have email after email.
Emails.
Okay, now I'm lying now, right?
I'm
lying
now,
right? Okay, so I have a wife ed class where women have come to me single, wanting to be married, listening to what I say. You go on the TikTok, see these women who are single crying, talking about how miserable their lives are. I don't know if I've seen too many men on, it could be some men on TikTok or women on TikTok that are married crying about how miserable they are. There may be some out there.
Hold on, security boss. Wait a minute now. Wait, hold on. Daddy got a point.
So what I said married. It could be some out there, but they don't come to me. The ones that come to me that are married, they're not dogging their marriage. They love being married. They tell me all the time.
So what are they coming to you for then? SB. What are they coming to you for? The ones who you said are married and happy.
They just want to, because I reach out to them. I said,
they just want to talk.
In the comment section, and they say, "I'm reaching out. I love what you're doing. We got to be more married couples."
You just said they email you too.
The ones that email me are the single women that don't want to be single anymore. Is what I said, Flora.
Okay, so you have all this information on single women.
That's what he's starting.
No information on married women and their possible happiness or unhappiness.
Single women email me all the time, and they want to know how to be wives. A lot of
anecdotal emails from single women is enough for you to make opinions.
Excuse me.
So anecdotal experiences from women is enough for you to make opinions about them online and create videos talking about what single women want and don't want. Because that's what Fatty was speaking to, even though I disagree with 70% of what he was saying.
I see enough single women complaining about
what's enough for you. What's enough for you? 3 emails?
Days for 2 years.
4 emails?
For 2 years. I see you.
You don't see me anywhere in your little dusty ass email. Try again.
Up here, I see you all the time. Flora, we already.
I troll your chat like I troll everyone else. Try again.
Guess what? The fact that you want to troll somebody's chats makes
because you run your mouth about single women and you don't talk to any of them except for the.
That's a lie. I talk to single women all the time. All the
Let me ask security boss.
Yes,
I want to get back. I want to get back. And Cheeky, my point. You got to make sure you shout me out when you.
Who am I talking to right now? Who's talking? Jay
Prince.
Prince, go ahead.
Security boss.
Yes, sir.
When you was talking about divorcing and stuff like that, right? So let's just say, because you said we got to take care of a woman till they get remarried, and like what Cheeky brought up, let's just say you end up get divorced, and security, Mr. Boss is used to making love to you. And let's just say you got another man, but you're not married to that other man. Y'all just dating around. Y'all might be living with each other. Would you still be responsible to still make love to Mr. Boss until he find another wife to replace that? Because I think that's equivalent. Because if I find another woman and we divorce, but I still got to take money out of our house to give to you.
Okay, so Jay Prince, the scenario that you gave, it will never happen. But to answer your question, what I said is the concept of actual marriage says that a husband take care of his wife for life. That's why alimony is there.
And then the wife's supposed to submit to that husband. And
what I said is there are a lot of women that have not gotten husbands that absolutely use their ex-husband to mow grass, pay bills, have sex, all of that. And they do that until that woman gets married. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm saying this happens often. That's all I said.
Before everybody get haywire, one more question. And this not no, because I still respect you and stuff like that. We don't agree on a lot of stuff. We don't agree on a lot of stuff, but I got to get this off my chest.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why
you was the one that wanted to tell me what Fatty was saying, what Fatty and Ali was saying about me.
Hold on, one security boss.
How you doing personal attack on the debate?
Damn, hold on once. Okay, because I think this is leading. Hold on once, security boss. I think that was he misled us younger ones, because I don't believe that.
Who misled you?
Mr. Boss, I don't think that's the way to protect my wife, right? It's almost like
you don't have a wife.
Hold on once, Aaron. Can I finish my point, please?
No, this is just great. No, hold on. Let me get this out. You
don't know what I'm about to say. You don't know what I'm about to say, man. It's almost security boss. It's almost like a woman joining a football team, and since your husband protect you and love you and all this other type of stuff, we can't play our football game in the fear of your husband getting mad. And I don't think no football team will stop how they matching you play just to please you and your husband. I would suggest to any man that feel that way, not just personally with Mr. Boss or whatever, to any man feel that way, if you don't want your wife to be whatever, how talk to or attack a certain way, do not, especially if you the one that's got to protect with your life, do not allow your woman and your wife in that arena, because nobody gonna shake up because you upset and sensitive. Men, and this not just here, in life in general, ain't nobody gonna freeze in an arena. All bets is off. Every man for themselves in any arena, and nobody gonna hold no gloves, no punches. So if you don't want your kids in that arena, you don't want your daughter, your sister, your mama, your uncle, your auntie,
we got
protect them by telling and removing them from that arena.
Jay Prince,
Okay,
I don't
wait.
have a problem defending my wife. So I don't care where she goes. She can
I just think that you misled us, because the way that you did it, this is how a lot of men.
I don't need your approval. I don't need your approval.
You misleading. Mr. Boss, hold on, security boss. Let me have
Mr. Boss.
Let me have this conversation with him. Mr. Boss, I did the same type. I got a physical altercation behind him.
Yo,
Listen, Jay Prince,
I cannot hear anybody.
Okay, I apologize for that.
But the audio gets distorted, so I can't hear what nobody's saying.
Okay, so
security boss, let me please finish.
Wait a minute. No, let me
Let me
answer.
sum it up real quick. Let me sum it up so you get the full context, security ball.
I got it, Jay
Please.
Prince. I got it. I got it.
No, because I want to. It's not just talking to you. I'm talking in general.
Change your points, bro. I promise.
No. Let me. Can I please just land? I just got up here. Let me get 1 minute.
You landed though, sir.
No. I got a major point. What I'm saying, the security balls, all due respect and all the other good stuff. What I am saying, I have done what Mr. Boss have done for you. And now that I grew up, I realize I will never put myself in that position again. And what he teaching us younger people is not the way, it's the wrong way of protecting our women, family, children, whoever. He did, that's completely wrong and false, because there's a lot of men have done what Mr. Boss did, and they lost their lives behind it. And they want to just go on with the next man. That's why I go with the man.
Let me respond to what you said. I'm the heathen in this relationship. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't give a fuck. So I'm telling you, this is a good woman.
A lot of people don't give a fuck. That's not gonna stop you from getting your.
I'm not listening, Jay Prince.
Listen, I didn't interrupt you. I'm telling you, she's been a great wife. She's been a great wife, very submissive, a Christian woman for 27 years. Okay, I'm the heathen. Okay, I'm gonna take the credit for being the heathen. So I'm telling you, nobody can tell me how to protect my wife, brother. If you ever get a wife,
you can't bully people into what sound like you trying to bully us into not full conversation.
That's not what just happened, Fetty.
No, that's exactly what happened. He's trying to bully how we operate things, all because he wants to protect his. Well, if you're gonna be so concerned that your wife is in some type of argument, don't put your wife in harm's way.
You're arguing the wrong point, Jay Prince.
No, yes it is. Yes it is. He said
send 20 on his head, please.
Hold on,
hold on, us beings.
No, you listen. No, you listen. You've been stopping listening to you for a long time now.
Chill out, bro. No, chill out. No.
We've been listening to you for a long time.
He used the word protection. So that means
you said this already.
His wife is in harm's fucking way.
Okay, we heard you. You said
you feel like your wife is in harm's way. Why in the fuck will you allow her be in harm's way from the jump?
Jay Prince,
he's not protecting her at that point. Because imagine we was on the streets. Imagine we was on the streets and we having this conversation and we having this real conversation.
We're not on the streets. We're on a YouTube panel.
He get up.
We're on a YouTube panel.
He get upset and possibly get himself
on a YouTube panel. Please, let's get back to the topic. Jesus.
We not
real quick, bro. If Fatty even said, "Yo, you know what? I'm gonna apologize to you because at the end of the day, you was doing what you supposed to be doing." That's it.
No, that's it. Fatty don't speak for the truth.
What you mean?
Okay, can I make a point now? Let me make sure I
understand.
Fatty, let me make sure I understand something. Let me make sure I understand something. Fatty, what exactly did I do to you?
You need to let
wait, Fatty, can I answer that, please? Wait. I'm gonna tell you why I want to answer it. I want to answer it so it won't seem like it's just you. What you did was when he asked you more than once, about 5 or 6, 7 times to let him finish his point, you disrespectfully said, "No, I'm not going to," because you didn't want to hear what he had to say. It was rude. It was disrespectful. It does.
All right. So, Fatty, I apologize to you for being disrespectful.
I don't accept the apologies because after I apologize, you started to be sassy again.
Oh, man, come on.
No. We are not going to do We are not going to do this. Stop. The reason fact that you have to ask me what did you do to me when I actually acknowledge what I did to you and you come into a condescending attitude.
I never asked you.
If you are 26, nobody would respect you. Be careful. We never. Listen. I do the same thing I treat everybody.
Let me say it again.
Apology.
We talk over each other. I have no problem. I have no issue.
I'm not going to accept your apology.
But okay, you don't have to accept it. We talk over each other, and I thought that was the issue. We talking over you. I don't. You speaking into people's life when you have no knowledge of what they do in their life is not acceptable.
It's fine. I apologize for let's move on.
That's what I did, and we're done. But
what did I do to you? What did I do to you? You don't know what you did to me?
I said exactly, because I thought I was talking over you was the issue. I thought that was the problem.
Podcast explain. You know what you did. Don't be condescending.
I
don't like you because you are condescending prick.
I thought you was gonna leave
It's
it
okay.
alone.
Stop being
I already
condescending. Again,
apologized.
you're not my mom. Stop being condescending.
How do
Talk
we
to
get
people
there?
like they actually.
Okay, Fatty. Okay,
Go
Fatty.
ahead, go ahead and continue the show. But again, it wasn't J Prince that told you what Ali and Fatty did to me. What does
I wanted to know, because that's the kind of people that you all are, and that's why Mr. Boss.
You asked me.
That's why Mr. Boss. That's why Mr. Boss is challenging you right now, more so because
Fatty, remember what you told me
you.
about your show that day?
What did you tell me?
Remember when I told you what I shouldn't have done on your show on my channel that time? Let's
Can you
not do
repeat?
that right now.
No, she's not a part of my shit.
Okay, I know, but this is Aaron O's show, so I'm just saying, like, let's.
Absolutely, I apologize.
Let me answer Jay Prince. Jay Prince, to answer your question is, again, I'm not upset with anybody. I wasn't upset with Fatty in any way. My temperature is not up. Yeah, everybody talks over each other. I did not allow him to say that everybody's life is miserable if they're married. I did not allow that. I wouldn't allow that. And that is my point. So, Jay Prince, to go back to what you're saying, if Fatty would have never mentioned something about my husband wouldn't have never tuned in. I'm not upset with him. It shouldn't have been. He wouldn't have tuned in. But when you say something about in your place, I'm with my husband. So that's
let me finish several times before I went there.
I understand, Fatty. I talked over you. I agree with you.
So what?
I agree with him. I talked over him. Little podcast. I appreciate you for recalling it the way it was. I have no
to your point,
point.
And to your point right now, what she's talking about, Fatty, is when you kind of mentioned like that her husband should be telling her to let you finish talking, right? So that was you kind of commanding him, and that's why he stepped in. Like, I paid real close attention to everything that's going on.
And what I said, my husband's right here. But again, I'm not upset. I just thought you all were. Anyway, I'm going on.
Hey, so I do have a question.
No questions from nobody right now. Just hold it.
Okay.
Just hold it. I couldn't hear most of that back and forth, so that's why I got confused, like where it went left. Now I did hear the part where he said your husband something, and I was like, well, that ain't gonna go where no matter whatever he said, because I know your husband and he's always there. But I couldn't exactly hear what made him go off. But like, because the audio gets distorted, y'all may not realize this. I don't make these spaces for nothing. But like everybody's audio can hear differently for some reason. So podcast listens differently. So he heard a whole bunch of stuff that like I'm missing. And I think Cheeky caught some of it because he even responded a certain way. I mean, the thing is, it obviously went left when it didn't necessarily have to. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of misconfusion, I think, going on there. But it is what it is. I mean,
I know what I did, and in this space, like all of us, for whatever reason, man, we kind of become the accountability police with each other and with the videos that we look and review and react to and all of that, man. And I think on some level it's good. It's definitely beneficial to have people in your life that will let you know when you've messed up, right? But sometimes I think we can take things kind of personal, because like even with what Fatty was just saying now about not accepting the apology, I completely understood that, right? because it's like, no, and because I go through this with my own lady. If I can recall what I did wrong in real time and apologize to you, I want you to be able to do the same thing to me. But I understand what Security Boss was saying was that she wasn't necessarily saying I can't recall the events. I just want to know exactly what it was that you didn't like. So, I mean, a lot of this is just a breakdown in communication, but this is us. And in the words of the man himself from AntonDaniels.com, Anton Daniels, we are family. And
right there, let me say this. I hear y'all. I've heard little podcast tonight. I heard Eater Man tonight. I heard Fatty tonight. And I've heard Ekane tonight. And our Pain say tonight 100 million times. No, let me finish. And nobody got upset about it. Did y'all realize that?
Yeah, no,
And I
that's
just
the
happen to
talking.
be
The
the
talking
only
over is really good.
woman.
I get upset every time though.
Well,
No,
to be clear,
well, maybe you did, but you
I'm
get mad
upset
at
every time.
I just want everybody to know no one gets over talk more than me. Nobody. It ain't even close.
That's a fact.
Well, Aaron, wait a minute. In the time that I've been here, I haven't heard you say it, but just about everybody else has said. Even Practical has said, wait a minute, but nobody got upset about it. So that it must be something that works well amongst men. But when I say it, or when he says to me, let me talk, his next, response or reaction is to say I'm out of my space.
Yeah, I didn't like that. But I understand.
But I didn't even know that was what he got upset about, because I didn't understand that.
No, so I understand the point that he's trying to make. The thing is, like for me, because there is ego involved, but I don't use it. I talk to women, they're like, let me finish. Even if it sounds aggressive, I don't care. I just go, I don't want to make it seem like it matters if you're a male or female. So I let people go. But other people are not the same as me. So they don't necessarily do that. But in this particular scenario, according to Beans, because his listing is different. Fatty said, let me finish 6 times. I don't know if that's factual, but that's what he said.
Yeah.
And then you said, I'm not going to let you finish.
Because I don't want to hear that.
According to what was talking, I don't know if you said that or not.
No, I might have said that, but when I say I don't want to hear it, I'm saying I don't want what I know. I remember saying is, you have no idea what goes on in individuals' homes, so don't speak like that. That's what the point of it was. But again, like I said, you all speak. We say it all the time. Let me finish. But if he got upset because I didn't let him finish, he then said something about my husband, and then my husband is right here all the time. So he's going to, he most likely will respond. But again, like I said, I didn't know exactly, because talking over each other is what you all do a lot.
But you do accept that in this space, right? There's going to be generalization.
Yeah, I do accept that. But when you say those 50% of people that are married, they're miserable, that doesn't make sense to me. You don't know that. That's a big generalization.
But he did counter you, and then said, when it comes to the single women, how can you say that they're miserable then when you can't substantiate that with facts or data, etc.? And I'm not saying you're wrong, but that was his counterpoint.
Aaron, she's wrong. She said,
my facts and data are in videos that I see. If we're talking about single moms, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah,
but single women that want to be married, those are the ones. Let me get it straight. Make sure we're talking about the same exact things. The single women that want to be wives or that just don't want to be single anymore, they reach out a lot. The single women that have kids, I see them often on TikTok, Instagram, around me everywhere.
You don't watch more TikTok or videos than Fatty. I think almost nobody in this space watches. No, I'm just being honest.
Okay, so then the question,
so much stuff, it's insane.
So the question I would ask Fatty is, Fatty, have you seen a lot of videos of a married couple where the husband or the wife are saying to you that they're miserable? I never got a chance to ask him that question.
That's literally our point. Married people are liars, and we understand why. Listen to what I'm saying. No, listen to understand why. Before we talk about this all the time. If I had a wife and she was denying me sex for 30 days, right? For some reason, whatever reason, and I had the YouTube show, do you think I would come on this YouTube shit and podcast and say it's fair?
Right.
Your wife denied sex? Yes, beam the light. No, I'm going to lie because my job is to protect her. My job is to secure the sanctity of this unit. Like, I have to actually lie because she is more important than whatever I'm going to say about the situation. For example, Shaisha Curry, we did multiple shows about her because instead of her protecting her husband and let something that should be talked in private, she went in front of the media and said, I wish I had a vision from another man. We men don't do that. So again, it's not because you guys are evil. It's not because you guys are. It's because you guys have to lie. Because if you don't lie, your marriage is at risk.
Okay, so how about this? You mentioned one woman. What if the fact is that they don't lie, and the one woman who experienced it actually told about it, or if the other women that want to experience it, maybe the other women who are experiencing it speak transparency? What about that?
It's an example.
But Fatty, we have more though. But we have so many more. Like security balls. Think about it this way, right? Now, the problem is that most of the people, if we just start running down the list, if we talk about Halle Berry, if we talk about the lady who was married to Johnny Depp, if we talk about Aisha Curry, if we talk about Jennifer Lopez and what her marriage is looking like with Ben Affleck, if we talk about DJ Envy and his wife coming out, I haven't had an orgasm in 10 years, right? If we start talking about all of these different people, you know what the argument's going to be then? Well, they're celebrities, so they don't matter, right? So most of the people we talking about don't have podcasts or platforms. But what we can say without a shadow of a doubt is that if you look at the totality of marriage and you say that 50% of the marriages are ending in divorce, let's take away from the fact that they're unhappy or whatever, but they're ending in divorce. That means something wasn't going right. So out of that other 50%, we can already just deduce. We don't even have to assume. This isn't even hyperbole. We can deduce that there is a percentage and a well percentage. I would argue at least 30% of that other 50% that are dealing with the same problems. They're just choosing not to get divorced in that particular moment. Or else, how could you have statistics of cheating in marriages and abuse in marriages and kids outside wedlock in marriages? That has to happen amongst married people.
Look, Parker, I can agree with you. I can agree with you that I can agree with you that marriage has issues, but that ain't saying that they're miserable. But let me give you an example of something.
Well, miserable only means unhappy.
I'm saying, hold on for a minute. There are 4 people right here on the bottom. All 4 of them are married. Ask every last one of them about their marriages. Now, before you ask them, if they say it's good, are you going to turn around and say they're lying? I'm just giving you an example.
No, we won't say that. We won't say it.
One sec. I got to get to the super chats, bro. I'm so super backed up. I'm so super backed up. But I want to argue that point actually as well. Cheeky, you're underestimating the power of biology. When that clock starts ticking, all the feminists claptrap collapse like the market in 2008. I don't know about that. I don't know, but it sounds good. But Ali says marriages work when women do. Good women benefit from men. Marriage benefits women. It's why women push marriage. Bad marriages literally destroy men. They kind of destroy both sometimes. B.O.B. says, now this is good YouTube. B.O.B. is toxic, y'all. I just want to let y'all know that. Ali, he really is. He's been like that the last 3 shows. Ali says, a wife would never allow her man to be in confrontation. She would make it peace and never weaponize her husband. Now she's silent once she puts her husband in the fire on a man's panel. No, he spoke. He spoke.
It was his own choice.
No, he's saying I'm silent.
Yeah, but because your husband was speaking, I think that's reasonable.
SB, you and I are going to talk about this till later.
I'm reading the super chats. I don't want no response right now. Look at SB chat to me. She to STFU. That isn't feminine, nor does her husband mandate. She moved like a lady. They're both moving wrong, all for YouTube. Well, her husband actually runs that. If you're talking to people in the chat, it's usually her husband. I don't know if you guys actually know that or not, but I do. So you probably was talking to him, and he's not feminine. You're right. So he gonna be a little aggressive. Kay says, Ikande Barber cut his line him up in the dark. Y'all gotta chill, man. Practical in the back of a cop car. Practical gonna do his time like a G. Okay, Practical gonna do his time like a G. JB says, salute to Mr. Boston Security Boss. If y'all are still tuning in, wife and I love y'all. Yeah, they the best. They the best. Sometimes they get crazy on YouTube. Ali says she is still being masculine. This isn't feminine. They left, were disrespectful in the chat, pulled up and demanded control of the convo using marriage. I think everybody tries to monopolize the conversation sometimes. It just depends on who's the more stronger personality at that time in the topic. My hubby is the bee's knees. Shout out to Kazi. I love Kazi. Quentin says, no one is always happy. Happy is a fleeting emotion. Fatty is wrong. That don't mean he's wrong. You just
I literally agree with you.
So yeah, I know what
you're talking about.
Argue that. Ali, Mr. Boss, and Security Boss both have results. What say you? That don't do this chat wars right now. Femininity. Sorry, that reminds me of Brittany being all that stuff. And podcast was there for that. Coolant Tech. SB always uses her husband to justify her presumed authority to talk on panels and be masculine. I've never seen her be masculine, but yes, if it's his authority to say she be on panels, she get to be on panels. And if he says she can't, then she ain't gonna be on the panel. I don't know what you want her to do about that. These marriage haters are insufferable. Shout out to O'Shea. O'Shea, don't you start. O'Shea been toxic too. I ain't gonna lie. The last 2 episodes, O'Shea, I've been watching you. Lamar Black says, being marriage is a flex. Y'all single people sound miserable. Hey. Don't make those accusations. Y'all can't substantiate.
Y'all sound miserable.
Y'all
sound real miserable.
Don't you start. Flora, seek help, please. She need more than help. Okay. Jay Prince, great football analogy. B.O.B. There you go. The B.O.B. Man, you
was though.
JP, do you really think we care about what you said? You delusional ass. Well, it is what it is. Big Giz says, you refuse to say anything negative about marriages. I am married. Know a dude that is married and he haven't had sex in 10 years. Stayed because of duty. Have you heard similar stories? We'll speak on it, SB.
I speak on it all the time.
Well, I'm going to argue some points in just a moment.
But I don't assume that 50% of them are. I'm sorry, Aaron.
No. Let me get to it, please, Lord. I didn't suffer enough. This is how women get they man GOT. I don't know what that means, so I'm going to buy right past it. I actually understand JP for once. No. I don't know what he was talking about because he's probably partly right. Okay, partly. All it takes is a woman with power of a man to divide men. Y'all are weak. Fatty and Jay Prince are right. That's why the space isn't taken serious. Kitty cat rule. Yeah, they right about some things, wrong about other things. It is what it is. Ali said she took over while the men silencing the men. We don't lead nothing but women weaponizing us. Podcast, you playing semantics. Now you and Cheeky, you wrong too. She should have let that man finish.
First of all, this dude.
No. Really trying to tell me
you don't listen.
No, I know. Just hold it, guys. I know it's hard, but I do it all the
time. Guys, let him read it
all
out.
the time.
He's paying his bills. He's paying
I
bills.
do want to say something. I don't. So really trying to tell me even now women don't have power. I've been telling y'all they got this power. Ikanate for sure got lined up with a hatchet and a hammer. That's the African thing. If you go on Instagram, it's a guy that use a knife and then they cut like that. That ain't nothing new. I don't agree with Fatty's generalization about married folks, but the underlying point he's making is actually very valid. Yeah, I think the underlying point, we've agreed to that. Security boss, you have no idea what men say to men behind closed door. Dudes are not happy in their marriage.
That is a fact.
Toxic. Dirty Dude says, married 21 years, together 26. We are happy AF. Oh. All right.
So little podcast, just like the man just told me, I have no idea what men say behind their, behind the scenes. Fatty doesn't either.
But that's not. Wait, no. That doesn't make any sense. No.
She said the podcast.
Not. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense, security boss.
Little podcast.
Listen, it's the same point. What he's saying is, I don't know if these people are miserable or not behind the scenes. If they're telling their friends that they're miserable, I don't know that. He said he does. I don't. All I'm saying to Fatty is, Fatty, you don't know that. Let's not make those statements. You don't know.
Wait.
Can I say something for 20 seconds? Can I get 20 seconds and I'll be quiet?
Aaron, can you turn around and say?
Well, when she said fatty, you answered too.
Okay, go ahead.
But I asked him though.
All right, well, let me ask security boss.
Let Aaron go. Fine, go ahead, Aaron.
I just want 25 seconds to say this.
Go ahead.
There are tons of clinicians, psychologists, all that write books and studies on the people that they actually have sessions with, and they talk to married couple, and this stuff is documented. So the information that we can actually find out and attribute, they talk about sexless marriages a lot.
I can agree with that.
There's a Reddit with 200,000 people that there's 300 posts every day talking about, oh my God, I don't have sex with my wife. What can I do? Security boss. This is the part that I
They got separate rooms.
No. This is the part where I literally don't understand why people respect your opinion, right? You defeat your own arguments. If I don't know what is going on other men's lives, you don't know what is going on other married people's life, another woman's life, just because you got 7 emails. It doesn't make sense, because for every 7 emails that you do, there's thousands of people talking on Reddit, on Facebook groups, telling about their problems. Like your 7 emails that you get per week are not the same as the
just concede the point.
Oh my God! No,
Yeah,
I
we
didn't.
can see the
I
point,
didn't consider. Listen, stop. I didn't consider the point, and this, I'm going to shut up after this, right? And this is why you don't listen, security boss. I literally told you, married people have to lie. You turn around and you say, "There's 4 married people down the below. Ask him if they are happy." They are going to lie. They're not going to tell the truth.
Why don't you ask the question?
You have to listen.
Why don't you ask the question then?
You have to listen.
Why don't you ask the question then?
They are going to lie.
Ask the question. Because this is the point, Payne. Because you saying ask the question, right?
Yes.
Yeah. If we ask all 4 married people on the panel, security boss asked us, if we ask all 4 and all 4 of y'all say you're happy, right? Are we gonna say you're lying, right? Okay.
You don't know until you
I know they're gonna be lying.
We don't know. We don't know, right? But let's start with you and then go across. Go ahead, Mr. Payne. Is your marriage? Are you happy?
But hold on for a minute.
Let me answer. Happy today or happy always?
Let me just
Have you
answer.
ever been on the brink of divorce? Things like that. All of that.
Okay,
matters.
so let me answer the question.
Wait. Stop, Payne. Stop, Payne. Stop. So stop. Security boss. That definitely matters because that leads.
That you've been happy always. Is that what your question is?
Wait. No, I'm saying yes, happy always or ever on the brink of divorce matters.
Let me answer the question.
Wait.
Let me
Look,
answer the
this is what I'm
question,
saying right
man.
here, bro. This is what I'm saying, Mr. Payne. Let me finish, please. Security boss. The reason why it matters is because you already stated we're not arguing about the 50% who got divorced. We're arguing about the 50% who are still married. So if in his marriage he's ever been on the brink of divorce, that matters. If in his marriage there's been unhappiness, that matters because that was literally Patty's point. Is that the other 50% of them, there's a very large portion of them who are unhappy. That was literally his point. So yes, it's going to matter.
Podcast, what I heard.
You just gotta ask the question. All of this is bullshit. You're talking.
But you have to have the baseline.
Just ask the question.
Okay,
let him answer it. Let him answer.
You have to have the baseline first.
Wait, just let him answer. Just let him answer. Go ahead.
Let him answer. Let him answer the question. Hey, Fatty, are you dieting? Yes.
We need a baseline question first, because what Fatty said is that in the 50 that are together, they're
miserable.
I think at most they're miserable. That was what he said. So go ahead and ask the question based on that little podcast.
But listen. The point is whether I'm miserable or first of all, I never measured my. Listen. Why don't y'all listen? God damn it! You know, I never measured my marriage based on happiness. Not from the beginning. Not now. It's an obligation. It was a vow. I just happened to have.
Yo, you didn't answer the question at all.
Shut up.
Security boss, are you paying attention?
Okay. So should we assume that he's lying about? Is he lying? Should we assume he's lying?
No. It's not. We shouldn't assume. Wait. Hold on, Jay Press. Look, security boss. We're not going to say he's lying, but this is what he said. He said, okay. Well, it's not about whether. Well, look. First of all, I didn't get in my marriage already. He's leaning towards what Fatty said is that I don't want to speak ill of my marriage. I don't want to throw my wife under the bus. It's about duty. It's about protection. These are the things that he was already saying. So we're not going to ignore them. So unless you're about to open your mouth and say, man, me and my wife, it's been pretty much happiness throughout our marriage. We ain't never been on the brink of divorce and I ain't never been sexless. You might as well not answer the question. Straight up and down. Anything other than that, it's going to work. Yeah, go ahead.
That's not a good measurement for marriage.
No, it's not, but we're not trying to.
Wait, but that's Fatty's point. Wait, hold on.
No, this is what I'm getting ready to say. Fatty said miserable. What I'm saying, which is not a good measurement, is the word happiness. Grown folks and married folks don't speak on happiness because what exactly is that? Can you tell me what that is?
What I'm saying is this.
I
I
can't
know y'all don't look at
believe.
me. Hold on. I know you don't look at my situation. I know you don't look at my situation.
I'm back. Let me
Hold on,
answer
Mr.
the
Payne.
question.
Hold on, Mr. Payne. We see you back.
You've been
I'm gonna give
telling
you
me,
the mic. We
first
see
of
you
all,
back.
y'all
I'm
done
gonna
let
give you
me
the mic.
answer
We
the
see you back.
question.
Hold on. We was talking. We were saying
Guys,
something
keep talking.
before you came back. Security boss. I know that when you look at my situation, you don't look at it like it's the marriage because we don't have a piece of paper. But me and my girl been together for 13 years, which is 8 years longer than the average black marriage, right? So let me just tell you something. You've heard me communicate about what I go through in my relationship. So no piece of paper is going to change that. All right, people are going through those things in their relationship. They can be on the brink of breaking up, the brink of divorce, and all of that. And all I'm saying is that we're finna get a whole bunch of buttercup, butter the biscuit bullshit, and niggas ain't gonna just be honest.
Characterize nobody's
Yes, in
answer,
my
man.
marriage, there has
You
been
can't.
times where we were on the brink of breaking up, but we chose to stay together for out of love, respect, duty, whatever it was. Just be honest.
Okay, so let's
But you ain't let nobody finish.
Go ahead, Mr.
Problem,
Payne. We
man.
finna shut up. I'm muting up. Go ahead.
You're not letting anybody finish, man. You
Okay,
doing
go
all the
ahead.
talking.
Go ahead right now.
So
Go.
listen, I'm gonna start the same way I started. And there's been peaks and valleys. I've been married for 36 years. There's been times we didn't even want to look at each other. There's been times where we had droughts in sex. There's been times where we did a lot of different shit. It never raised to the level where we were ever talking about divorce.
Why?
And as soon as my girls were born, for me, I was ready and prepared to live in a sexless and a horrible marriage because I wasn't going to let no other man raise my kids. I just didn't have to go through that.
So
you're proving Fatty's point. No way.
I mean, do you wait? So now,
There's no way you're doing this right now.
Pass the microphone really quickly. Pass the microphone to security
You
boss.
made my point.
Security boss, I know you don't like to focus on the negativity and all of this, but your assessment of what Mr. Payne just said, does it or does it not lean towards Fatty point that even in the 50% of marriages that still exist, there tends to be discomfort and unhappiness, which is the literal definition of misery.
Bro, yo, you can actually hold on. You can actually look this up. So
practical. Let her answer the question, bro, please.
I swear I've been listening. I've been listening the whole time, and
okay, but this is specific. I'm sorry. Just let her answer the question.
Aaron,
are you willing to yield your time to me for a second? Are you willing to?
Go ahead. Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. All right. So shout out to y'all. Hit the like to y'all. This is a great topic. So look.
Yeah, put your microphone in your mouth. Put your microphone in your mouth.
They're actually randomized controlled trials that show that married people are actually happier than single people. Randomized controlled trials. In your mouth. Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Thank you.
Jesus, better now, yes.
Okay, gotcha. So it's randomized controlled trials, which everybody who understands what RCTs are, they're like the gold standards for looking at tests that have shown that married people are better off financially. They're happier. They report to be happier, and they having overall better health when compared to those who are not married. L. Watts and M. Gallagher. Also, when people say that marriage is a religious construct or whatnot, individuals who consider themselves to be religious are reporting themselves to be happier according to randomized controlled trials also. This is peer-reviewed research.
That's not the point. That was not even the point of the conversation. That has nothing to do with the conversation. We are not doing singles versus married people. We are actually talking about married people. Just them.
Please don't reiterate it to him, Fatty. Just let security boss explain.
Yo, this is man about your sexual desires when your body count is 47, bro.
Whose body count is 47? What the actual fuck?
Let me answer.
No way.
I got two people I want to talk to. Little podcast, let me talk to you first because you mentioned your marriage situation. When I came to the panel tonight, I said the alimony and men pay for their wife for life. And I mentioned that because marriage is actually the sex or you entering or your wife receiving you.
Exactly.
I actually outlined. So for you to make that statement that you made, that statement you made, I know you don't believe I'm married. You remember you said that, right?
Yeah, I said I know that y'all don't perceive my particular.
No, you said you, me.
as a
You said
marriage.
me. You said
yeah,
me.
you.
Right.
Yeah, you.
Okay, but even though you said that, I started with your situation per se. I wasn't talking about you. I'm just saying I outlined your situation. Am I right?
You did. I give you that. I remember you saying that. You did.
So let's go on to the second part about that. In marriage, when you have a logical person and an emotional person, now I'm going to Mr. Payne, then you're going to bump heads because there's not ever a perfect situation that we're going to have. Okay. So when I say we don't evaluate our marriages, or we shouldn't evaluate our marriages on happiness, I mean that because we're growing, and sometimes there always could be something that takes people have children, it makes the marriage more difficult. People lose money, it makes the marriage more difficult. There are so many distractions that can weigh on a marriage that could make a person feel like, hey, this is not good at this point in time, and they could be, I'm gonna use your words, unhappy. But that's not what we do, because nothing supersedes your marriage. It's more to it than that. Hold on wait a minute. So when I heard what I heard from Mr. Payne is he loved his wife enough. Nothing superseded that. So his own personal selfishness of wanting to have sex 3-4 times a day didn't supersede the love he had for his wife. And when his kids came, the fact that the mere thought that somebody else could be fathering them and besides him is crazy out the door. So guess what? He loved the fact that he was married to this woman, and nothing was more important than that.
No, that's not what he said.
Hold on for 1 second.
Wait. That don't matter. That don't matter.
That's
Aaron,
not what he said at all. I want to ask Pretty Boss this right quick.
Wait a minute. That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
You're right. These guys want to hear what they want to hear.
No, we're not gonna have. We're not gonna have a direct translator for something you didn't say. She translated words. She translated words that was never said.
So fast,
May I say
something? It's okay. Go ahead.
The way
we're still together, and we're having a pretty good damn time being married, right? And we don't have any kind of issue.
Got you.
No, you don't say that.
You don't say that after you didn't say that. Well, see, this is what frustrates people so bad about the people on the internet. You all can't articulate yourselves well, and then get upset when people hear exactly what you said and don't get the same message. It doesn't make sense. That's not what you said.
Can I please ask the Pretty Boss this question?
Yeah, so there was so nobody's
Pretty Boss, can I ask this question?
Can I just get in
It only proves Fatty point. This is y'all can't keep doing this, bro. Y'all can't keep doing this. Y'all can't keep doing this, dog. This is so ridiculous.
Hey,
let me ask you
the point that I made was not off topic. Married people are happier.
And Mr. Payne, you are allowed to backtrack. Nobody wants you to get whooped when your wife knows about what you said here today. Go ahead.
Man, will you stop it, please?
Hold on for a minute. I wanted to ask Cheeky. Cheeky, what did I add or change about what Mr. Payne said, if you can recall?
Mr. Payne's original point was to start off with with duty being the primary thing. The premise of the argument making was, we know 50% of marriages aren't successful. 50 are. Within that 50%, there's definitely a percentage of marriages that are miserable. So then you try to use, or you were saying, use anecdotal evidence on the panel, and the first person, which is our Payne to speak, actually starts talking about duty like Fatty was saying he was going to do, or lie. One of the two.
Well, I didn't say Fatty was wrong.
You didn't. That wasn't the point.
And here's the bad part.
He said that marriages were miserable. My marriage is not miserable.
Yeah,
Get the fuck out! Oh my God, Mr. Man.
You lying to yourself.
Because you're saying a marriage, just because you're saying there are marriages that are miserable does not dismiss anything.
You
Like,
guys gotta be crazy.
bro, that's not even a good point to make.
So bad.
No, the point
Let me ask
is,
Security Boss.
we weren't trying to prove it to you. That's the
One at a
point.
Security
time.
Boss. Hold on, let me ask you.
Command it.
Aaron, can I ask Security Boss the question real quick?
Y'all
This
acting
might
ignorant.
This might contradict your whole argument, Security Boss. When you
SB's
talk,
on mute. SB, you on mute.
Security Boss, you on mute.
You're
A
on mute.
minute. I want to speak to Chicky really quick because the way I speak is this. When I say nothing supersedes the marriage, that is duty. That's your covenant. Nothing supersedes that. So that whatever it is that you want, your selfish desires or whatever, nothing supersedes the marriage. The way he started was, he said, no matter what, I never looked at happiness. And he started off that way, meaning that he was going to do what he had to do. He said he was going to do what he had to do. I say nothing supersedes the marriage.
Correct.
He added children. He said when we had the kids, at that point, I knew I wasn't going to ever go anywhere or change anything because no one else could raise my kids. I think I said exactly what he said. He said there were times.
All right. So you're well, we got here because there was what Fatty said. This all started from Fatty making a point and you saying you can't prove that and you trying it through people on the panel, and then exactly what you were trying to do end up backfiring because he didn't automatically give this idealistic view of marriage. What he gave was a realistic view, and with that realistic view, you can receive that as miserable. You can. If I hear from a man, what I just paint, if I go back on YouTube right now and replay it, because I will do it, y'all know me, and I listen to what he said, it doesn't sound enjoyable and it doesn't sound enticing. What it does sound, however, is something that Fatty was saying most, or not even most, but a percentage of marriages are in, which is this state of constant, constant dutiful habit, not even real love or genuine care.
That's so disingenuous, Cheeky.
That's
If I would have came
where you don't want to be.
You can dismiss
Aaron,
let me get my question to Security Boss right quick.
Hold on. Exactly, hold on. One at a time, y'all. Arcane, we can't hear you. One at a time.
Nobody is calling you a liar, Mr. Payne.
Realism, or you want somebody to just say what you want to hear. That's what I'm saying.
Fatty was the one that gave a realistic perspective. Fatty was the one that said a percentage of marriages are probably miserable. That's realistic.
I got to ask Security Boss this question.
Come on, man.
Security Boss. Security Boss. Aaron, can I please ask you this question right quick?
No,
bro. Hold on, bro.
Can I say something?
Look,
hold on, what's practical? I've been waiting to ask
I've been
this
listening
question
longer than you, bro.
But look, I've been listening.
No, not one of y'all on this panel been listening longer than me and have not said a word.
Okay, let me ask you.
Not one of y'all on this panel. Not one. No.
What even
Security Boss, let me ask you this question right quick.
And see, just like right now. Wait, time out, JP. You guys wanted to have questions asked, and y'all started off about 50 minutes ago saying y'all was going to ask.
Go ahead, MRM, dog. Right? You know what I'm saying? We're going to make the space for you, dog. Go ahead.
Okay, man. Lord Jesus. First.
No decorum, bro.
If you were to answer the question, I am happy a lot of times in my marriage, right? Over 22 years. If you was to ask, have I ever been down in my marriage? Absolutely, yes. For anybody to sit there and even remotely think that somebody just going to be all Skittles, rainbows, and unicorn throughout the marriage, or if you in a long-term relationship, you are fooling yourself. Are there times in some marriages where you might be sex starved? Yes. Are there times in marriage where there's going to be other elements to the marriage where you might be lacking on something on there? Yes. But overall, it does not make one miserable. And if things are going good, it does not mean overall that it makes one happy. There are moments of miserable. There have been moments of possible depression. There are moments of happy. There are moments of joy. There are moments of strain. That's the reason why that when you get married, you say, I promise to do these things till death do us part. Through sickness, through health, through sickness, through health, for better, for worse. So the fact that you vow to those things lets you know that those things are going to happen.
Modern Renaissance.
Oh, wait. Let me finish. Let me finish. So when you guys, and I'm just saying, look, this is not throwing no hate at nobody on this panel, whether you are married or not. But it's always been interesting to me that a lot of people who are not in it or are not even doing it, they seem to have the answers better than the ones that have been in it and doing it.
You see what they're doing?
No, so wait, so look, wait. Let me look. I've been waiting. Hey, listen, I've been waiting. Let me get my stuff out. I literally know how to get my point across and be quiet and sit and listen to everybody else. I'm good at doing that. Very good at doing that. Okay, can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just don't. I thought it muted out. Okay, so here's the thing. There's a lot of variables that I think we skip over when you say things like, are you people in like for example, to Fatty's point. 50% of marriages end in divorce. So of that 50%, there are people, yes, there are people part of that 50% that are still married that go through those things. But as an overall collective, it does not mean that they are a depressed person, that they are a miserable person overall. There's up and downs, there's moments of it, right? So here's the deal though. What we keep on missing is this. The reason why those long-term relationships are there, you even in marriage, you plan on having a family, is because you are showing the next generation exactly what it is that needs to be done when it comes to being in a marriage, when it comes to if you're miserable. My sons got to sit there and watch how it is if I'm dealing with certain things. They got to see how I moved and how I worked with my wife. They got to see me. I wasn't the type of person where I didn't let my son see me and my wife argue. I wanted my sons then to see arguments so they can see actually conflict resolution as well. That way, what I'm doing and how I'm moving in my marriage, it will get passed down to them. So yes, everybody kind of y'all, honestly, it's like agree to disagree. Everybody is saying the right things. It's going to be miserable. But they're going to come.
Wait, hold on. Wait,
No. God damn. Can I please say this right quick?
No. Nobody say nothing. Nobody say, I got to get through these super chats because y'all going to kill me, okay? Ikane looks like Big Tiga, okay? Tio says, you're a woman is simple. Okane or GA in Nigeria, if your wife in a yelling competition with another man in front of men, what would he's saying what would happen to your wife in another country if they were yelling in front of men? We don't know because we ain't from those countries. Ikane got a sundown hairline. Yo, get off his hairline. Ikane hairline always on points north. Y'all got to chill. Marriage sucks. I'm cheating right now. Come on, real Pookie. Don't do that. Gaia dang. High tide hit the numbers out of his hairline. Yo, what is wrong with you? Leave that man alone. He can look like a Zimbabwe Vegeta cosplay. Y'all is wild for this, man. Only on YouTube can men yell at a woman old enough to be their mother. I apologize. These men have no manners, SB. Some of us got manners. Don't do that. Never seen so many happily married triggered people. Just say it's better to push marriage than be truthful. Ooh, they hitting us now. They line Ikane up with the babies. Yo, stop. I'm not going to keep doing this tonight. So funny how the toxic, unmarried, miserable people align with the married people. If marriage or not marriage doesn't equal happiness, why are you promoting it? This is wild. I know our pain gave Ikane that line. That's not cool, man. Stop trying to make me laugh. Polls, who's worse? Flora's dentist or Ikane's barber? What is wrong with y'all? Yeah, y'all got to chill. Podcast biggest enemy, top 5. Scrooge McDuck, Richie Rich, Mr. Krabs, the Wizard Kelly, and Mr. Bling Bling Boy. I don't know what that says. Somebody tell me what that says. Okay, all right, good. I don't know what the heck.
Go ahead, Practical.
I'm not going to even lie to you. I'm very pro-marriage, but I'll be honest. Behind closed doors, I've heard lots of married men complain about their marriages. That said, I think happiness is a flawed metric,
Excellent.
especially for a man. We don't listen to nothing JB says because
Excellent.
he has a mathematical mind. His
Excellent.
mind works in pure logic and math. That's how his mind operates.
It's like asking, yeah,
We
like
talk all the time. I know this. Pure beam. That's how. So he can say that, but nah, buddy, that's not gonna work. That's only for people like you. Our pain look like CeeLo Green, but sound like Cosby. What Cosby? Bill? Oh, you wilding right now. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. B.O.B. patiently waiting to cook the whole panel. He gonna get his turn. He toxic from the last 3 episodes. Everyone emotional except SB. Really? I don't think so. I don't think so. Our pain looked like a retired heist computer hacker. You know what? He kind of does. I'm not gonna lie. He kind of does. I'll give you that. I will give you that. The B.O.B. What you have to say? Let that man speak. I know y'all want him to speak because whenever he says it, first of all, he gonna stutter anyway. All right. The problem is marriage from a Disney cartoon lens. I don't care about happiness. Marriage is about my duty and family. See, the problem, y'all gonna say that, then y'all gonna contradict yourself and talk about happiness. Our pain is incapable of a coherent thought. Whew. Being faithful pushes your hairline back. Man, y'all need hairlines. We don't want answers, MRM. Where's the apple crown? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Grown men chasing happiness sound like crybabies to me. Happiness is an emotional state. Life is suffering. Get over it and keep it pushing. Now, I'm going to concede the floor to you crazy people, right?
Hey, let me get my point.
Let them finish, bro. Damn.
I have to say the least.
Okay, so the last point that I was going to make. Oh, you still going, Aaron? I know if he's talking about me or Aaron.
He just said.
Go ahead.
He just said, "I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna yield the floor."
Hold on, let me ask you my question.
This nigga is crazy, bro. Something wrong with him.
It's gonna be real quick, right? Security boss NYM.
God damn, bro.
That's what I'm saying. You would say
I know we like to say ADHD in black community is not a thing and it's a conspiracy, but y'all niggas got ADHD, bro.
I wish y'all would just designate everybody get their own
attention deficit hyperactivity
Nigga,
disorder.
you got a whole 300 viewers a night show. Fuck out of here. Don't nobody want to hear
Means you always over talking to motherfucker though.
That's
damn right.
Over talking is normal, guys. It normally happens. That's not a big problem. That's
okay. Let me just say this real quick. I want to say MRM and Pretty Boss, right? If these men was, I had watched the show, right? If these marriages, this is what I'm saying, like what they saying that people be lying. It was a paternity court security guard. When they first asked him years prior, asked him was he happy in his relationship, he said yes.
I remember that.
And guess what happened? He ended up deleting his wife. So, and if
was he like a bailiff or something in there?
Yeah, he's the bailiff. Yeah. And if all these, at this point, I thought y'all answered too. If all these women and stuff, I would conceive that point, men will probably stay. Because on one breath, y'all said 70% of, that's the majority of women is leaving these marriages. Somebody is miserable and somebody's not happy.
No, somebody can be selfish.
We can't say on one breath, 50, all these almost half or majority of people is happy when y'all saying 70, because not especially when you only talk about blacks. Y'all saying not that many black people is married, but the ones that's married, it's a small number of blacks is married, but the one that's married, 70% of them, of the women is leaving those marriages. So it can't be it got to be a lesser amount of people that's unhappy in these marriages.
Well, to your point, Jay Prince, I would say to you, since you was to that JP Prince, you got to understand something though. That does not mean that the person is unhappy. There's a lot of variables in there. Were they being abused? You know, there's a lot of things in there. You know what I'm saying?
So your wife means you happy?
No. See, again, I think. See, look, I want you to really understand when I say those things come in moments. Happiness lasts for a certain amount of time. Being like down and out lasts for a certain period of time. You know, being angry at like if y'all have a big argument, that lasts for a certain period of time. But then the whole purpose of it is for you to come back together to compromise to get over that, right? So now, we can't just say because somebody did X, Y, and Z, that means that they were completely unhappy. It could be all types of different things in there for the reason why for them to do that. But again, when it all comes down to it, I always say, no matter what the case may be, even if it was me, and I will hold myself accountable to it. If I ever did anything of the such that left my wife, I would tell my sons, your dad is a liar, because I promised your mom at that altar for better and for worse. What is worse? Define worse. Whatever worse is supposed to be, whatever worse is supposed to be, I promised her that I'm still going to be with her until death do us part. So if I don't do those things and live up to that, I am a liar. I am a liar. So wait.
So are you saying if she divorced you, you still
Right.
alive?
No. If my notice I said no. Wait, you missed it again. I said if I did this.
Okay, now he's asking you about the woman.
Matter then.
Wait, check this out. So
no. That actually that actually makes the point of being a lot. Like, if you know you don't want to be a liar, you be like, I'm gonna just stay married, and if it's gonna go bad, she gonna have to divorce me.
That's gonna make you miserable as fuck.
No.
You really don't want to be at.
Y'all think y'all missed the point.
Why are so many people in marriage?
Okay, that's easy. Okay, I do this. The reason why not just one reason. Like I said, there's many variables to it. The reason why some men commit adultery, because that's always been in their blood even before they even got married. The reason why some women commit adultery, because that's always been something they were doing even before they even got married, while they were engaged. The reason why, look, see, this is what I'm saying. It's so amazing to me that you asked me a question, and while I'm answering it, as soon as that's some y'all. You see, you can't do that. But wait, you cannot do that and then expect me.
You're not acknowledging
You can't. No, see, you can't. Yes, you have to let me finish to understand the point. Okay, so check it out. Some men cheat because they just have a lust issue. They just have they don't have no what y'all call discipline. That's part of who they are. Just like some people that are addicted to pornography. Some of y'all might be addicted to alcohol. You do it because it is a lust of yours and you enjoy it and you want to do it. Some people don't. You get me? So not everybody within a relationship is going to have the same type of things that they struggle with. So we can't just say. So what?
No, go back.
You at a place that you do not want to be at for real.
Right. So here's the thing. That's why within a marriage, if these things are happening as a husband, as a wife, you guys are supposed to be going headstrong and butting heads at the issue. I'm confused.
You said if I miss that shit, I'm a liar. If she does it, she's a liar too.
Yes, she lied. If my wife does any of those things on me, my wife is a liar. She's a liar.
Some women don't give a fuck about getting called a liar. They want what they want.
Right.
They want a new piece of dick.
This is where the listening. You have to be able to listen to this. If the woman messes around and she's married, she is an adulteress. Well, some women don't care if you call them adulteress. It doesn't matter if she cares that I call her that. She is an adulteress. If I do
adulteress, what that's gonna do?
Jay Prince, let me get it.
You know that shit is stupid. So why you responding to it, Emma? What I'm saying
Beans, you're right.
What I'm saying is this.
What you saying is stupid.
The whole conversation was about the fact that Fatty said that a vast majority. I don't know if he said a majority, but I think he said a lot. But he could have said a majority. I won't argue. Okay, most. Let's go with most. He said most of the 50% of current marriages, right? The people were miserable, right? Just for the record, miserable just means unhappy, right? So, okay, cool. Unhappy and uncomfortable. That's the literal definition of it, right? Cool. What I'm saying is the first response that we got from our pain literally lended towards Fatty's point. And in my estimation, what you're saying right now does too, because he didn't say those people in those marriages, most of them are unhappy for the duration of the marriage. He just said right now, right? If you just look at right now, and more than likely right now in those marriages, because guess what? If they're still married, that means they probably made it past the 5-year mark already, right? We can deduce that. That's why they still married, because the average marriage in the black community lasts 5 years. So there are 5 years, 7 years, 9 years, 12 years, 15 years. They're literally in those peaks and valleys. The point is, nothing that has been said has negated Fatty's original point.
Can I back up Fatty's point right quick?
That's why he was
That's a
wrong.
fact.
Hold
Hold
on,
on,
I've
let
been
me back
listening,
up
bro. Oh, I got the ball. My bad. But
Why you want to be somewhere where y'all unhappy at?
But yet at the same time, though, I mean, just to the point of Jim, to the point of Fatty saying that of that 50%, there's some that are miserable. We left it at that. I get it, but then we also can add in there are some that are currently happy right now. We can currently add in there that's miserable.
That's what Fatty said. Wait.
That's why. Right, but that's what I'm saying. But too fatty saying that there are some miserable people. Part of that 50%, there is some people that's of that 50% that may be miserable.
And that's the only point he was breaking. It's the only point he was trying to make. Literally the only point he was trying to make.
I thought miserable was tolerating an unhappy space.
No,
miserable. You in a relationship that you don't want to be in, but you sign up with God, so you feel stuck in something that you really want to leave, but you're not leaving because you done made vows. That shit make you miserable. You don't want to be here. She don't want to be here with you.
Where's your evidence?
She only want to hear
Where's your evidence?
That's miserable as fuck.
Jay Prince, let me mention
same guy who believe in the 42 laws of my eye, bro. You don't have any evidence to support what you're saying,
Can you let
bro.
Bob go for a second?
No evidence to support what you're saying.
I cannot hear all y'all talking at the same time.
Yeah, and Bob,
let Bob go.
I would just simply say to back up Fatty's point, I think one of the things men have to do, and Modern, you know this, is men are constantly thinking big picture. So when a woman engages a man, two things go in his mind. If I tell the truth, it's going to cost this amount of time. If I tell a lie, it's going to cost this amount of time. Yep. And women often put men in situations where men have to think, I'm going to lie to her, because if I tell her the truth, it's going to cost more time and I can't do certain things down the road. Mm-hmm. So women constantly put men in situations where they have to lie to keep the relationship going. Because if a man told the truth on everything he thought when a woman asked, they would never get anywhere. It's a position where women and children can afford to be careless, men can't. The Godfather said it the best. Men are constantly thinking big picture. In order to think big picture, sometimes you're going to have to lie to your woman. That's all I have to say. If you don't, then all your time will be wasted.
That's the thing, though, Bob. That's the thing. But that's not fair, bro. Come on, that's the disrespect.
All right, guys, calm down. Calm down.
That's what I'm saying. What the hell?
So let me go back. Little podcast. And MRM. The only point I was making is that we don't know that. We don't know if that was it. But when he made the statement, he not only said miserable, he said miserable, sexless, a whole lot of other things too. And I'm just saying we don't know that. We shouldn't say that. We don't know that. That was it. But
the issue is the Fatty didn't reference anything.
Practice, she was responding to me just really quickly. Security boss, I would just ask you this, just historically, right? We're both over 30, so just historically, right? Wouldn't you say that there has been a narrative in the black community that black men were unhappy in their marriages? Just that there's been a narrative.
No, I would say that if I had to answer that question of a person that was being unhappy, I would say it would be the woman complaining more than the man.
Okay.
Well, why you couldn't get black men married as much?
I had to answer that question.
Because that even leaves more. My question would be this.
But that's not.
Let me just say why I answered the question. Let me just say why I asked the question. Because my question would have been this: would you say, right, just using common sense and logic, that if one person in the marriage is unhappy or uncomfortable, logically the other person is going to be at least uncomfortable, if not unhappy, right? So if we know there's a narrative that either
And when we say the most or majority, we're just talking about 51% between you and I. Just 51%. So if 51% of men in barbershops and bars and clubs and everywhere else on the basketball court, if all they talking about is, man, how they woman get on their nerves and their relationship, this and that, and blah, 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 blah. Or from your perspective, that it's been 51% of the women who's been doing the most complaining, we can say then that a lot of those relationships and those marriages, while lasting, if you just hopped into them right now, you would be more than likely to find them in a battle or in one of those situations, in one of those uncomfortable, unhappy pivots to the relationship. And I think that's what Patty was suggesting.
But that's not true.
That may be what Patty is saying, but listen to what I'm getting ready to say.
The evidence you used was whack, Pratt, if I'm being honest.
I got peer review research, bro. You got nothing, bro. What the hell?
Right, that's whack.
Exactly, bro. So yo,
I have literally the same thing.
Means nothing, bro.
I have literally the same thing because I've been alive for 46 years.
Yo, anecdotal experience means nothing versus randomized controlled trial over a 17-year period.
Right, you can use all the big words you want to. Wait, hold on, Fatty.
You have no merit, bro. You have no merit.
You got no merit, bro. The problem is
you have no merit, bro. The issue, bro. Women, people who marry report that they're happy.
Fight back! Fight back! Just 1 second, Fatty.
Debate, bro. It's not up for debate, bro.
Nothing that you're saying is relevant because
nothing that you're saying is relevant, bro. You have no evidence, bro. I've been listening to you talk and have no evidence, no relevant evidence.
There's a lot of
no relevant evidence,
single
bro.
people.
But that means nothing, bro. That means nothing.
Look, Fatty,
hold on. You don't realize how much of a pointless statement to make that is, bro.
Okay, let me give you one thing.
That's just like me saying there are trees that have yellow leaves.
Give me 1 second.
What the fuck does that even mean, bro? It means nothing.
Let me say one thing.
You're not speaking on nothing quantifiable, bro.
You said what you said, right? Look, when you said what you said, right? This is what you said. You said that you was using a peer review.
Watch you say it wrong.
Right. You said you was using a peer review study, right? But this is what I'm saying. The one thing that you said in that statement that still led towards what Fatty was suggesting is that you said they reported being happy. And that's the point. That's exactly what he was saying. Is that when you have these specific situations, bro.
No,
like
you said most, bro.
You like this.
That wasn't his point, bro.
Okay, wait. You don't want it to, but it does. Because that's literally what he stated is that in these situations, bro, people are trying to, they still love each other. They still respect each other. They're trying to protect each other. I've literally been in situations practical. Let's say it's me, you, Aaron O, MR, Fatty, we hanging out. And all four of us is talking. We talking about girls and how they be getting on our nerves and how they be doing this and how they be doing that. And then soon some girls walk up. Niggas act like they wasn't just saying what they were just saying. All the stuff that they were just saying about women go out of the window.
That is some anecdotal ass shit, and you talking in circles, bro.
Right? When you say
you supporting the easy dismissible point, bro, it means nothing.
Hey, I'm almost done, Pat. When you say in the study specifically that it was reported happiness, I'm only talking about that one line. I'm not talking about everything else. Everything else you said, and I'm not trying to kill the validity of the report. If I said it that way, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of frustrated. I'm just saying that one particular line, though, saying that it was reported, it leans towards what he is saying, bro. Security Boss is probably the first, and as far as I can remember, maybe the only woman who I've ever heard come on and be transparent about her actual relationships and what she's done wrong. And maybe Courtney. Them probably the only two. Where's this other gang of women who come out and talk about
speaking on anecdotal evidence, bro? You speaking on anecdotal evidence, literally, bro. Like
I'm asking you where it's at.
Okay, I just listen to you, right? When I tell you that there are peer-reviewed evidence showing where people talk to like people who were studying, they talk to the wife and the husband and ask them they happy over a 17-year period. I have a peer-reviewed RCT. Randomized control trial right in front of me from the Journal of Social Economics. Lois Stolzer and Bruno S. Frey. Like, bro, like y'all are saying, y'all like, look, I'm gonna say this right. Y'all over here making this statement and whatnot, like, people who are single and whatnot, y'all are implying that people who are single are not having these same problems about being miserable.
No, we not. Nobody said that.
Bro,
we
didn't
say we're not even talking about single.
When you make a statement, bro, when you make a statement and say, No,
we're
bro.
not even addressing them.
Nobody said that.
Nah. Look, when you sit there and say that there are people who are miserable in marriage, and you just leave it open like that, how are people connect dots?
We're talking about marriage, Brad.
Wait, hold on.
Divorcee.
Wait. Practical absolute
You didn't last a year in your marriage, Practical.
Practical, look at the title of the show.
You didn't last a year in your marriage.
Wait, Practical, look at the title of the show.
You a divorcee.
Yo, practical absolutes.
You were never married.
You're missing context before this conversation. We didn't start the conversation with Fatty just saying 50% of marriages fail and everybody's miserable. There was something that led up to it. We always do this. We always do this. We always move away from the original point that Aaron presents, which is why when we do the shows.
I'm sorry.
But anyway, we started off with, does men control of access?
You guys should stop talking about my airline, bros.
Hey, bro,
who is talking right now?
It's a teenage, bro. They're gonna keep talking about your hairline, bro. It just is.
You literally just brought attention right back to it, making that statement.
We're
gonna bring back. We're gonna bring back somebody.
It says it's been almost 700,000 divorces occurred in 45 states, and almost 2 million marriages occurred in that same year. Meaning that it was way more people getting divorced. It was 2 million people got married that year. Meaning they just got married that year, compared to almost 700,000 divorces in 2021.
Jay Prince, what are you talking about?
That means
so if y'all saying all of these people not miserable and all this other shit, why is
you cannot make that connection off of that, bro?
All right, we're gonna reset. Oh, hey,
reset.
Yep, we're gonna reset. We're gonna reset. Oh, wait, guys, no, there's no way. We're going to reset because there's no way we're going to stay on this topic of miserable. Yeah, like, because this is ridiculous.
That goes with the point. If the divorce is not, that means
don't worry.
Yo, I'm going to mute
do it,
everybody,
Cheeky.
bro.
Please do it,
bro. This is like, come on.
Please do it.
So can I say the last little thing? To be done with it.
Neither security boss or Fatty can't have the last word because it all started from you two, right? So we need y'all to neither one. No, Aaron, pull us back on track, my guy. Security boss and Fatty can't have the last word on this misery thing because it started with y'all two.
He's actually trying to solve the thing because practical. Before everybody started, and I said podcast to step a little stalled. Practical, single people are miserable too. Nobody made that point.
Sure.
And it's still saying, and instead of taking it and saying, okay, it's fair. Allah Akbar!
That's the thing.
And this is why you don't get the last word, Fatty. You're a dickhead.
See, that's exactly the thing, though. What is your point of making that statement?
Aaron, bro, pull us back. All right, bro.
You sit there and say that marriage. Look. If
bro, you're gonna have to let it rock, bro. God dang, Fatty.
Yo, cheeky, bro.
I'm sorry, I
should be. Nah, it's okay.
Fatty's such a dickhead, bro.
Bro, all day, bro. Every single day, bro. Allahu Akbar every single day. But the problem is, though, bro, when you sit there and say that there are married people who are miserable and you leave it open.
That's practical. We're letting it go, bro. Hey, Aaron, you got it, dog. And we managing the show now. And you got it. Pull us back. Bring us back, dog. This is crazy.
Someone play the Allahu Akbar clip. Someone play the Allahu Akbar clip.
I got you, dog. I'll play it.
Don't play it. You play it right now.
Do it.
Yeah, Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar!
All right, Aaron.
Yeah, Allahu Akbar. Yeah, you do what you're told. You'll do what you're told. Good job. Allahu Akbar.
So I actually think to answer the question of the show, men are the ones who ask the women to be married. So the men actually have control over. If they don't ask the women to be married, then there won't be a marriage.
Really?
That's what I think.
Oh, well, let me
like I said earlier.
That's a good statement. But again, like you agreed earlier, because you leave it out the second half. If the women don't agree to the marriage, they ain't getting married either way.
Right, but you still got to have the proposal.
But here's the problem. Women have the opportunity to propose to men. And it has been happening more and more as each year passes on. Women are taking the forefront and saying, will you marry me? This is happening more and more often. I'm
and
not
I
saying
can agree.
it's predominant, but as we gradually go this way, it's changing. And the point that it is, when you flip the flip side with access to sex, that ain't evolving and that ain't changing. Control. For men, we control the entry. For the middle and outgo, we don't. And that's the issue.
Okay, so guess what? Like I said earlier, it's a red flag if a woman comes to a man and asks him to marry him. But I think sometimes men think that's very enticing and alluring or what have you, but it's a red flag. It's all about control if she's doing that. Now, the second part of that, it's a real simple thing. If they actually make it to the marriage, it's a simple, for me, I'm saying this, it's a simple blueprint, and it's totally just says, husbands, love your wife. Now, listen, if a man loves his wife in marriage, listen, it just breeds submission, sex, and respect. That's all you got to do. You got to love your wife. But if you don't love your wife, you might have some issues. There may be some problems there.
This is crazy. Hey, she's right. She's exactly right. She is right.
I have a very good memory.
She is right.
Let me see if I get this right. We're practical. Don't worry, bro. Let me see if I get this right. You are saying that if a woman comes to a man and tells him that you have to marry me, it's like manipulating or like controlling behavior. Like if a woman comes to you, weren't you saying that if a woman can hold her nookie and says, "I only have sex with you if you marry me"? Isn't that the same?
Exactly. I said no. What I said is a woman should preserve. Listen to what I said.
No, you're not listening, Fatty. Fatty, you're not listening.
Let me let him go. Go ahead, Fatty.
No, you. Maybe I heard wrong, so I'm open to the possibility I'm wrong. You said if a woman comes to a man and says, "You have to marry me," that's a red flag because he shows like some manipulative, like controlling type of thing, right? But you literally preach to women that have already kids, that women that are already not virgins. Hey, go to him, and if you say, "Hey, I'm not married, I'm not having sex with you if you don't marry me," you preach that. So isn't that the same thing?
No, that's not what I said. This is what I said. Aaron just made a statement.
I apologize. It's morning already. I'm a little bit more energized. Go ahead.
Okay. Aaron made a statement that women are now asking men to marry them. I said, if a man accepts that, that would be a red flag. What I tell my ladies that want to be wives, I say, you need to preserve yourself until marriage. I never told the woman to go ask a man to marry her. I said, preserve yourself until, first I used to say, until he puts a ring on your finger. Then I changed it because that wasn't enough. I said, you wait till you actually are saying those nuptials. That's what I said. Now, hold on, Fatty. If you're trying to take that and make that, the woman is trying to make the man marry her, then that's on you. That's your mind. No, that's on you. I mean, that's your problem.
If you marry me, is not literally giving an ultimatum. Either you marry me or
I never tell a woman to even speak of sex. I said, women, preserve yourself until the number.
What? Don't cook for him. Don't clean for him. Preserve what?
Okay, see, here we go again. In the meantime,
don't down this hill, bro. Please.
In the meantime, what I said to the women, it's all on video if you want to go get it. Fatty, I know you're good. I see your thumbnail already. Mr. Boss showed it to me. Listen, this is what you do. This is what I tell women to do while preparing themselves to be wives. I said, you need to figure out what the Creator has told you exactly what a wife looks like. First day of wifehood, you got to self-reflect and figure out where you are, your shortcomings, your selfishness, whatever it is. And then what I say in the meantime, so you can actually hear and receive what God has told you to be as a wife, you got to stop having sex and preserve yourself. That's exactly. Hold on. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Fatty.
Isn't that manipulation? How will you do this if you give me that? Like, isn't that literally manipulation and control?
Let me say it again. Let me say it again. I'm speaking. Let me say it again. I'm speaking to women. I'm telling the women to preserve themselves. Just because we slip, fail, or whatever the situation may be, we don't have to live in dysfunction all our lives. I'm telling women, I haven't said anything to a man, not one thing. I'm telling a woman to preserve herself until marriage. But in conversations, let this man know that I have intentions on being a wife. That's it. No discussion of sex. I don't even want them in a same room by themselves or what have you. I don't discuss that. Now, if you took that and made it about you,
oh my God,
not having sex and woman trying to manipulate you, then that means that you probably wouldn't be the person that get married.
You are encouraging women to manipulate men, and you are saying that is on me. You are.
How is a woman? Let me make this real.
Let me explain why. You are literally a used car salesman. You come to him, you put a new paint on the car. The woman can have 3 kids. The woman can have 70 bodies. You say to her, "Hey, girl, you know what you should do? You should say to the guy that really wants you and wants to treat you right, you are not going to get it when 70 guys before added. You are going to say, well, let me finish. You are going to say to the guy, I only will marry you if I only will sex with you if you put a ring on me so you can get exactly what you want." That's literally manipulation 1-on-1. It's literally me coming to my wife and saying, "Hey, if you don't suck my dick, I'm not going to do the sorry, I don't want to be vulgar. If you don't perform a sexual act to me this morning, I'm not going to renew the kitchen tomorrow." There's literally blackmail. There's literally you controlling a situation by leveraging your power to get power from another person. Now,
okay. There's another. Hold on, I'm gonna take. Here's another video. Since you have problems.
Can you paint this airline?
Since you have problems understanding me, there's another video out there. A woman with 3 kids, I don't advise her to even get married. I don't even advise her to date. A woman with 3 kids, there's a video. It's already a video. No, listen, I'm just using your example. Listen, I don't care what she have, but I'm talking to you right now. Listen, you're always adding that. I don't care what the woman, she could be a virgin, she could have sex one time. And I didn't even give her any kids, but since you talked about the 3 kids, there's a whole video out there about that. Let me tell you, you keep see Fatty, you see what you're doing, right?
Yeah, Fatty, this is a bad look, bro. I'm saying
you see that you're not letting me talk to you.
No, what about 2 kids? You're being disingenuous. 3 kids is too much. What about 2 kids?
I'm being disingenuous about what? What did I say?
You are saying, I have a video of, a woman with 3 kids that, what about 2 kids? Is 2 kids too much?
No, tell me about the 3 kids. What did I say about the 3 kids?
You said that you have a video on the internet where a woman with 3 kids came to you, we're having a conversation. And
no, I didn't.
I'm filling the gaps. You said to her that she shouldn't be
filling the gaps. How about that? You see, this is misinformation.
You are being disingenuous.
Oh, I am. You're filling in the gaps, and I'm being disingenuous.
Security boss, let me just. I will promise. I'll give you the microphone. You said 3 kids is too much. You said a woman that had 3 kids. You said don't get married. Didn't say that there wasn't advice that you gave to her that she had 3 kids, so she shouldn't get married.
What I said.
Security boss didn't give any kids. You gave 3 kids.
No, he's not. No, that was not.
Yeah, that's what happened.
That's what
happened. Paying attention. What happened was she said what she said was, I don't advise women to have sex because of her viewpoint of premarital sex.
Yes.
So even though a woman may have had sex before and had kids, her recommendation wouldn't be to even date. But it's the standard would still apply. No sex for you.
So what is these 3 kids about? Do you know that? Do you know about that? Because she said, Security, can you explain? I'm sorry, I should let you explain. Why did you brought that 3 kids thing?
I didn't. You did.
No, you said that you have a video out there. I want to know more about it.
Because I have given instructions on women who have children.
Yes.
A woman with 3 kids, what I advise a woman with 3 kids to do, I said, go find your child's fathers.
Fair.
What I tell them to do. Listen.
Okay.
Go find them. Make sure that you foster a relationship. Make sure that dad is in their lives. If those kids 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, however the ages is, whatever, up to 16, you cannot date a man because you can't bring a man into your household amongst those kids. That's what I say to a woman that has 3 or more kids. That's exactly what I say.
Okay, so
why she is doing these things, because when you have 3 kids, you've already decided how your life is going to be for a time. You need to invest in those kids. And that's what I say to women with 3. Hold on, let me just Okay, Fatty, I'm gonna let you go ahead and have it. You go
I'm
ahead.
literally quiet. My question is very simple. So a woman with 3 kids doesn't deserve redemption, but a woman with 2 does? Why that?
So, like I
Why
said, let me get done. I never said a woman with 3 kids didn't deserve redemption. What I said is, for a time, she owes her life to those 3 kids that she had, and she needs to make sure those 3 kids know who their fathers are. If it's one, then that's great. Whatever the situation is, but she needs to make sure that those fathers are in those children's life, is what I said. Now, when that baby gets to a point where they are, the youngest child, I'm saying, is old enough to be able to understand what's going on, connected, what have you. It has to be over a certain age, though. I don't believe 7, 8, 9, 10, up to 13. That's not good. It has to be a certain age. Then at that time, she can entertain other men and then possibly have a relationship with them. Now, in the meantime, she's not having any sex because she's already made what I would call 3 bad decisions. Women end up with babies by themselves. We're not trying to do that anymore. It's time to get control of her life. If she continued on having sex without a ring, then she would possibly have another child because she's got 3 and she's not already married. Now, it doesn't make any sense for her to do that. It makes no sense. And if she goes back and marry one of the fathers, then okay, that might be what she do. But it makes no sense for her to continue to put herself out there to possibly have a child. And on the other hand, it makes no sense for her to marry another man that is not her child's father. So she has to get herself together, and that's going to take some time. That's a woman with 3 kids. A woman with 2 kids, it depends on their age. If they're babies and a man wants to marry her, it's definitely up to that woman. But in the meantime, she's already made 2 decisions that were not good for her. She needs to preserve herself then also. If that man decides he wants to take on a woman that has 2 kids, then he can very well do so. But still, you got to go find the fathers of those kids and make sure that those fathers are in their life. But
how does the woman do that? Hey, security boss, how does the woman make sure dad is in the?
No, you're not gonna be able to ask that question.
You can't.
I have to read the super
This
chats.
is unbelievable.
Oh no, there's videos out there, Fatty. Get the right ones. Go back and look through my archive.
Your advice is arbitrary. 2 kids.
Hey, let me
3 kids dead. 1 kid maybe. Go back to your father. Get the new man.
Okay. Well,
you want me to read it? Let me read it.
Mr. Sweeper.
Let me read it.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to read this one. Jay Prince, you are stupid. Paul, please stop talking. We don't want to hear shit. You got to say why you don't get that slow, Prince. That's what she said. You all can read the rest. That's fine.
He did not put that. Will says, from my understanding, the divorce rate doesn't even take into account legal separation. If you add those, the institution of marriage is even more dire straits. I don't know if we should add those in. These marriage haters are Disney indoctrinated. Well, it's going to be more Disney movies, so it don't matter. Respect MRM, fire your barber, get a new one. Dang.
Damn. Actually, it fucked up your lineup, MRM. There's the first time.
Men are constantly thinking what's next. Women think about now. Men have to lie to women if the time cost of truth is greater than the time cost of lying. Otherwise, the relationship will grind to a halt. Interesting. He says the cost of truth and the cost of lying. Ooh, I don't know. We might need a show to break that down, what that actually truly means. Practical's wife left him and went to New York. WTF. You guys are something else, man. Our Payne looks like a black AZ Homer Simpson. Was that me from Arizona? Practical sounding like JP right now. Yeah, it's one of them days. Aaron, can I come up and yell at somebody? Not yet. Not yet. Practical looks up and studies called Why Most Published Research Findings Are False by Stanford professor John P. A. Leonidas, maybe. It's also peer reviewed. He might read it because he's super nerd. Lord, hey.
Oh, Lord.
Shout out to Juju. SB, what is your email address, please?
SB20. No?
She wants to know your email address.
Oh, we'll put it in the
Okay,
comment.
put it in the chat. Okay, I was just about to actually just drop it in the chat first.
Yeah, we'll do that.
B-Love is real.
I
cool.
love B-Love.
She's though. From the former unhappily but now happily divorced brother delegation. Practical, take a break. Eat your food off camera. We don't want to hear from. Yeah, okay. So that was his boo. He had to go for obvious reasons. JP and Practical, start your own blog. Dumb and Dumber. Dang, these guys. Don't blame God for women manipulation. It's not. It's the same or it's not the same. I think he means it's not the same. I'm not sure. Ikane hairline makes me happy. My bloodline isn't pure. Thank God I landed on Plymouth Rock. Told you not to say that, Ikane. I told you. Flora, stay in the chat. I don't want to see your window licking mustache tonight. She got a mustache? Ikane's hairline is holding on harder than the migrants trying to cross the border. Oh my gosh. Ikane, I apologize. This has never happened with me and you on the stream, so I don't know what you did, but I suggest don't say another word. That's all I say.
Those guys are miserable.
Hey, Kenny, did you paint your hairline?
Can you hear me?
It looks like he came back a little bit.
No, let me add this point. Let me just add this point. A lot of times we have to understand this. A lot of us have a lot of experience of our grandmother's been married. A large amount of our grandmother's been married. And then after that, no more marriages. And the reason seems to happen is grandmothers telling their daughters, granddaughters, don't hurry up and get married. Girl, have your own. Don't do what I did. And that's a common story amongst the majority of people, because the minority of people are the married ones. So the ones that are refusing to get married, scared of marriage, usually comes from their grandmothers or grandfathers telling them these carry down stories. And it's more likely the grandmothers telling the daughters the worst stories, because the grandfathers usually say, man, don't you get rushed to get married. But they always say, be a man of your word, take responsibility, yada, yada, yada. The women, if you got to go, you got to go. You got to do what's right. They get a totally different story. It's never to reinforce principle and stand to your vows. It's almost never to reinforce that. The men are different. They do be told, look here, man, don't be getting married like me. But when they do, they're told the principles, be on your word, be a man, you got to handle your business. So we hear two different stories. Go ahead, SB.
Okay, so I want to tell Fatty just one last thing. So Fatty, I'm always pushing for a relationship with a man and his children. So exactly what you mean. But if a woman has 3 kids more, any amount of kids that and the father's not in their life, I'm actually always pushing for the father to have a right to have that child in his life. And I thought that's what you all were doing too. But I think you said no or something different. Did you say something different about that?
I said that your criteria makes no sense. Again, it's not security, but your mission is correct, right? Mm-hmm. You want to have most people get married so people can grow up with 2 parents in the home and don't get dysfunctional. You are right. I'm not going to take that out of you. Like, the mission is correct. The way you get there is unbelievable to me because it contradicts himself 7 times, 8 times. It's kind of like, you feel like 3 kids is one rule, but 2 kids is another rule. But like, all of them actually should go back to the baby daddy. All of them. 7 kids, 5 kids, 3 kids, all of them. And the fact that you are actually telling women, no matter how many sex partners they had, no matter, like, let's go with the 2 kids, no matter if they have 2 kids by 2 baby daddies, to hold up sex, to me, you are doing the woman beating and you are scamming men.
Okay, so listen, all that stuff you just said, I didn't say that. But if that's what you're taking away from it, then okay. But it's time for women and men to get some order back to their life in order to get back to the nuclear family. And guess what else you just said? Women should be with their kids' fathers if they can be, but the father still should be in their life. But there's no way, I don't know of, one woman can marry 3 different men if that's the case. And remember this, you brought up children. I didn't. I only said I'm telling women to preserve themselves. We could have been just talking about how many sex partners a person had. I don't know. But listen, I don't know. You bring up those things. You paint this picture. Yes. And then we want to, but it's not necessarily real. Then I'm gonna go to Aaron. Aaron, what I've been finding out since I've been in these spaces, a lot of the grandmothers and mothers are saying negative things about marriage, but a lot of the young women here, this is not their experience. It's just an influence, and they're just taking it and run. It's not their actual experience nor life. They're hearing it, didn't happen, even goes to trauma. I think one time there was before, and I said this before too, Fatty's on another video. I know you're going to go look. Women take other people's trauma and make it their own and pretend that this is what's keeping them from behaving a certain way. It's not necessarily their trauma. I am learning these things about women in these spaces, and I challenge women on that. So, Fatty, I don't know what you're talking about, because a woman's life does not depend on you, and your life shouldn't depend on her. Women have to get themselves together for whatever reason, and it definitely needs to require them not having premarital sex or being sexually immoral or sexually liberated.
Fatty.
I don't care how many mistakes they made. I don't care how many mistakes they made. It's time to stop. Now, whether they do it or not, probably not, Fatty. But if that's not the women that you choose to be with, then you probably wouldn't want to choose them. But guess what? Do you want a woman that has a very high body count, then say, okay, now I'm going to marry her? Or are you just saying that marriage is not for you? I mean, I don't know.
Miss Boss, can I say this?
You defeating your. I got you. Okay, you defeated your own point again. First of all, there's a saying, dumb people learn when they do mistakes. Smart people learn when other people do mistakes. I don't know the saying correctly. I don't need to touch the stove to actually understand that the stove actually burns. Podcast does it. I see it. I don't know it. That's the first one, right? And the second one is, if we as single people are trauma bonding and we are talking about things we never experienced, why are you 20-year-olds in a 20 years marriages and all that talking about the single market that you never been in? You don't use Instagram to fuck other people. You don't use TikTok to actually recruit women out to your house. You don't know how this shit is. So again, I actually concede to you. Let's do an agreement. Don't talk more about Aisha Curry and Dwayne Wade, and you don't talk about Black Chinas and all the single women that are on this place, because you have no idea what the hell is going on outside, because you and Mr. Boss are in a really good, happy marriage and have a really good, nice house. Can we, life? Can we do that? Can we shake on it? We're going to shake, and let's see how does it goes. You don't talk about single people, and we don't talk about married people, and let's see how it goes.
I have 2 single children in their 30s. I absolutely know. Like I said before, I know both sides.
My parents are married for 40 years.
I never said you couldn't talk about marriage. You the one. I said,
Fatty.
I said,
what she did.
Miss Boss, can I say this to you? And I can tell you the disconnect between you and Fatty.
Jesus Christ.
No, hold on, Fatty. I can tell you the disconnect.
I have 2 kids that are single, and I have 2 parents that are married 40 years.
Yo,
so
chill, Fatty. Chill.
What the fuck?
Sorry. Chill, Fatty. This is the disconnect between y'all two.
Is this a nigga talking? Shut the fuck up.
Sorry, Fatty. I'm sorry.
We don't have that clip over here. That's
sorry, Fatty. Yo, but this is the disconnect that I see with you two. It's age, gender, and motherfucking time. SB, you grew up in a different time. Fatty, you're growing up in a different time. Peep this though. I see where Fatty's coming from. How many times do you get on here, security boss, and you explain to these women, these are the trials and tribulations that I've had went through my marriage? When the last time you got cheated on and you exposed that?
I've never been cheated on.
How you
with my husband?
No, because this is what a lot of women are going through, and this is what Fatty is saying. The people will go through trials and tribulations in their relationships, but they are not going to advertise them publicly.
Yep.
I don't quite understand your point, but
everything is advertised publicly.
Is that the point is the point that he's saying is the point that he's saying, security boss, is what Fetty was saying earlier about the fact that those people in those relationships, they're not talking about them. Again, we're not talking about people who have podcasts and TV shows and all this other stuff. These are people just living a normal daily lives. So unless you're less necessarily related to them, friends, whatever, you're not really having these conversations.
And how open would you be?
Generality question, because it's like at the end of the day, I think we know like this. I don't even know why anybody needs to pretend about this. We know how men look at relationships in general throughout the Black community, right? All this whole narrative that men were running away from their responsibility and running away from marriages and running away from their kids and all this and that. That was the narrative growing up in the Black community, right? So we know that there's always been this narrative about how men perceive relationships. And then we know every movie, every TV show, every cartoon, every comedian for decade after decade after decade, what did they talk about when they talked about marriages?
or you get into marriage and your woman don't want to have sex with you. There was literally a comedian who said he did a thing with his wife where he said, I asked you for sex 365 days. And he said, I got sex out of you 34 days. Right. And then he broke down all of the different reasons why she said no. It's like, this isn't, I don't know why we have to be pretentious. This is my thing about people when they take a certain stance on stuff, right? When it's like
little podcast. Listen, I agree with everything you said, but it don't end there. There's a whole nother world out there that maybe you don't know about. Maybe you haven't experienced. Maybe you don't have any examples of. But let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this.
She's not giving us the real. That's the point. You're not giving us the real.
I'm finna give you the real. I'm finna give you the
Okay,
real.
the real is when the last time you got so mad at your husband, you said nigga fuck you. I ain't fucking with you for 2 weeks.
I would never. I would never.
No matter how wrong and disrespectful he has gotten with you.
Let me give him the real.
Let me do the same thing that you did to. Let me do the same thing that you did to Fatty, respectively, right? Like what I'm saying is, I literally have friends that have been married for decades, right? My mama been married 5 times though, so I have a plethora of knowledge on the entire spectrum. My problem is that a lot of people, and right now it's just like you, who you have a point of view, and it's like that's the only thing you want to speak from. And to me, that's disingenuous. It's like if I know guys that have never, ever, ever touched a woman. Most of the men I know have never hit a woman, have never been to jail for hitting a woman. And then we're having a conversation about women being abused, and I sit on the panel and act like I don't know that shit happens. Everybody will look at me and be like, yo, you know you being disingenuous. Come on, man, you know the stories. Come on, man, you know you heard about it. Right? So I'm saying, why do we have to pretend? I get it. We're about love.
So wait a minute, little podcast. What am I pretending about?
No, you're not pretending about nothing. You're excluding things. You're excluding. What are you excluding from us?
I don't.
Okay.
I thought that was.
So in your
Hold on for a minute. Wait a minute. Who am I talking to right now?
This is the podcast. You asked me what are you pretending about?
What am I? Say it again.
You asked me what are you pretending about?
What am I pretending about? Because I don't exclude anything. I don't exclude anything. But and I'll go to Lil Pookie about that. But what am I? Yeah. What am I?
Okay. In your estimation, what percentage of Black marriages do you believe are happy?
Let me say it again.
That's what I'm asking you in your estimation. Okay, that means it's your opinion.
I don't have an estimation. All I was making a point to is we don't know. And that's not excluding anything. When I don't know something, I don't speak on it. I don't know. Unless somebody's come to me and said,
you have the information, security balls.
I don't. I don't have an estimate of it.
Shut the fuck up, Fatty.
I don't. So y'all can talk to each other. Y'all talk to each other. Let me talk to Lil Pookie. Lil Pookie, let me tell this to you. I'm
not Lil Pookie. I'm the Red Pill Pookie. Yo, dress me properly.
Yeah,
Red Pill Pookie. I turned to new leaf. I turned to new leaf in this motherfucker. It's over with.
Listen to this, Red Pill Pookie. Listen to this. I have not disclosed because it ain't got to be disclosing. It's just being transparent. I have told the bad parts of my marriage. I have told about being a single mom, being shamed. I have talked about being broke. I have talked about one pot. I have talked about arguments me and Mr. Boss have gone through, how we got through them, things that I have talked about women trying to sit on my husband's lap. I have talked about not going on single girlfriend trips. I have talked about, everything you can name in my relationship, because I am the example. I say it over and over again. I'm the example because this is what I'm talking from. I'm always using myself. So if I have not been exposed, I have even told about abuse. I said, this is all y'all went crazy. Not all y'all, but people went crazy about this. I said, if my husband of 27 years, as for whatever reason, came with a knife and started trying to follow behind me and kill me or whatever, I wouldn't even divorce him because that's not my husband. I've spoken on most things that I know of that pertains to marriage. I don't know everything.
But that's exactly our problem. Listen to what you did right now. Instead of talking about one second, instead of actually talking about something that happened on your relationship, you talk about if one day something happened on your 27th ear. Listen to me, security boss. No,
exactly. I did, but let me get done.
You ever
Because
caught that nigga liking other bitches' photos on Instagram? Check that nigga phone. SB, check his phone.
Hey, I got you. I got this, Spooky. Hey, I'm on this place for 1 year. 1 year. 1 year. Right? I know about people, but on this place for 1 year. The only person that I heard say, the only man that I heard said I was cheated by a woman and I took her back was Ronnie Ron. Only one. Security boss. Are you really saying to me that in thousands of men that frequent these panels on the last year, only one man actually got cheated on by a woman and stayed? The answer is no. We know that a lot of men are lying because they don't want to be shamed. They don't want to, so they are not going to tell the truth. So my question is simple. If we are actually admitting that we lie because we are ashamed of, and because we know that a lot of us actually was cheated on and took the woman back, why the hell do you think that these married people are not doing exactly the same when they're protecting their actually sanctity of their marriage and their reputation? Why don't you believe that? Why won't you? Yeah, this is a fair statement.
The reason why I don't believe it is because, and it's not even that I don't believe it. I don't know that, and neither do you, because you got two men below you that said that that's not the case in their marriages. That's the only reason. That's the only reason.
But security boss, yo, Fatty, hold on. Security boss, how do women get on these? Hold on, Fatty.
3 man.
You talk for that long. Now just got up there. Let me ask you a question.
Now, Pookie, do the following question. So, security boss, how many men did you saw in this place that admitted that they got cheated on and that they stay with their wives or girlfriends? How many?
Fatty, I have never asked men in general any question like that. That's not
for me. Ask a woman the same thing. When have you admitted to cheating on your man?
That's not for me to ask any woman about how many times she cheated, especially not in this space. If someone wants to tell me that, the most I get from women is in comment sections is they're not. My man hasn't been supportive. I've had some who have said that I am the problem, like I said in my wife ed class or what have you. But I don't know if one of two of them have said they've cheated. But I don't understand the point. But what my point is,
no,
to you,
will they divulge that publicly though?
I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. Why would
you gotta relax? You gotta relax. We're talking about honesty. So this is the thing. This is what disqualifies us as. This is what disqualifies us as married people. As married people, we don't keep it real. This is Fatty's point. We're not keeping it real. A woman is not gonna come up here that's been married for 15 years and say, "Yo, I done cheated on my husband twice." A man is not gonna come up here and say, "I done cheated on my wife 5 times." We're not doing that. That's his point.
That's 100% correct.
I have never listened. My husband, listen. My husband and I have never. I thought you said security boss. Okay.
What Pookie and Fatty just said is 100% correct. But the bigger issue to me is that how many videos have you done talking about what's wrong with women?
Hey, Bees, when was the last time you cheated on your wife? Hold on. Bees, when was the last time?
How many videos have you done talking about what's wrong with women and their mindset and their behaviors and their choices, right? So you know that there's a deep-rooted problem with the women. You don't think they're carrying that into their marriages?
Listen, that's why I do the videos. So, because I tell women, just like I would tell a man, if your mindset is not one of a married woman, you don't need to be getting married. Because it's a soul mindset that you all experiencing right now. You can't even see marriage for what it is. Most of you think it's business. I don't think it's business. When I married my husband, it wasn't a business. I even talk about it didn't get real to me till I said my vows, and at that time my knees started to shake. I say all of this in my videos.
Okay, so now,
you know what the divorce rate? You know what the divorce rate? The divorce rate is as much as it should be.
Because hold on, real quick, since we got you on the subject that you're comfortable with, right? So then you know that there's a problem, right, with the women in this way in this relationship, right? So that's what I'm saying. When you look at the relationships, you can say, "Yo, I've talked to, I've interviewed, I've seen TikTok videos, I've had emails from, I've counseled, I had women in my marriage camp, all this different stuff." So you can say, yo, out of 2,000 women I've been around, I could say 1,700 of them have had issues. And then that is right there is your gauge to be able to say, yeah, I could say a vast majority of these women who are in these relationships and these marriages are probably not right, because we already know where we come from. We know we're coming from a demographic of people who are married at a rate of 25%. We know we're coming from a demographic of people who another 15 to 20% may live together, but we know the relationships in themselves last 2.5 years when it's just a relationship, 5 years when it's actually a marriage. Mothers having multiple children by multiple men. So we know that the people aren't actually getting the teachings that you're offering. We know they need the teaching. That's why you're offering it. So why is it so difficult to just say, yeah, more than likely the majority of our marriages are probably people are
because I'm still not. I'm gonna tell you why.
Wait, let me say this.
I'm gonna tell
Half
you
of
why.
these marriages shouldn't have happened in the first place because the men are not vetting the women properly.
Whatever excuse you use,
Stop that red pill shit, nigga. 100% correct. That's 100. Nigga, most of us cheat. If you want to keep it real, I'm gonna say the same thing to you. Most of us cheat.
Okay, so look, podcast. Let me try to
Mr.
answer
Payne,
your
it's still
question.
false
Look,
claim.
podcast.
Talking about cheating all
Look,
the
podcast. Let me try to
time,
answer your
man.
question. Since we're only speaking to the 50%
Those are comments
that
that
are
women
married,
talk about.
my
Women are the only ones that say cheating.
And Mecca, nobody's listening to
my
you.
Not a man talking about cheating.
Guys, let SB talk, please. I can't hear.
So, little podcast, since we only speaking to the 50% that are married, I would not say that. That wouldn't, because see, I'm not the half empty glass type person. I'm the half full. I do think that people have problems in their relationship, whether they're married or not. But when we're talking about marriage, we're talking about the 50 that are together. And there's not a perfect situation. So if you want me to say that when people are married, the 50% that are married, they have problems, they absolutely do have problems. I talk about that all the time. That is what my platform is about. But when you go to say, you know that they're miserable and they'll lie to you about it, I can't attest to that because I don't believe that. So I'm not sure what you want me to say, but I'm gonna agree with you all when you say that there are issues within marriage, because there definitely is. There's no perfect marriage. And
I'll help you out.
There are some things there are
no.
things that come. Oh, go ahead.
Super chats, please. Ikane's hairline is holding on harder than the migrants run across the border. I just had to make sure I read that one again.
Hey, good night, everybody. I got to cut out.
Good night, Mr. Arpane. I appreciate you. Hold on, guys. Hold your horses.
What is wrong with you?
Hanging on. Is it just me, or does it look like Ikane's hairline is receding? You guys got it. What is wrong with y'all, man? Ikane's hairline is unhappily married with his hand. Yo, what did he do to y'all? Somebody called NATO the rest of Ikane's hairline. It's just gonna be nothing but super chats about his hairline. I can't believe this. Ikane look at the floor only when he gets haircuts. You guys are sad. This is sad. I saw Ikane's hairline get into a car and headed immediately to McDonald's. Yo, these people, wow. Ikane's hairline thinner than African rib cages. I will say this: Ikane at least have the excuse of old age culture. MRM hairline is his fault and only his fault. High right, low left, line up, having I don't know, what is that, like a video game reference? Bruh, no one is holding a Glock to your head and forcing y'all to be married. Security boss goal is to help reduce the dysfunction in the generations.
The generations,
man.
What they say about the black people, the democratization of them. All right, because JB not gonna get me with that one. We gonna send great clips, missionaries for that line. Man, leave his hairline alone. I swear.
That guy don't have a job, man.
He don't have a job. Yeah, that's
talk about
that's
the issues. True. He doesn't have a job.
He probably don't have a job. I don't have a job either.
Jonathan is being disingenuous too.
Yeah, somebody just said the whole bottom row is married.
Y'all already listen. I haven't read what he said. I'll be reading in real time. SB, please stop arguing with the Negroes who ain't actually looking for no solutions. You're arguing with marriage with folks who don't even believe in marriage. Actually, everybody on this planet believe in marriage, right? Because marriage exists. So we believe it exists, right? So you're actually wrong about that. Like, I'm gonna get you on the logic side of that. I was cheated on, took her back just to cheat on her back. It's forever up with me. Like, that's probably true. Get even or die trying, unlike MRM hairline. Now that's probably true because I got a bunch of clips where women talk about I got to get my lick back. So I think they're gonna stay with you and get their lick back and then maybe leave after that. Ikene's Barber and Dominique Jones have something in common. They both got away with murder. These people is on another level. Cheeky and Fatty, my guys, but we taking the L today. What we taking the L on?
Yeah, Aaron, can I say one thing real quick?
That's
Because
not
this is not to be personalized, right?
Okay.
This actually is a culmination of a lot of things that happened this week. We have Aisha Curry faking that she's taking a ring when she sees a naked man walking, when a man without the t-shirt walking around, right, embarrassing her husband. We see D Wade saying to his wife that he can control her, like he literally can control what she says, even if she's embarrassing. We go to King Talk on the beginning of the week when a single guy was telling them, you guys are terrible selling marriages, and the guys that were married literally proceed to prove how he was right. And we have this situation today. We believe actually in marriages. We believe in the unity of the family and all that. I don't believe that should be on the expense of men. And what Security Boss does, and why podcast says, why can we agree on that? Because the grift is over. You don't tell people the building is burning. You just tell people there's a building over there. Go there. If the building is burning or not, then you find out later. It is what it is. But the fact that they're not willing to tell us there's a burning building over there, if you are lucky enough, you are going to escape. But I'm telling you, the building is burning. Then the grief will be over, and then there will be more shows, no more money, no more views, no more nothing. So again, you guys are flying, and we guys are going to keep pointing the contradiction.
Aaron, nothing but respect for you, man. We out of here tonight, man. Take care.
Who's talking?
Little podcast. It seems like what I'm hearing from you and maybe Fatty, and this is I'm not trying to throw anything at you all, but it seems like it seems to me that I'm a very positive person.
Yeah.
And I have a relationship with God and Jesus, and I'm that person. And I'm not saying you all don't, but it seems like you all are kind of miserable people in life. I'm not trying to throw I'm just saying you look at you look at things that
we are miserable.
Look, podcast. I'm just talking to you right now. It seems like
we are miserable. That doesn't prove No. You guys can let the person literally call people miserable and they say, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking with the guy next.
It's okay if we get to address it.
I am miserable, but
we get to address it though.
But I'm addressing the last thing that you said, because I can only tell you all the bad things that happen. Even in the bad things that happen, I see something good in them. I see a lesson in them. Whereas you would take a bad thing and say that not you personally, but you may say it's just not worth it. And that's what I hear about marriage sometimes when I hear you speak. You even went as far as to say, and this is you this time, that married people actually like taunt you with being married. And I've never, but you've taken that away just because they speak highly or happy about being married. You took that away, if possible, taunting, and made it personal. I don't know if they did that. I hope they didn't, but it just seems like there are negative people that have negative energy, and I'm just not one of those people. Now, Fatty, what you just addressed is would be somebody telling a lie, and I wouldn't lie on you at all, ever. I wouldn't lie to you, on you, or about you, or anything else. If I know something, I am going to tell you, but it's still going to be in a way that there could be a way to make it better. I'm not going to kill anybody.
You missed the entire point. Listen. I say 1 + 1 = 2. You saying fat is fat doesn't change the point that you are wrong. Like, we are talking about arguments, and you know what they usually say? The first person to go to personal attacks usually is the person that lost, because she can't explain you why she defends what you defend. And we know what you did. As soon as we had the opportunity to talk, you said both of you guys are miserable. So what? I'm miserable. Am I wrong? No, because you didn't attack my point. You literally made an assessment about my life. I am miserable. Now what? What's the point of that?
No, I said
I can be miserable and be a great teacher. I can be miserable and be a great dad. I can be miserable and be an astronaut. What's the point? You didn't take out nothing I said.
I guess then the point would be people can be miserable and still be in marriage and be just fine. Because those were the words that you all used. Those were the words that you all used.
I don't understand how you reconcile the two. How can you be miserable and fine at the same time?
Listen, that was it. Nobody said happy. Those were the words that you all used.
I didn't say happy. I said miserable.
Fatty, that was the word that you used, miserable, and I think someone else threw, and I'm happy. That's the only part. But guess what I've done? I have told you and everybody else here, and been doing it for now over a year and a half, why they should be married. I've been an example to why you should be married during the bad times, during the good times. And MRM has done it too tonight briefly. So guess what? Even though there has been, he said sometimes where it could have been miserable, he pulled your word and used it too. He did the same thing. I actually said to you, I'm pulling this word. I didn't say it this way. I'm using this word because that was the word we're using. I said negative also. I said negative also. But my point I'm making is, if you don't like something, you're being negative about it. You're not trying to hear what I'm saying. You're speaking against it. And that's
security boss. Wait, Patty, please, Patty, hold on. Let me address one time. She said my name too. So hold on.
Hey, she said my name too. Hold on now.
Hold on.
Mr. Boss, get these niggas, Mr. Boss. Get these niggas, Mr. Boss, please. These niggas is violating.
You are actually talking
Patty, come on, bro.
I should actually pass you the mic. But the thing is, when people are having conversations in bad faith, you pick what they say and you throw it back on their face. And
so give me a chance.
Wait, one second. And the simple answer is, if I think negatively about marriage and I shouldn't be talking about it, you should stop talking about all those single women that you talk shit about every single day. Right. Can we have a deal? No, we don't.
No,
right?
you already said
go
that.
Ahead. Go ahead.
So security boss, first of all, so the fantastic thing about what you said, right, was that I literally tell my girl this all the time, is that as I've gotten older, I realized that even when something bad happened, there's something good in it for me. So because just like when it's something good, it can lead to your bad, right? So you have to accept that. That's Isaiah 45:7, I think. I, God, create the good and the evil, right? You have to accept that about things, but that's what you're not doing, right? Because you want to be on this positive kick thing. You only want to speak on or address the positivity in this conversation with us, because you talk about what's wrong, right, with the women in our community consistently. That is what you do. So that's why it's kind of surprising that tonight you felt like you couldn't just address and just like put it all together, take everything that you know to be true and put it all together and say this one thing. But here's the biggest issue. This is something that I realized this is a YouTube thing, probably more so than an in-person thing that people do. Because this whole, like you said, we being negative, right? But this whole hour and a half, 2 hour long debate that we just had, where I specifically was just trying to get you to acknowledge the validity of what Fatty said, was all based on the fact that you disagreed with him. It wasn't like nobody was trying to force anything or nothing. That if you would have never disagreed with him, we're not even having this discussion. So we're not being negative because we're trying to make a point, or we're trying to get you to understand or see where we're coming from and just acknowledge the validity of what's being said. That is not being negative. And I need for Black people on YouTube to stop being so goddamn immature and thinking that just because somebody doesn't automatically agree with you, or they're willing to stand on the point that they're trying to make, or the principle that they're standing on, that's somehow them being negative. It's not being negative, right? I was just trying to say, I'm just trying to get you to use your own brain, right? I don't want to have to talk you into it. I want you to take the knowledge that you already know. You already talk about the women. You already talk about the singlehood. You already talk about the motherhood. You already talk about the marriage. You already talk about the divorce. You talk about all that stuff. So when somebody is saying that, take the divorces away, because here's the simple fact, security boss. When we have all of these talking points about marriage and what goes in marriage, you know who we're not talking about? We're not talking about the divorced people. We're talking about the ones that's married. Those are the people that we're talking about. Those are the ones cheating on each other. Those are the ones having kids by the milkman. Those are the ones having families on the other side of town. Those are the ones getting divorced over money. Those are the ones suffering from abuse. Those are the ones having sexless marriages. The ones that are married, those are the people we're talking about, not the divorced one. So when somebody is saying that a great portion of the people in these marriages might be in a funk, that isn't even something to argue about. And
that's not what he said, though.
home, it's not being negative.
That's not what he said.
Security boss, how many women you communicate with?
Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. Red pill. Are you still red pill? Little podcast. That's not what he said. He didn't say nothing about might. He said they are, and if they didn't say they were lying. And I simply said you don't know that. That was it. That's it.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I said that on the 50% of couples, there's probably a pool of them that are either mad, miserable, unhappy, whatever. That's literally what I said. And
didn't say all of them.
I didn't say all of them. I literally acknowledge there's happy couples that are married. I did say that. I said that. I even give you a ball and say single people, like a lot of them, are miserable. I literally said, yes, I'm miserable. That's fine. Like I actually give you, and you still.
Okay, so then going back to Fatty, you tell me and you do this. What is the argument with us then? If all I said,
let me explain. You are disingenuous. You guys having a conversation in bed faith. You literally told me, if you have this so negative idea about marriage, like, okay, why you keep like, you see what I'm saying? Why I'm engaging on this conversation? Your last shows. Modern woman despise being told no. It's time for modern woman to accept accountability of their cruel actions. Like you have literally, if I go to your page, you talk shit about modern woman all the fucking time. So if you're telling me, advising me, you actually sound miserable. You hate modern woman. You hate single woman. You actually, you want to be on the street. You are jealous of it. You see what I'm saying? I'm doing exactly what you're doing to me. No, listen, I'm doing exactly what you're doing to me. You have all the right to talk about single mothers, modern woman, and all that shit, and you are not bitter. But when I do it about marriages, now I'm bitter and now I'm miserable. Why?
No, but see, what you're saying is not true, Fatty, because what you did is said that married people are miserable, and then if they say that they're not, they're liars. And what I said to you is you don't know that. I didn't say anything else, but you don't know that. So little podcast, if that's what you're saying that I can't concede to, then okay, I agree with you. But all I said is you don't know that. If we got numbers for everything else, we got 50% this, 50% this, then for a young man to say, okay, so listen, would I ever say all single women or whatever? I don't do that. I never do that. Never do that.
Can I ask you a question, Aaron? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Niggas always run to Aaron when they get cooked, right, Aaron?
No, it's actually a question about this, right? Aaron, how many people do you think are going to verbalize a negative opinion about their own job during the job? How many people get on the job? Man, I hate this shit. You guys are fucking assholes. I hate you raw. I hate you.
That's the disconnect, SB. That's the disconnect right there.
1 second. That's my point. You guys are personalizing because you are married, but we usually, when we need something, when we are on a place, when we are at a job, we might hate that job. We're not going to go to the manager. Man, fuck this shit. I hate being here. We don't do it. We don't do it.
Hold on, Fatty. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, look, man, we love and respect you, man. Have a good night. We out of here.
I appreciate you guys coming on.
All right.
All right, Mr. Boss.
I'm going to do a show about you guys.
Who was that?
That's Mr. Boss. Y'all don't know.
I was trying to figure out.
The thing about this conversation, Aaron, that is bad. We actually want people married. Like on the perfect world, we actually want them to get married. We want kids to have parents at home. It's about the lies. Why are you having this conversation in bed faith, trying to manipulate us, shame us into doing some shit? Don't lie. Just tell us the truth, and then we say, okay, I might do it, I might not do it. But the point of view of like doing this shit to me is unbelievable.
Fatty. The show gotta end. The show's gotta end. I'm not doing this with y'all right now.
Let me say something.
Show's gotta end. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
The show's gotta end. I'm not doing it. Just because, listen, SB and Mr. Boss, they're my people. So if she thinks positive about things, that's who she is. I don't know why y'all think y'all can change people that they want to think about the positive side, and we're more sometimes cynical, and we're more looking at the opposite side to counter arguments. Listen, moral of the story is this. I didn't even get out the point that I was trying to make, because the ultimate goal is to create a conversation that pushes everybody else to have a conversation. That's the ultimate goal. Hey, y'all saw what they was talking about? Made me think about this. I'm going to lead this. That's the whole point. I didn't even execute my ultimate points because you know me, I never give it all away in the title, but that's okay. That's okay. Okay. Because we'll have another opportunity. But I will say this. Sometimes in these conversations, they going to get heated. They going to get a little wild, but that's important. It's important because let people speak their mind. Okay. Now, when you go back and watch the replay, it's going to get really loud and you probably can't hear nothing because it gets distorted, but it's all good. It's all love. At the end of the day, that's what these conversations are all about. Pushing it, challenging people. It is what it is. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me get to the last end of the super chats to get up out of here. I think Fatty said he's going live, so it is what it is. Ikane, I gave Ikane that lineup and I'm unemployed now. Yeah, you definitely gonna need a job after this. Facts, SB. It's one thing to discuss the issues men face, but for you guys you guys do sound very miserable. Example given: Ali been red pill raging at least for a year. Leave Ali alone. SB Fatty is hell bent on you being wrong. Please stop talking to him. He's a piece of it. At least you left that word out because you know I wasn't gonna say it. I appreciate that. If it's not about business, why involve the state? Because it's about money. It ain't just about that. It's about money too. Not Jonathan taking shots at Ali, watching popcorn. And JB, he don't hide. He'll throw shots at anybody if he feels a certain way. Marriage is not the pinnacle of happiness. There is a lot of people in better relationships than married couples. Let's keep it 100. Economize. I can't even say his name right. Ikane's hairline so rigid, Mufasa hanging on for life. At least he alive. At some point, the red pill rage was supposed to turn into an enlightenment, but that seems to have never happened for some of you. Always crying and moaning. Yeah, well, that's the opportunity we get. We red pill raging. When you wrestle with a pig, y'all both get dirty, but the pig is having fun. Pearls before swine. I don't know what kind of reference that is, but we do live in this type of world. These marriage haters want company in misery. Shout out to O'Shea, because you've been saying that the whole show. Serious Majin Buu is untouchable. Shout out to the untouchables. Fatty, you lying on SB. She doesn't down anyone. You acting like JP now. Stop lying on people. Yeah. I don't know her for ever actually downing anybody. So I can't speak to say she's ever done that. Thank you, Azanika. We appreciate it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. I had some fun. You know, listen, these shows get like this. Y'all know that ups, downs, little heat, little there. But at the end of the day, listen, we all in this space. We all cool. At the end of the day, I hope you guys enjoyed the show. So remember, like, comment, and leave comments after the show. We're going to get up out here because I ain't even get to eat. Listen, when I got in the dough and I went live, my food was right there. But the show had to go on, so no food. I haven't eaten yet, so I got to go eat, even though it's late. It is what it is. Thank you for tuning in to the Aaron O Show. We will see you on the next show.